Order it being 11 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-510, an act to prevent coercion of pregnant women to abort, Roxanne's Law, in the name of Mr. Brunouge.
Mr. Brunouge, seconded by Ms. Bloch, moves that Bill C-510, an act to amend the Criminal Code, coercion, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to stand up in the House today to speak in support of Bill C-510, known as Roxanne's Law. I do so on behalf of Roxanne's family, including her sister, Anna Maria. This legislation would give much-needed protection to pregnant women, empowering them to press charges should someone coerce them into ending their pregnancy. The day Roxanne Fernando arrived in Canada from the Philippines was one of the best days of her life. She'd been waiting a long time to see her sister again. Roxanne's life in Canada started off so well as she easily made friends. After her friend Sandy got her a job as a server at the Radisson Hotel in Winnipeg, Roxanne quickly became everyone's favorite. Sandy recalls a time when Roxanne was out with about 8 co-workers after their shift, and when no one was noticing, Roxanne paid for everyone's dinner. They all pleaded with her to take their money, knowing the humble means that she had. But she wouldn't take their money. Her friends meant a lot to her. Roxanne was also excited about her new boyfriend. She met her boyfriend at a restaurant where they both worked. What started as a normal relationship changed quickly when Roxanne became pregnant in early 2007. Roxanne's excitement for being pregnant was not shared by her boyfriend. Her boyfriend immediately began threatening and coercing Roxanne into having an abortion. After being rejected the first time, her boyfriend returned and continued the pressure and threats. But in the end, Roxanne would not change her mind. Roxanne was choosing to have her baby. Unfortunately, her boyfriend would decide to take his coercive threats a terrible step further and devised a plan to kill her. Her boyfriend and some friends he hired beat Roxanne to the edge of death with a hockey stick and left her in a snowbank to die. Roxanne's final moments are very disturbing. Roxanne likely cried out for help in that field, and she died thinking no one could hear her. But today in the House of Commons, her voice is being heard. This bill might be based on Roxanne Fernando, but there are many Roxannes across this country, and sadly, many of these vulnerable women are often targeted for violence. When women find themselves in dangerous situations and without specific legal protection, they may feel that an unwanted abortion is their only option. Roxanne's Law will empower pregnant women to take legal action should they be intimidated and pressured into ending their pregnancy. Had this bill been in place in 2007, it would have been much easier for Roxanne to press charges against her boyfriend when he was coercing her to end her pregnancy. Bill C-510 will communicate to all Canadians that coercing a woman to end her pregnancy against her will is wrong and unacceptable in a nation that values compassion, justice, and human rights. Roxanne's Law will not affect women's access to abortion in any way. With this law in place, Canada will continue to have no legal restrictions on the procedure permitted in all 9 months of pregnancy. But for those women who choose to have their baby, this law will give them added protection to fulfill their hopes and dreams of having a family. Pregnant women are not adequately protected by our current laws. Our current laws against coercion and uttering threats do not specifically address the issue of abortion coercion. Roxanne's story demonstrates that this type of coercion takes place, but I'm not aware of any cases where a person has been charged under our existing laws. This is proof that clarity in our law is necessary. Roxanne's Law, Bill C-510, will clarify the law by defining what exactly constitutes coercive behavior in the context of an unwanted abortion. making such behavior a criminal offense and liable to imprisonment for a period ranging from 18 months to 5 years, depending on the circumstances. This will send a clear message to everyone in Canada that coercing a woman into ending her pregnancy when she's chosen to remain pregnant won't be tolerated. Knowledge is power, and such clarity will empower women with the knowledge of their rights. As a result, coercive behavior towards pregnant women should decrease in the future, and hopefully tragedies similar to what happened to Roxanne will be averted. When coercive behavior does occur, women will be empowered to take legal action before the coercion escalates to more serious forms of violence. Opponents of this bill have said that it would criminalize those who provide counseling to pregnant women. This is entirely false. Any discussion of the various pregnancy options in a non-threatening manner is perfectly legitimate. For added clarity, there is an exemption in Section 3 of the bill for speech related to lawful pregnancy options and any speech that is protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Opponents have also indicated concern about the use of the word child in Section 3 as it pertains to the unborn. However, the Criminal Code's language concerning a preborn baby currently uses only the word child. And in the interests of simplicity, there is no reason to add a new word. The member from Halifax has suggested she would prefer using the word fetus. Although that term is currently not used in the Criminal Code, an amendment to introduce that term and use it instead of child could easily be made at committee. And this change would not alter the intent of Roxanne's law and would likely be accepted as a friendly amendment. What does the international and legal community say about coerced abortion? At the International Conference on Population and Development, the international community agreed in paragraph 8.25 of the ICPD Program of Action that, quote, coerced abortion is explicitly recognized as a violation of basic rights and freedoms. Canada's Immigration and Refugee Board has strongly condemned coerced abortion. In a 2004 case, a Chinese woman who had been involved in carrying out China's so-called family planning policies was claiming refugee status in Canada. Thomas H. Kemsley, who wrote the decision, referred to forced or coerced abortion as a crime against humanity, an act of barbarous cruelty that shocks the conscience and contrary to human dignity. Forced abortion was considered to include situations when a woman agrees to an abortion after extreme, unrelenting psychological pressure and threats. Because of her involvement in forcing and coercing women in China to end their pregnancies, this woman was found to have committed crimes against humanity, and her claim for refugee status in Canada was thus denied. Not only do we deny refugee status to those who have committed forced or coerced abortions abroad, but we also protect refugee claimants who are targets of such coercive policies. The Refugee Protection Division of Canada's Immigration and Refugee Board has granted protection to women who fear being victims of China's one-child policy. For example, one claimant would become pregnant a second time in violation of that country's one-child policy, was arrested when she was 8 months pregnant, and forced to end her pregnancy. The Refugee Division found that she had been persecuted by being forced to have an abortion, and there was more than a mere possibility that she would suffer either another procedure or forced sterilization or both if she returned to China. Clearly, then, we know that when justice and compassion demands this, it is given to our refugee claimants. It is now time we act justly and compassionately when it comes to women who face coerced abortion right here in Canada. It is now time to give Canadian women legal protection against the same coercive behavior we condemn at refugee hearings and use as a basis for granting or denying refugee status. It's now time for Roxanne's Law. Roxanne's Law will help vulnerable women to safely continue a wanted pregnancy by acting as a deterrent to coercive behavior. Roxanne's Law will empower women to press charges should someone attempt to coerce them into ending their pregnancy. Bill C-510 will become a new tool in the fight against domestic abuse. We cannot continue to ignore the dangerous situations many pregnant women find themselves in when they choose to continue a pregnancy. When a pregnant woman is faced with intense and repeated pressure to have an abortion against her will, her ability to bring her wanted child safely to term is threatened. No one has a right to threaten or intimidate or badger a woman into ending her pregnancy just because that person thinks her child is an unwanted burden. No pregnant woman should ever have to choose between protecting herself and protecting her baby. I'd like to repeat that. No pregnant woman should ever have to choose between protecting herself and protecting her baby. A compassionate society like Canada cannot abandon a woman who is already dealing with the many challenges of pregnancy when she's facing such intense threats and coercion. Surely we have an obligation to give a woman the best chance possible to bring her wanted child safely to term. Bill C-510 will provide explicit protection so that a mother can make it safely through the pregnancy and fulfill every parent's greatest wish to have a healthy child. Our own Supreme Court of Canada has emphasized this obligation and recognized the value of pregnancy in Dobson versus Dobson. Quote, "Pregnancy represents not only the hope of future generations, but also the continuation of our species. It is difficult to imagine a human condition that is more important to society." End quote. Abortion is obviously a very emotional issue that divides Canadians. There are intelligent and passionate women and men on each side, and this bill does not judge either side. I hope that no matter how each of us feels about this issue, that we can join together to protect women who are being threatened and intimidated into having abortions they don't want. For Roxanne's sake and for the many women who suffer from this form of abuse, I hope that we can look past the rhetoric and provide them with some much-needed protection. A few weeks ago, I spoke at a banquet in Winnipeg at the Radisson Hotel. As I often do these days, I told the story of Roxanne Fernando. After I sat back down in my seat, all of the staff in the room were welling up with emotion, and a few of them came up to me and told me that Roxanne had been serving in that very room just a few years ago. And these were her co-workers and friends. This was a stark reminder of how connected this person was to my home community, and how important it is to remember Roxanne for her bravery. I ask my fellow members of Parliament to honor the memory of Roxanne Fernando and to stand up for pregnant women and to vote in favor of Bill C-510 at second reading. Roxanne Fernando is a Canadian hero. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to express my appreciation to my colleague, to the member, for his courage in bringing this bill forward. I think it's a necessary bill. I was actually, surprised to see how strong the international community feels about coerced abortion in terms of pressure that can be put on by the state and intimidation and threats. And I'm just wondering if you would talk a little bit more this afternoon, or this morning, I guess, about whether there should be a distinction made between state coercion and personal coercion in this issue.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would agree that the focus of this bill is primarily on domestic abuse and of course, personal coercion. There are, though, other countries in the world that have laws such as what is being proposed, including 3 in Europe. Those countries are France, Italy, and Germany, and they have passed laws that make it an offense to coerce a woman into ending her pregnancy.
Questions and comments? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm having a very hard time standing in this House today to debate this bill. I'm really astonished to have to rise and debate a bill which comes down to a debate on abortion. No matter what my colleague, the member for Winnipeg South, says, no matter what he's trying to get us to believe, this debate, and his leader says it himself because he was very angry the day this bill was tabled. He was so angry that he said he would refuse to vote for this bill, even though his delegate, Mr. Dimitri Soudis, said that the leader of the government would refuse to vote for this bill. So I want to know why the member for Winnipeg South continues to want to debate this bill. And I wonder why this member continues to have so much support within his party, because even the leader of his government refuses to vote for this bill. Mr. Speaker, we can put a bill into whatever shape we want. We can try to manipulate the public, but a bill that would restrain access to free choice is something that would limit free choice. And this debate we've had this debate, and it's over, Mr. Speaker. We don't have to re-debate this subject. It was clear when we debated maternal health. There again, the member for Winnipeg South was very clear. He said, and I quote, "This year we've made some small steps forward, and next year we will continue." And that's what he is trying to do with this bill. That's what he's trying to do. He said it. He said it before this Parliament. And we won't be taken in. The women of Quebec and Canada, the public of Quebec and Canada, are not fools. We know what's going on. We have understood his allusions, his references. He's taken some small steps this year in convincing his government to not allow women in developing countries to have access to complete services, to complete family planning services. And we know very well that thousands of women every year die because they don't have access to abortion services, to clean and accessible abortion services. And he said that he had succeeded in taking some small steps. This is odious, Mr. Speaker, and he will continue trying to take steps forward with this bill and in trying to manipulate people and bringing this bill again, in naming a bill after a person, and this he seems to want to hope to move people. Now, I am very moved by the story of Roxanne, but the reason he gave this is not the real reason of her death. And Roxanne's murderer and the Crown Attorney and everyone else said this. This was not the real reason why Roxanne died. So he should stop lying. Are they going to stop manipulating the public and trying to make us believe things that are false? Will he continue manipulating the public, trying to make people believe things that aren't true? Mr. Speaker, this makes no sense whatsoever. It's been 6.5 years I've been here, and 6.5 years that every year 1, 2, 3 members table bills to try to limit women's access to free choice.
They won't succeed. They won't succeed, Mr. Speaker, because we will not give up. We will not renounce our rights. And anyone who says that the women of this country don't have the right to get angry, Mr. Speaker, sometimes getting angry is legitimate. And this time, in this case, it is legitimate for me to get angry, because when men try to decide what is right for us, I would say to them that it is legitimate for me to get angry, because no one has the right to decide in my stead what is right for me. Mr. Speaker, once again, this government is trying to push through bills. But, Mr. Speaker, the pro-life movement, I was so angry this weekend, Mr. Speaker. The pro-life movement tried to set up groups in different cities and towns of Quebec and Canada, groups that are there ostensibly to help women who are in trouble, who don't know which decision to make. And these groups are supposedly there to help women who have difficult decisions to make, and supposedly they're there to be objective. And yet, they tell these women all kinds of crazy stories. They tell them that if they get an abortion, that the fetuses will be used for pharmaceutical experiments to make lipstick, that the fetuses, the aborted fetuses, will be used for all kinds of things, and none of it is true, Mr. Speaker. And those groups are often funded by people that we know. They're supported, Mr. Speaker, very often by the members of the pro-life section of that government over there. And, Mr. Speaker, I am ashamed to be a member of the Parliament, of a Parliament in which pro-life groups support companies that shamelessly tell falsehoods to people who need help, to women who need help. And this bill will isolate young women, will marginalize them even more, young women who need to speak out, who need to be supported, who need advice. They need to be helped by people who understand them, by their parents, their friends, their spouses. Mr. Speaker, young women who are 15, 16, or 17 need support and care from their closest friends and relatives. And if those people provide bad advice, then what will they have to go through all their lives if they're given the wrong information? The rest of their life will be dreadful, will be dire, and I can't believe that there are members in this House who will stand to vote for this bill, Mr. Speaker. I can't believe it. And I hope that the members will stand up and vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-510 is no more than a thinly veiled attempt to criminalize abortion providers and promote an anti-choice agenda. This is the fourth time in 4 years that a Conservative backbench member of Parliament has introduced an anti-choice private member's bill that masquerades as legislation that will protect women. And in this case, the member belongs to the secretive Parliamentary Anti-Choice Caucus. Mr. Speaker, coercion is already illegal under the Criminal Code, Section 264.1, and abortion counsellors already screen for possible coercion in women seeking an abortion. I must also point out, Mr. Speaker, that though the member from Winnipeg South claims that Roxanne Fernando was murdered because she refused to have an abortion, the murderer himself, his lawyer, and the Crown prosecutor all agreed that this was not the motive. The judge who presided over the criminal trial wrote in his decision, please read it, the murder was apparently motivated by the defendant's irritation and panic that Ms. Fernando, who was carrying his baby, was insistent on having a relationship with him. I am extremely disappointed that this member would use the tragic murder of a young woman to push an anti-abortion agenda. Because, Mr. Speaker, what is quite clear is that this law would most likely be used against abortion providers and would have a chilling effect on women's access to abortion services. Women in Canada already face challenges when trying to access abortion services. Canadians for Choice released a report in 2007 which noted that abortion services are only available in 1 out of 6 hospitals in Canada and that these services are poorly dispersed across the country, being concentrated mostly in urban areas. Some provinces refuse to fund abortion services, leaving many women with no choice. If this bill is passed, it may restrict women's access to abortion even more by criminalizing abortion providers. The member from Winnipeg South is right on one point. Women do suffer abuse at the hands of their partners. Last week, Statistics Canada reported that women continue to be about 3 times more likely to be victims of spousal homicide than men. If the member from Winnipeg South was actually concerned about violence against women, he would urge his caucus and his Prime Minister to stop dismantling frameworks that address the systemic discrimination that women face. Since 2006, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has denied women access to justice by cancelling the Court Challenges program, shut down 12 of 16 regional offices of Status of Women Canada, cut 40% of Status of Women Canada's operating budget, removed question 33 from the census, the question that dealt with unpaid labour, denied funding for research and advocacy on women's equality issues, removed the term gender equality from policy language at DFATE. Little by little, the Harper Conservatives are dismantling frameworks set up to advance women's equality.
Order. I would remind this member that she's not to use the name of other members of this House in her speech. She ought to refer to them by their riding or by their constituency.
Because there are names. In 1991, a committee report entitled The War Against Women thoroughly studied the measures that the federal government should take to reduce the violence faced by women. If the member from Winnipeg South really does care about reducing violence against women, I would urge him to read this report and work towards implementing the recommendations. The report explains that the vulnerability of women to violence is integrally linked to the social, economic, and political inequities women experience as part of their daily lives. Inequities exacerbated by this government, of which the author of C-510 is a member. Tragically, violence against women has not substantially been reduced since that 1991 report. Women are far more likely to be killed by an intimate partner than men. Mr. Speaker, in 2009, 43% of female deaths were women killed by a male intimate or ex-intimate partner, whereas 4% of male deaths were at the hands of a female intimate or ex-intimate partner. And while all deaths are tragic, we must be determined to advance women's equality because that is the only way to reduce violence against women. Canada does not have a comprehensive long-term plan to address women's equality. The Conservative government offer only band-aid solutions to systemic problems. In truth, Mr. Speaker, this government is part of the systemic problem. Aboriginal women in Canada are 5 times more likely to die from violence than other women in the country. Nearly 600 Aboriginal women have gone missing or been murdered in the last 30 years. Yet the Government of Canada is only now indicating it will dispense the $10 million of funding to address this violence. And even at that, their plan is inadequate. There is no mention of important healing programs for families and individuals. Most of the funding is for policing. That is not what First Nations requested. They wish a comprehensive plan that includes support for the Aboriginal victims of violence and their families. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the women of this nation, we have the statistics, we have the studies, we have reports from expert panels, but what we do not have is the political will to implement the long-term solutions that will reduce the inequity between men and women. This government could introduce a national child care program, needed changes to maternity and paternal leave, provide adequate funding for legal aid, restore the Court Challenges program, help women with disabilities, implement real proactive pay equity, create a national housing program, and invest in programs that would address violence against women. They could do all of these things, Mr. Speaker, but that would require a real commitment for women, children, and families. Bill C-510 will do nothing to reduce violence against women, and like the other anti-choice private members' bills introduced by government backbenchers, it is a Trojan horse. When we examine Bill C-510 carefully, we see it defines abortion as causing the death of a child. Currently, under the law, a fetus does not become a person until born. This bill recognizes the fetus as a child and therefore a person with legal status. Such an initiative could have significant ramifications in a number of different areas of law and opens a Pandora's box in the abortion debate. In Canada, women have been guaranteed rights and equality under our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Persons do not gain legal status and rights in our society until after a live birth, as per the Criminal Code. Also, the Supreme Court has ruled that a woman and her fetus are considered physically one under the law, Dobson versus Dobson. If we give legal rights to a fetus, we must automatically remove some rights from women because it's impossible for two beings occupying the same body to enjoy full rights. If we try to balance rights, it means rights of one or both parties must be compromised, resulting in loss of rights. Legally speaking, it would be very difficult to justify compromising women's established rights in favor of the theoretical rights of a fetus. It is also of concern that Bill C-510 essentially contradicts the election promises of the Conservative Party. During the past elections, their platform stated, and I quote, "A Conservative government will not initiate or support any legislation to regulate abortion." Bill C-510 does just that. It initiates legislation that will effectively regulate abortion in Canada by changing the definition of the legal status of a fetus. It opens the door to making abortion illegal. Canadian women fought long and hard for the right to safe legal abortions in Canada. Women have been forced to put their private lives under scrutiny in the courts in the fight for the right to choose. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to thank all the brave women, organizations, and abortion providers who fought for our right to choose. I urge all members of the House to recognize that this bill and recognize it for what it is, an underhanded attack on women's choice. I urge all members to vote for it, or vote against it. And if we are sincerely, Mr. Speaker, to honor Roxanne's memory, we will end violence against women. We will not tolerate the sham that's been perpetrated against the women of this country.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to this debate on second reading of Bill C-510, a bill to amend the Criminal Code of Coercion called Roxanne's Law. This bill was tabled by the member for Winnipeg South, further to a tragedy that occurred in his riding in February 2007. Under this bill, it seeks to amend the Criminal Code to create two new offenses. Coercion, which would be subject to a 5-year sentence, or 18 years of imprisonment on a summary conviction. And to seek to coerce a woman into abortion would be punishable by a maximum sentence of 2 years of imprisonment on a declaration of summary conviction, or another one by summary conviction. This bill defines a number of expressions, including coercion, behavior. Coercive behavior includes the following: to threaten or to hurt a family or the mother carrying the fetus, to withdraw or threaten to withdraw financial support that the person who conducts such behavior must sustain under the law, seek to coerce by harassment or by using rancorous badgering. However, freedom of speech that is guaranteed under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is exempted. However, this bill does not include the expression of other forms such as coercion through expression or harsling through rancorous badgering, which are new under this bill. This bill provides for an exemption for any physician who recommends that a woman undergo an abortion for physical health reasons. Last, the bill includes a provision, a very unusual provision, concerning dissociation, which states that if a provision of this law is deemed inapplicable, it must be interpreted so as to respect as much as possible the intent of the legislator, or if that is not possible, it must be dissociated from the bill. This is an unusual provision. Bill C-510 seeks to criminalize any behavior that is already forbidden under the criminal code and other bills. Through offenses such as assault under Section 265 of the Criminal Code, any threats made, and intimidation under Section 423. It also seeks to forbid interpersonal behavior, which is outside the traditional domain of criminal law, such as nonviolent conflict between spouses or relatives and their children in a case where one of the parties is not in favor of the continuation of the pregnancy and is seeking abortion. So we are talking about nonviolent conflict. The offenses proposed may be difficult to interpret and be subject to court challenges, to charter challenges, because certain expressions are vague and undefined, such as the exertion of pressure and harassment through rancorous badgering. These are very new expressions, and this freedom of expression guaranteed by the Charter, and unusual provisions regarding dissociation, which hampers the ability of courts to hand down recommendations. So there are major legal difficulties for these reasons and for other legal reasons, and I will not be able to support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say that I am pleased to participate in this debate because I believed that all the debate on abortion had already ended. I have received a number of letters from Canadians across the country concerning this bill, and instead of giving a speech, I will simply tell you some of the answers that I sent to certain requests and letters. Most people were against this bill, but some people were in favor of it.
Thank you for your recent letter on the topic of Bill C-510, an act to amend the Criminal Code, coercion, also known as Roxanne's Law. This private member's bill is a clear attempt to reintroduce an unwanted debate on abortion in the House of Commons. As such, I will not be supporting it at second reading, and I will not be recommending to my caucus members to support it at second reading. In fact, I will be strongly urging them not to support this bill at second reading. The Prime Minister's office, as we've already heard, has already indicated, after some delay I might add, that it does not support this legislation. It is important to note that the remedies proposed by the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg South, whose bill this is, are wholly redundant, as existing sections of the Criminal Code already apply to cases of coerced abortion. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, these are the provisions of uttering threats, assault, and extortion. If we look at Section 264.1, subparagraph 1, concerning uttering threats, you can see that the Criminal Code stipulates that everyone who commits an offense who, in any manner, knowingly utters, conveys, or causes any person to receive a threat, A, to cause death or bodily harm to any person, B, to burn, destroy, or damage real or personal property, or C, to kill, poison, or injure an animal or bird that is the property of any person. So if we look at the first paragraph, 1B, we can see that it is already covered. If we look at the provisions on extortion, the Criminal Code sends us to Section 265.1, a person who commits an assault when without the consent of another person, he applies force intentionally to that other person, directly or indirectly. B, he attempts or threatens by an act or a gesture to apply force to another person if he has or causes that other person to believe on reasonable grounds that he has present ability to effect his purpose. Or C, while openly wearing or carrying a weapon or an imitation thereof, he accosts or impedes another person or begs. And finally, Section 346.1 of the Code stipulates that everyone commits extortion who, without reasonable justification or excuse, and with intent to obtain anything by threats, accusations, menaces, or violence, induces or attempts to induce any person, whether or not he is the person threatened, accused, or menaced, or to whom violence is shown, to do anything or cause anything to be done. In conclusion, I will say that we should also note that the provisions for sentencing under C-510, a maximum of 5 years for an indictable offense, are either equal to or less than the equivalent for sentencing under the sections mentioned above. Aggravated assault, for example, carries a sentence of up to 14 years for an indictable offense. Sincerely, the Honorable Marlene Jennings. I sign my name at the bottom of that letter. So, Mr. Speaker, we can see very well that the provisions of the Criminal Code concerning uttering threats, assault, and extortion very well cover the situation that this bill is intended to target. So we do not need this bill in order to protect women who become pregnant and who are suffering and experiencing pressure or suffering from assaults from a partner, from the child of the father, or any other person to coerce them to go and have an abortion against their will, or to not have an abortion as well against their own free will. We have already had decisions from the Supreme Court of Canada in one case, which was very well known in Quebec at least, where a woman indeed wanted to have an abortion and her partner at the time attempted to prevent that while using the courts, or through the use of the courts, and the court clearly stated that he had no right to do so, as no person has any right through using threats,
assault or extortion to force a woman to do what she does not want to do, whether or not it is to have an abortion or to not have an abortion. Therefore, I believe that the member for Winnipeg South had perhaps the best of intentions, but perhaps he didn't thoroughly read the criminal code. If this is work that we need to do with our police services if there are complaints that are received, so that they can properly implement the provisions that are already at their disposal in the criminal code, and that education and public awareness be worked on so that women be fully aware of their rights. And they should know that there is a criminal code that already protects them from uttering threats, assault, and extortion, or the threat of assault when they have a decision to take. So, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude with those remarks. And I have no doubt that the member for Winnipeg South had the very best of intentions, but his bill is redundant, given that the provisions of the criminal code already address the situation that he is attempting to address through this bill. Thank you.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising to speak on Bill C-510, an act to amend the criminal code, coercion. And it is with some distress that I'm rising to speak on this particular bill. What many women who have fought long and hard for women's right to choose are feeling like is that this is a backdoor way of opening the debate on women's right to choose in this country. And that is a debate that over the years people have agreed that we will not open in our House of Parliament. And part of the reason that women are so distressed and angry about the private members' bill that is before us today is that they see this as an undermining of equality for women in this country. And I want to acknowledge the member from London Fanshawe who so ably outlined the fact that over this last 5 years we've continued to see the erosion of supports for women, whether it's court challenge programs or universal, affordable, accessible, quality, regulated childcare, or any of the number of other programs that are simply not available for women. And I want to just talk briefly on a definition of equality that the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada has put forward. And I think this definition speaks to why women are feeling like their rights, their right to equality is being undermined. The definition of equality, it says, to achieve equality, all women must have the right to decide for themselves whether and when they will bear children and how many. Without control of their fertility, women cannot have autonomy over their lives and cannot play a full and equal role in society. Now, Mr. Speaker, that right to this equality, this right to autonomy, is both women's right to choose to have children and women's right to choose not to have children. And in both circumstances, we would look to the state to provide the tools and resources to support women in whatever that decision is. So when we're talking about women's right to choose to have an abortion, there needs to be health care provided. There needs to be the tools and resources to help her in making that decision and to support her in making that decision. And on the other hand, when it's women's right to choose to bear a child, there needs to be the supports in place for her to have that child. And again, some of it's health care, but a lot of it is pay equity. The woman from London Fanshawe talked about pay equity. Women need to have the right to earn a living that is equal to men. Women need to have the right, and I say the right to child care. Not $100 a month, but a right to child care so that they can raise their children and their children can become contributing members of society. And so there are rights and responsibilities on both sides of this argument. And what we see when we have this opening of this painful debate, using a circumstance that was absolutely tragic, But that's not the debate we should be having here in this House about coercion. Other members have ably outlined that the criminal code already covers what would be deemed as coercive behavior And one of the members opposite outlined the fact that he has some grave concerns about whether or not this bill as it stands could even be, would not even be subject to court challenges. I just want to put this in a little bit of historical context. Again, the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada has outlined Canada's legal situation. And they say Canada first liberalized its criminal abortion law in 1969, allowing it to be performed in hospitals with the approval of a therapeutic abortion committee. But the law resulted in unequal access for women, so the Canadian Supreme Court threw out the entire law in 1988. Although the Canadian legislature soon tried to recriminalize abortion, the bill failed to pass. Governments have said repeatedly over the years that they do not intend to re-legislate against abortion. This leaves Canada as the only democratic, industrialized nation in the world with no laws restricting abortion. Only 2 other countries have no laws, China and North Korea. Yet Canada has a relatively low rate of abortion compared to other industrialized countries, and one of the lowest rates of abortion-related complications and maternal mortality in the world. Over 90% of abortions are performed before 12 weeks gestation and 98% before 16 weeks. These statistics prove that no laws are needed to regulate or reduce abortions, and that women and doctors can be trusted to exercise the right responsibly. And that's an important aspect of this, Mr. Speaker, that women and doctors can be trusted to exercise their rights responsibly. That's been an important underpinning of women's right to safe abortion in this country. The Supreme Court justices grounded the right to abortion in Canada's Constitution, where the primary protection cited was women's right to security of the person. And they go on to say that women's equality rights are enshrined in the Canadian Constitution. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that's a very important aspect whenever we raise the issue around women's right to choose. And it's clearly outlined that there are equality rights that are enshrined in our Constitution that guarantee that women have this right. And that's been upheld in Canadian courts. Now, I want to turn to the bill before us, 510. And, you know, it's been argued that, you know, this is an important way to protect women and to protect their rights, and that is why we should support that. And that simply doesn't pan out when you start examining the bill. Again, the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada on April 19th put out a press release that said it's wrong to pressure women into an abortion. I think we would all acknowledge that. None of us would say it's the right thing to do to pressure women into abortion. They go on to say in their release, but this does not occur on the grand scale often claimed by anti-choice propagandists. It mostly stems from situations of domestic abuse. Arthur pointed to a recent U.S. study that examined reproductive control of women by abusive male partners. Some were pressured to have an abortion, but women also reported that their partners prevented them from obtaining or using birth control, threatened them with pregnancy, or forced unprotected sex on them. If they became pregnant and wanted an abortion, some partners threatened or pressured them to carry to term. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we really want to talk about protecting women, what we would do is make sure that women have access to things like transition houses. Women have access to income equality so that they could get out from abusive relationships. We would look at many other aspects to protect women who are subject to domestic violence, so that we don't have the kinds of tragic situations where women are forced to stay in relationships because they simply do not see any other way out, or there are no safe houses for them to go to. And we know that's true in many, many communities. The member from London Fanshawe mentioned the murdered and missing Aboriginal women, and we saw an announcement on Friday that is heavy on enforcement and very light on protecting women before they go murdered or missing. And yes, we acknowledge it's important to have the database and some other resources in place once women go missing. But what are we doing to protect them before they go missing? Where are the resources for them in their communities so that they have some place to go when they're unsafe? So I just want to touch on a couple of other reasons because I know I'm going to run out of time here. In that same press release, the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada said other reasons why Bill C-510 is not needed or a suspect. Firstly, the bill is mostly redundant because threats and illegal acts are already illegal under the criminal code, and a number of people have already touched on this. Uttering threats is well outlined in the criminal code, and people can already be charged under that aspect of the criminal code. Counselors already screen for possible coercion in women seeking abortion. Abortion clinics do not perform abortions on women who are conflicted or being coerced. That's already in place. That protection is already in place. The bill patronizes women by implying they are frequently coerced into abortion, but the vast majority of women make their own decision to have an abortion and take responsibility for it. If the intent is to really protect women from abusive partners, we need better solutions than this bill. Women's safety and security is best assured by helping them win equality and autonomy. I talked about pay equity, affordable childcare, legal aid, and other programs. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, but I would urge all members in this House to vote against Bill C-510 and work towards other measures that actually protect women's equality in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Biggar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask that you would just allow me to reflect for a moment. I remember when I became pregnant for the first time, my husband and I were thrilled that our hopes and dreams of raising a family together would soon become a reality. I was so thankful that I had a loving and supportive husband to accompany me on this journey to motherhood. As any woman anticipating the birth of her child will tell you, this unique experience of pregnancy is exciting and scary, exhilarating and emotional, filled with many ups and downs. With all the changes and challenges, hopes and fears that pregnancy and expectant parenthood can bring, pregnant women need much support. I can't imagine the loneliness and rejection a vulnerable young woman must feel when those closest to her, like a boyfriend, a husband, a mother or father, would not be there to support her decision to have a baby, and who would, even worse, actually threaten and intimidate and pressure her into terminating the pregnancy she wants to bring to term. As soon as I realized I was pregnant, I began bonding with my baby. I can't describe what that feels like. Only the pregnant woman who is carrying that baby, fetus, child, whatever you want to call it, inside her womb can know exactly what it means, what it feels like to be the sole source of sustenance for this tiny human who is totally dependent on her for survival. Whether or not the pregnancy is planned, who has the right to tell that woman that what she is carrying inside of her is a burden and must be disposed of? Who has the right to coerce her against her will into ending her pregnancy, thereby ending her chance to give birth to her baby? No one has that right. No one. That's why we need Roxanne's Law. We need to protect pregnant women, especially when they are at their most vulnerable, from being coerced into having abortions they don't want. It is well documented how women can suffer tremendously after having a miscarriage. When a woman loses a wanted pregnancy, she can experience intense feelings of sadness, anger, and guilt for not having been able to keep her unborn child safe. Many people can't fully comprehend the extent of the grief a woman suffers after a miscarriage because they don't understand the bond that has already begun to develop between her and her unborn child. I can imagine that a woman who has been forced to have an abortion against her will would suffer at least as much, and perhaps more, because the loss would not be accidental. Instead, the loss results from a cruel and deliberate exploitation of her vulnerability by someone she should be able to trust and depend on the most. The research shows that when women feel pressured into having abortions, they are at increased risk of suffering negative psychological outcomes. A 2005 study published in General Hospital Psychiatry found that male pressure on women to abort was significantly associated with negative abortion-related emotions in the 2 years following an abortion. And a 2004 study in the Medical Science Monitor found that pressure to abort was predictive of adverse psychological adjustment following the abortion experience. Some people have said we don't need such a law because coercion doesn't happen. In many cases, women do freely choose their abortions. But we also know from anecdotal evidence that other women are definitely coerced. When enacted into law, Bill C-510 will send a clear message that coercing a woman to end her pregnancy against her will is wrong. It will send a clear message to women that the law is there to protect them, so that if someone does attempt to coerce her to have an abortion she doesn't want, she can press charges before it is too late for her and her baby. When Roxanne's Law comes to a vote next month, I'll stand up for pregnant women and for motherhood. I'll remember Roxanne and be grateful for the small part I have played to bring some good out of her tragedy. Thank you very much.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The honourable member for Saskatoon Rosemount Bigger will have 5 minutes when the House returns to this matter. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate on C-47, Sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery Act.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-47, the Sustaining Canada's Economy Recovery Act. Mr. Speaker, when reading reports or listening to speeches on economic issues, it is often possible to be overwhelmed by numbers, statistics, and projections. However, beyond these figures and complications, tables are human stories of Canadians simply trying to build better lives for themselves, their families, and their communities in times that are increasingly less certain. As we all know, seniors across Canada face some of the most pressing challenges in terms of maintaining a decent standard of living for themselves. Upon retirement, the vast majority of Canadian seniors see a significant reduction in their income. Whether they have managed to purchase their own home or not, the expenses they face can appear daunting to them as they enter their retirement years. And indeed, these expenses are significant to those on fixed incomes. These expenses include electricity, gas, food, home maintenance, property taxes on their homes, transportation costs, health costs, like prescription and assistance devices, and the list goes on. Unfortunately, all of these expenses are increasing as time passes, while income, particularly retirement income, simply do not keep pace. It is for this reason that we as a society must recognize that our population is aging and that many of our seniors find it difficult to make ends meet. This challenge will only become more acute in the coming years. While public policy encourages Canadians to save for retirement, it is widely recognized that only 1 in 5 Canadians has an employment-based retirement pension plan. It is a simple fact that most Canadians without an employment-based pension plan have little left over to save for retirement. While others may save independently, many Canadians are relying on the Canada Pension Plan to support them in retirement, and these payments are simply not enough to maintain a reasonable standard of living. These are some of the challenges for seniors in Canada. We as a society must recognize that we have an obligation to consider fully the unique challenges facing Canadian seniors. We have an obligation to consider the kinds of programs and initiatives that will ensure that those who have worked hard all of their lives can live a decent and meaningful life when they retire. We need to have serious discussions in this country about the public policy considerations like reducing property taxes for seniors or rebating these payments through tax policy, increasing assistance for those who need prescription medications or specialized in-home medical care, and proper community support systems that are adequately funded to mention only a few areas of concern. We owe it to seniors in this country to ensure that they can enjoy their hard-earned retirement years. Similarly, many young families in this country are struggling in a way that should not be the case in a prosperous country like Canada. It is shocking and intolerable that according to a 2008 report, 1 in 9 Canadian children lives in poverty. That is 1 million children who must contend each day with the terrible reality of poverty. These are working families where at the end of the month there is simply not enough money to cover all of the expenses. It is this kind of poverty that is vicious in that it is circular in nature. It traps people in a cycle of poverty that in most cases is difficult to escape. Recently, the Senate of Canada released its report on poverty called In From the Margins, a Call to Action on Poverty, Housing and Homelessness. The report contains 74 recommendations that should be considered. Among these was a call to increase the guaranteed income supplement for seniors, a national affordable housing program, and making the stability tax credit refundable. It is these kinds of public policy initiatives that we must consider. I would remind members of this House that it was the previous Liberal government under Prime Minister Paul Martin that began to invest in affordable housing for the first time in a generation. It was this party that also in the last general election had a specific plan to address poverty in Canada in general and child poverty in particular. Young people in this country require increasingly specialized level of education if they have any chance at all of competing in the rapidly changing global marketplace. It is only the fortunate few who through family or other means have the resources to fully cover the cost of their education. For most students, the reality is working as they move through most post-secondary institutions and also assuming large student loan debts which will hound them for years to come. I maintain it is incumbent upon us as a society to have serious debates about what is that we can do to address the issues facing young people who are increasingly leaving school with unmanageable debt loads, assume simply that they could attain an education. It is in the best interest not only of the students who graduate that they attend school and become as competitive in the world marketplace as they possibly can, it is also in the best interest of our country itself. The future belongs to our young people, and we need to do all that we can to position them well as they enter their working lives. Doing so with burden of enormous debt is not the way to achieve this goal. We must look at ways to making post-secondary education more affordable and less burdensome upon graduation. The reality today is that, unfortunately, the opposite is happening. Universities and colleges are facing ever-increasing fiscal pressures, and as a result, are charging higher fees. Students, even those who are fortunate enough to find work during their student years, are having to borrow more to cover the cost of an education. We need, as a society, to lessen this burden and to adequately fund our post-secondary and indeed secondary and elementary schools to a level that they need and deserve. There is an infrastructure deficit in this country that several years ago began to receive the attention it deserves under the previous Liberal government. The global economic meltdown in 2008 forced many of these reports from the front pages. However, if we are to remain competitive and also to sustain healthy cities and communities, we must have a plan of action that is well-funded to repair, replace, and sustain infrastructure across this country. It is simply not reasonable to suggest that we can remain competitive when our infrastructure is aging and in disrepair. Indeed, in my home city of Toronto, there are sewage systems that are over 100 years old and that are clearly in need of replacement. This story is repeated across the country. We need, as the previous Liberal government had begun to do, to start addressing the infrastructure needs of Canada's cities and communities. I recognize that in a hue and cry about fiscal realities, the inevitable question is, how does one pay for the kinds of programs and initiatives mentioned in my remarks today? It is, in my opinion, about priorities and putting in place the kinds of public policies we need to get the job done. How can it be that the government can find $1 billion to cover the cost of a 72-hour meeting in Toronto and Huntsville, which produced questionable results, and yet when it comes to poverty, the cry is there is no money to be found? $1 billion would have done a long way in helping to address poverty in this country and would be better spent in this way than a photo ops and closed-door meetings. Similarly, the government maintains that there is no money to fund students or address the needs of seniors and young families. Yet they continue on a program of corporate tax cuts in the billions of dollars. Canada's economy is competitive. corporations are effectively competing on the world stage. We must do better to cancel billions of dollars in tax cuts for these large corporations and instead channel this money into areas that I have referred to in these remarks. We need to be building schools and hospitals with this money, not corporate office towers. We need to be helping young people to go to school, not world leaders going to meetings of dubious values at $1 billion conference. The reality is that we must adopt public policies that help Canadians and their families to live their lives they deserve. We can be prosperous and prudent, compassionate, responsible. We can also be progressive and sensible. This is how we build a nation in which all have the opportunity to excel, and in so doing help to create what continues to be the greatest country on earth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to compliment the member from Davenport for making an effort to try to put on the table a discussion about a vision that the country ought to have through the House of Commons. I think what he refrained from doing, though, is that when he's looking at Bill C-47, is he didn't find, I'm sure he didn't find, because I went through it, I'm sure he didn't find that macro picture that the government says that it would like to address. It's almost like another little chihuahua piece of legislation. Lots of bark, but very little bite. But here's where the bite is. And I'd like the member from Davenport to address this, if he might. Because there are some very light issues about what the government tries to do in order to maintain the sustainability of the recovery. And yet, in part two, what the government's really doing is going to be asking this House for the authority to impose a $3.2 billion tax on air travelers as part of this package. Now, one wonders whether, in fact, you maintain the sustainability of an economic recovery by hiding taxes in a piece of legislation that's designed or allegedly designed to do something more. So is this another one of those cases where it's sound bite legislation, lots of sound and no bite?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague as well for that question. I think him and I would probably agree that we are concerned about what's in legislation, but we're also concerned about what's missing from this legislation. And what I talked about was the fact that what I felt was missing was the whole idea that we are as society and as legislators are responsible also for the social building block of this country. And what I see is that is being slowly being eroded and being dismantled, and we're not putting enough into our infrastructure, both social and also our physical infrastructure. And I am very much concerned that the direction that we're going and where we're spending, where our priorities seem to be lie, is not the right priorities. We want to make sure that we are investing in our communities, we're investing in our social infrastructure, and that we don't also start to look at rechanging some of the policies and directions, because we have an aging population, we have crumbling infrastructures, we have cities in needs, we have problems of youth unemployment, but are they being addressed? And my concern is that they're unfortunately not being addressed in this budget.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Liberals' newfound conversion to our cause, which has been for a very long time, to scale back corporate tax cuts so that we could invest in the real priorities of Canadians. But I have to say, it is a bit of a deathbed conversion that we're seeing here. The corporate tax cuts didn't just start under the current Conservative government. In fact, they were started and expanded under previous Liberal governments. Now we find ourselves in a situation where the current government is borrowing $20 billion to fund its additional corporate tax cuts, when we already know that our corporate tax rates are much, much lower than those of our nearest competitors south of the border. And the Liberal Party, in fact, supported all of those tax cuts and the budgets in which we found them, either by voting with the Conservatives to keep them in power or by abstaining and therefore, in essence, still allowing those policies to pass. And I wonder whether the member could comment on how long this conversion will last, only until the next election, and then they'll reverse themselves yet again. How can Canadians have faith that the Liberal Party has now actually truly agreed that corporate tax cuts need to be cut and the shift of the tax burden has to move away from individuals to corporations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's been no conversion because we don't see politics as a religion, nor are we concerned about ideology. We're much more concerned about getting things done for Canadians. And we have to look at things also in a practical way. When the economy is healthy, when things are growing, when we think we could afford a tax cut, we'll have to put a tax cut into place. When things are different, and the scenario presents before us is a different scenario where there's going to be incredible need as well for Canadians, then we have to invest in those social infrastructures. So it's not a question of being conversion to one ideology to another, because we don't believe in conversions of ideology. We believe it's practical getting things done for Canadians, and when is the right time to do things. And what we've been doing always is in a practical, meaningful way. And I think that is the direction that I'd like to see us going as a country. And I think still the vast majority of the people who are in the middle actually believe that is the best way to move forward in the country, not an ideological way, both from the right or the left.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take the Finance Minister on a little trip down memory lane in December 2008. After a rather mean-spirited budget before the Finance Minister, he invited the opposition members to come forward some issues from their ridings. Well, Mr. Speaker, I asked and I made some submissions. I talked to my constituents, and we come up with some constituents, and we give a summation to the Finance Minister in January of 2009, and it was quite a list there. And the sad part is most of it was not taken care of over the last 2 years. There was some things that were done, and it was because of the Auditor General. And when I look at the Marine Atlantic issue, she brought it forward in her report on how Marine Atlantic definitely needed more money on infrastructure. When you look at the importance of Marine Atlantic, it's since Newfoundland and Labrador joined Confederation, it was part of the Confederation deal that it would be maintained, that goods and services would be able to travel freely across the strait there to Newfoundland and from Port au Pass and Argentia back to North Sydney. Well, the last few years have been really desperate amount of infrastructure that went into terminals and into the vessels. But the Auditor General noticed this, and yes, there was some money put forward to Marine Atlantic, so I have to give credit where it's due on that one. But when you look at the page, you look in this action plan, they call it, and when you look on page 18, and they talk about the $62 billion, $62 billion over 16,000 projects and 12,000 already completed. Well, it's kind of shocking when you look at what hasn't been done in Cape Breton. We have, as I brought it up in the House here just Friday, I had a question to the Prime Minister about the public building that should have been in Ingonish, $10 million building. Same what it's spent by the Prime Minister on his promotion budget, but anyway, the building in Ingonish would house Parks Canada, DFO, and the RCMP. It was well put together by Public Works. It was an efficient building. It was an environmentally friendly building, but they took it off the table, and it should have been in this one of those 16,000 projects. It was a win-win for those three departments that are so important for up in northern Cape Breton. We also had, in northern Cape Breton, we had the Cape North Arena that should have been in on that project. And we have projects right across. I think the biggest project, that the most homework done was done by the community, and the province of Nova Scotia has put their money in, and even the municipality of Cape Breton, CBRM, they came forward with $2 million, and it's a fairly poor municipality when you think of how they're trying to make ends meet. But they put this money together for the dredging of Sydney Harbour. And I have asked this question many times in this House. It was part of the submission that was given to the Finance Minister at that time, that this was the #1 priority for Cape Breton. It's not that he didn't know about it. And so the stakeholders in this, and the municipality and the provinces all stepped up to the plate on this. But where is the federal government? Nowhere to be seen. Nowhere in this action plan. I don't know if the Prime Minister doesn't know where Cape Breton is. he should come down, because the whole Liberal caucus came down this summer and had a great time down there. But, you know, the Prime Minister should come down and do the thing, especially when you have all the stakeholders stepping up to the plate, and get this harbour dredged. It would mean so much for the future prosperity of Cape Breton. When you look right now, coal boats come in. The coal boats come in half filled because they can't come through the harbour. It needs to be dredged. We have a growing tourist industry on the cruise ships. It's up over 50% over the last few years. And of course, the dredging would open it to a container port. We have companies ready to step up to the plate, having a very modern container port in Sydney Harbour, but they need the dredging done. And that's what this government has to do, is step up to the plate and get it done. Another issue that was brought forward, and we were hoping to see it in the budget, was permanent employees at Citizen and Immigration. Right now, Citizen Immigration Department in Sydney, Cape Breton, do a lot of the processing for immigration. And what's happening now is you know, the immigrants, it's a steady flow coming in this country, so there's no shock to know how much work needs to be done in these files, but what they continue to do is lay off the employees there. Now, they laid them off again last year. The backlog in the immigration files started increasing again, and now they're hiring them back on. It's a total disruptive system that they have going here now, not only for the employees, but also for the immigration process. As many of the members here know, with people coming to their office and trying to get immigration applications processed. There's 160 jobs. The union and the representatives came here to the House, to the Immigration Committee. They showed their case. They showed how important it was. But what did they do? They didn't continue on, and that should have been right in the so-called budget. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm also a critic for the rural, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the rural issues that are not being taken care of here. The last year has been pretty rough on a lot of the farmers out west. It's a cold spring and a very wet fall, and I see my honourable colleague, the member from Malpak here, he went out and visited these farmers in Manitoba, and he had a hard time getting in the fields. There was a lot of water in the fields, and they're in rough shape. It's been a rough year. You can see what the numbers out there of crops that are being harvested. And you know, the colleagues from the Conservative Party, what do they bring to this House? What do they talk about? The long gun registry. It's all they talked about this fall. Why didn't they talk about the conditions that the farmers were facing and how we as a government, as a parliament, can help these farmers through their crises? But no, it wasn't brought up in this House. It took the member from Malpak to go out there and visit these fields and talk to these farmers. They want action, not only by your members, but they want action by the Prime Minister. And it's sad to see. It's sad to see, really, what's happening to our pork producers and our beef producers, and we don't see them stepping up to the plate. There's another issue here, too, is what's happening with the lobster fishermen. I have many small communities that that rely on the lobster industry. They had a very bad year last year. Not only the amount of fish they were catching, but also the prices. So, you know, we were kind of thinking that maybe the Conservatives were listening, and the Minister from Fisheries and Oceans got up with this policy. And my honourable colleague from Cardigan, he said, well, that's not enough money, and it's not going to be accessible to those fishers. Now, and he was right. And upon finding out later, most of these lobster fishers could not receive the money. And the little they received, it just didn't go nowhere. So it's a total failure, that program they had to help out those lobster fishermen. So you wonder, where is this money coming for rural Canada? We don't see it. We don't see it coming to the fishermen. We don't see it coming to the farmers. But you know what? They had another opportunity they could have did, and it's part of our platform, and it's to recognize the volunteer firefighters. And, you know, the work they do in these small communities right across Canada it's unbelievable. Sometimes they're the mainstay of a small community, and these young men and women many times are working on these for volunteer fire departments. They have to put all their courses into it. But we had a tax credit for them of $3,000, and that would have been a great opportunity to have this in this budget. It would have showed the respect. It would help to encourage, because they were the lifeline for these rural communities. So, as a critic for rural, I just can't believe how little was done on that side. And you know, there was so much opportunity could have been here. And when you look at the amount of money that was spent on signs and photo ops, building fake lakes, promotion of the Prime Minister's office. A lot of that money could have went into these small projects around this country. It could help farmers, fishermen, small communities, and we would have had something to show for itself. And what's going to happen now? We have a big deficit. If you would have seen the money going to the areas it should have went, but what we see now is a big deficit. When the previous Liberal governments, we had we're not only investing in communities, like we used to have the SCIF program. Just 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. We had a SCIF program which helped the small little communities. It was a good program for the small communities. It was a good program. You're darn right it was a good program. And when a small community would step up to the plate with some funds or with some volunteerism, this gift program kicked in. There was a program that could have really worked, and they didn't have to reinvent the wheel, and it didn't break the bank. And what we see is a lot of programs and a lot of initiatives that cost a lot of money. It didn't go where it should have went, and we definitely see it in Cape Breton. And I really suggest that the Prime Minister go there and stop playing politics with Cape Breton and get the projects done, especially the projects that are there from where the community steps up to the plate. Just get it done. That's right. Just get it done and get out there. And if you're going to do it fairly right across the country. Is that it, Mr. Speaker? So now I'll entertain questions from my honourable colleagues. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know my colleague will answer this question because it's an important one. When we look through the budget implementation bill, looking for the government's response to what Canadians have been demanding, which is better action on the environment, particularly dealing with climate change. There was a program, and it's rare for opposition to do this, but the government had continued, called the Eco Energy Program, which allowed Canadians to receive some support from the government to make their homes more efficient, to retrofit their homes. And we found that the take-up from consumers in particular, not so much on the business side, but on the individual consumer side, was excellent. That people were picking it up. And we heard from contractors across this country. We want to talk about stimulus spending. This was a good way to have stimulus into the economy, because these contractors who are often doing the renovations, buying the products, often locally, doing the work, obviously, at a local level, was a way to stimulate the economy. But instead we saw the government continue the outrageous support of the tar sands, and $2.some billion. I'm asking my honourable colleague, is this in any way a balanced response to the demand coming from Canadians to deal with environmental issues and to also help control their own costs in these very difficult times like home heating?
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
I'm glad the environment was brought up, and I like to, since we're talking about environment, how we've stepped up to the plate. There was two big environmental projects that had to be done in Cape Breton. One was the Sydney Tar Ponds. It was the worst site in Canada that had to be cleaned up. There was almost $400 million announced to our government to clean up that site. It's getting done now. We also had the coal mines, the former coal mines in Cape Breton that were getting cleaned up, and that was a big environmental issue. There's no doubt about it. The environment is still a big issue for Cape Breton because we have so many fishing communities, and we see time and again that as the tides are rising and the water's getting higher, we're having problems with our breakwaters and wharfs. But my honourable member mentioned this program. Well, it's a good program. It was a good program. It should have been continued for another year, and that was a program dealing with the improvement of making homes more efficient and that tax credit. And I'm ashamed that this government here took it and sent it away.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence. Short question, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague from Sydney Victoria two questions, very briefly. The first of them has to do with the constitutional obligation of the Government of Canada to Marine Atlantic and to the people of Sydney. And the second one has to do with a question from my colleague from Cape Breton Council and the obligation of the Government of Canada to maintain the efficiencies and the reputation of Canada through citizenship and immigration offices in Sydney. First of all, in terms of maintaining the culture of continued growth, as the member from Sydney Victoria asked me to attend in Marine Atlantic in my capacity as a transport critic at the time, we realize and we see that the government's not fulfilling its obligation. And I wonder whether he would address that issue, the constitutional obligations of government to do that. And second one, why the government of Canada would refuse to make the investments in a very large processing centre in Sydney so that we can eliminate that long 18-month waiting period before an application for citizenship gets considered.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Two very good questions, and many times my honourable colleague came to Cape Breton, and he's seen firsthand not only the importance of Marine Atlantic. When you go to the town of North Sydney, and you see the traffic and travellers that go back and forth, we rely on that service. It's critical. It's critical for Newfoundland and Labrador. It's critical for even the economy in Cape Breton, and you know for to neglect the investment in that piece of infrastructure is really going against the Constitution. And there's no acceptance, and we should not have the Auditor General happen to step up to the plate for us on this one. But the citizen immigration and Cape Breton, the processing center there is quite a success story. The people do a fantastic job. They process the applications quick enough. And what we seen when they were here on the committee, because you know there's not a lot of immigrants that come to Cape Breton, but there's a lot that go to Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, and every member in this chamber here should realize the importance of processing them in an efficient and speedy manner, and to keep these people on full time, because they're trained to do it and they can get the job done. So in Cape Breton, we can get the job done. These guys got to learn how to get the job done. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Politics is about choices. In fact, one classic definition of politics defines it simply as deciding who gets what, when, where, and how. When the government has made its choices, it lays them out in the single most important document that comes before Parliament, and that is the federal budget. It is essentially the blueprint for the government's plan between elections. As an opposition MP, it's my role to hold the government to account for the choices that it's made. It is a debate about competing visions and competing priorities. Now, I acknowledge that things aren't always black and white in politics, but I have never before seen such a huge disconnect between the priorities of the government and the priorities of my constituents. Whether we're talking about children, adults, or seniors, this government simply isn't reflecting the priorities of hardworking families on the mountain. The Conservative government is making the wrong choices. Let's look at children first. As policymakers, we know that for children to succeed in the knowledge-based economy of the 21st century, they must get off to the very best start. That's hard to do when far too many are still going to school hungry. In 1989, the House of Commons unanimously passed an NDP motion to eradicate child poverty by the year 2000. But successive Liberal and Conservative governments have chosen not to implement it. An entire generation of children has paid the price for their misguided priorities. In fact, under the tenure of this Conservative government, the child poverty rate has actually increased from 9.5% to 12%. It's a case of Nero fiddles while Rome burns. Instead of taking concrete actions to help the most vulnerable Canadians, this government is obsessing about providing additional tax cuts. But tax cuts don't help the poor because their income is so low that they don't pay income taxes in the first place, so there's no tax rate to cut. And for middle-income Canadians, the benefit of their modest income tax decreases have been swallowed up by the higher user fees, the rising cost of everything from gasoline to electricity, and, of course, the HST, which is now costing the average Ontario family an extra $1,200 a year. But then the kinds of tax cuts that the Conservatives were proposing weren't really intended to level the playing field for individuals anyway. On the contrary, the vast majority of cuts were corporate tax cuts, cuts that were specifically designed to benefit the Conservatives' friends in big business. The Conservatives made a choice. They chose to put the interests of corporations ahead of the interests of kids. They are recklessly mortgaging our children's future by borrowing $20 billion for additional tax cuts to corporations that are already taxed less than their main competitors south of the border. It's just plain wrong. There is a different choice that the government could and should have made. Imagine how far that money would go if we invested in our children's early education. While the Conservatives would like us to think of childcare as mere babysitting, all of the evidence, from the groundbreaking Fraser Mustard report on, makes it clear that it is a critical investment in the future success of our children. Parents understand that. That's why they're spending between $200 and $1,000 a month on childcare per child to ensure that their children get the very best start. The Conservatives ought to listen to these parents. Instead of providing their measly child care benefit, they should invest in universal, regulated, public child care. That way, they would be helping struggling families and giving children the best chance to succeed. Make no mistake, families are struggling, and families are worried. They are worried because they do not know how they're going to make ends meet. They have a mortgage, and they are barely able to make payments now. They are afraid of what is going to happen as interest rates rise. They are struggling to save for their retirement. They are struggling with the costs of higher education for their children. And as part of the sandwich generation, they are struggling to take care of both their children and their elderly parents. In these difficult economic times, they are looking to the government for a little help just to ride out the storm. But the Prime Minister doesn't even acknowledge the challenges that hardworking Canadians face. He simply points to soaring bank profits and says the recession is over. For him, if his banking friends are out of trouble, everyone is out of trouble. I see things differently. 1.5 million Canadians are still out of work. 6 out of every 10 Canadians live paycheck to paycheck. Household debt is at record highs. Life is more expensive than ever, and the HST has only made things worse. For me, the recession isn't over until middle-class families are back on their feet. Canadians are in this together, and a true recovery cannot leave anyone behind. Bringing about that middle-class recovery isn't just about spending money. There are a number of urgent, concrete steps that the government could have taken without spending a dime. The government can and must protect Canadian jobs from foreign takeovers before they approve such buyouts. Once the purchase is approved, there's little the government can do to ensure that job and production levels are maintained. Due diligence must happen at the front end. U.S. Steel's purchase of Stelco is a poignant example of what happens when the government fails to take job protection seriously. Secondly, the government can and must help the innocent victims of this recession by ensuring that EI is expanded and extended. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments stole $57 billion out of the EI fund and used it to pay down their deficits. It wasn't their money. It accumulated solely from contributions made by workers and their employers. Workers have a right to the insurance they paid for, and it's time for the government to do right by unemployed Canadians. Thirdly, the government can and must take on the big banks to halt the outrageous credit card interest rates. Canada is experiencing record numbers for household debt, $1.41 trillion, or $41,740 per person. That is the highest level of debt-to-financial assets ratio in the OECD, surpassing even Greece and the United States. The government can and must ease that burden, and it won't cost a dime. But then the Conservatives are much more concerned about their friends in the banking sector than they are about hardworking Canadians. How else could one possibly explain that the very banks that posted profits in excess of $15 billion in the first 3 quarters of 2010 got an additional tax cut of $645 million from their Conservative friends? Surely that money would have been better spent on supporting decent, family-sustaining jobs, investing in blue-green industries, and extending the stimulus commitments that were made to cities so that desperately needed urban infrastructure renewal doesn't end up on property tax bills. But that would require the government to choose people over profits, and that just isn't in the Conservatives' DNA. Despite all the rhetoric, elderly Canadians aren't on the government's priority list either. In fact, the Conservatives consistently put shameless self-promotion ahead of seniors. The Conservatives spent $1.3 billion for a 72-hour photo op at the G8, G20 summits. That included $1 million for a fake lake, $300,000 for a gazebo and bathrooms that were 20 kilometers away from the summit site, $400,000 for bug spray and sunscreen, over $300,000 for luxury furniture, and $14,000 for glow sticks. The Conservatives would want us to believe that such is the price of hosting events on the world stage. But the security costs at the G8 in Italy were $124 million in 2009. The year before, it cost $280 million in Japan, and it cost $124 million in Germany. Once again, it is about choices. For just over half of what it cost to host the G8, G20 in Canada this summer, we could have improved the guaranteed income supplement so that no Canadian senior would have to live in poverty. And the remaining $600 million would still have been higher than the expenditures on any other summit. Clearly, the Conservatives' claim of being fiscally responsible is not borne out by reality. There are dozens of other examples, but just let me conclude with one other. Out-of-pocket spending on prescription drugs in our country is now more than 70% higher than it was in 1992. Canadian households are spending over $3 billion a year on prescribed medications. Seniors in particular are enduring financial hardship because of soaring drug costs. That means our healthcare system is no longer truly universal. But instead of investing in a national pharmacare program, the Conservatives chose to spend $5.6 billion on bribing Ontario and BC to implement the HST. That just adds insult to injury. Not only do seniors still carry the growing costs of their medications, but they now have to come up with additional money to pay the HST on everything from haircuts to home heating. Even funerals are no longer exempt. How does the government expect seniors to make ends meet when everything is going up except their incomes? The Conservatives have made their choices and acted on their priorities, but they aren't choices that seniors can afford. And for me, that makes them the wrong choices. It's time to say enough is enough. It's time to put seniors first. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Hamilton for a well-researched speech. In particular, contrasting the choices that the government has made with respect to this budget. The choices of the $1 billion plus for the 72-hour G8, G20 meetings versus taking care of seniors in poverty and trying to get more children out of poverty. I mean, if there's any two groups of Canadians that we should be most attuned to, it would be those two. Particularly the young folks, because the choices were not made by them. They're born into a certain circumstance. I guess the question I have is around the HST, and I think a lot of folks listening and watching might not understand the perverse logic that this tax came to be from this government. Talks initiated by the Conservatives here in Ottawa to both Ontario and then later British Columbia to borrow money, because this is the largest deficit in Canadian history these guys are running right now. So they borrowed money, more than $5 billion with a B, to then bribe Ontario and British Columbia to then raise taxes on those same taxpayers. I'm wondering if she can follow the logical stream in this from a so-called big C conservative government, a government that was supposed to be interested in reducing taxes and reducing debt in this country.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, if governments had theme songs, this government's theme song would be taking care of business. Because the HST surely only benefits the biggest corporations. In fact, you know, when the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley just talked about the negative impact on hardworking families, and of course he's absolutely right. Families that are already trying to make ends meet, whose budgets are already stretched to beyond belief, can't possibly pay for the additional HST on very basics like home heating, on haircuts, on recreation fees, hockey rental, arena rentals, for example. But it's not just families that are hurting. Small businesses, and we don't talk about those nearly enough in this House, small businesses are also negatively impacted by the HST. This government says we're all about helping big business. But what about the real engine of the Canadian economy? And those are small businesses. Think about the people who are providing taxi services, who are running restaurants, who are providing services like cleaning services to offices. All of these folks now have to charge the HST. And all of those restaurants have to charge the HST to people whose budgets are already stretched. Mr. Speaker, this government's priorities are completely misguided, and I thank the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for pointing that out so eloquently.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks. I think it's very important to have a quick review of who receives and who does not. As we approach Remembrance Week, I'm struck by the fact that there's a great deal of lip service given to support for veterans who are also seniors. And I was struck by the member's comments in terms of the cost of prescription drugs. And we know that seniors are, by and large, the greatest consumers of prescription drugs. And I'm wondering what solutions she sees for the high cost of that.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, because I think there's absolutely no doubt on this side of the House that what Canada desperately needs is a universal pharmacare program. And, I spoke about that a little bit in my speech. I'd be happy to go on at length. I do, though, want to get as well to her other comments, which she made about veterans. I think one of the national disgraces, frankly, for all of us should be the fact that at the end of this week, on November 6th, veterans are taking to the streets. They're protesting at members of Parliament's offices because of the abysmal treatment that they're getting from this Conservative government. Yes, the government pays lip service to the great job that our troops are doing, both past and present, but when it comes to respecting the soldiers that have come home, that have served their country with dignity, with courage, nobody is there to help them. A, readjust, but B, to deal fundamentally with the most important health issues that they're likely ever to face in their life. Veterans are now taking to the street and protesting, Mr. Speaker. That is fundamentally wrong. And in this week, as we're leading up to Remembrance Day, I hope that the Conservative government will rethink its strategies with respect to paying respect to veterans and do it not just with lip service, but actually put programs in place to give meaningful support to all of Canada's veterans. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Random, Burren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to participate in the second piece of budget legislation, Bill C-47, Sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery Act. Sustaining Canada's economic recovery has to be the most important issue before the Parliament today for all Canadians. This Conservative government would tell Canadians that Canada is in shipshape in comparison to other countries around the world. Yet when I look at my riding of Random, Buren, St. George's in Newfoundland and Labrador to evaluate the success and stability of Canada's economic recovery, it is not encouraging at all. Small communities are facing many challenges today with limited employment opportunities, aging and insufficient infrastructure, and few alternatives for young people to establish careers in their home communities. Regardless of reports of economic recovery, these continue to be difficult times for rural Canadians and for rural communities. It was in July that Canadians saw the economy start to falter, an indication that Canada's economic growth was not as rosy as the government would have Canadians believe. Consumer confidence has now declined for 4 straight months. It is foolhardy to ignore that Canada's economy remains vulnerable. We need to ensure measures are taken that will ensure long-term stability and growth, and not a short-term quick fix that will leave us in a worse position in the near future. The recession hit Newfoundland and Labrador hard. The province suffered the second largest increase in unemployment in Canada. The unemployment rate in Newfoundland and Labrador rose from 13.8% in October of 2008 to 17% in October of 2009, which was the highest in Canada at that time. Canada's unemployment rate is 2% higher today than it was when this Conservative government was elected just over 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the full-time jobs that were lost are now being replaced by part-time work. Families have had no choice, Mr. Speaker, but to depend on the Employment Insurance Program, particularly the Best 14 Weeks project, which calculates benefits based on the highest 14 weeks of earnings. And while I am pleased that the government decided to extend these employment insurance pilot projects after many appeals to do so, what Canadians want are long-term jobs. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, these pilot projects are vital for the seasonal industries that are found across the small communities throughout Random, Buren, St. George's, and throughout our country. The short-term nature of the extension of the pilot projects leaves one to wonder whether the Conservative government really appreciates the tentative nature of Canada's economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, rural Canadians have specific needs that cannot be ignored in building Canada's future prosperity. We cannot leave rural Canadians behind. Unfortunately, our rural communities are underserviced by the Conservative government. Services such as high-speed internet connections, expanded cell phone coverage, and local postal service are essential to enable communities to connect to one another and to the world. Rural communities are being left behind because of a lack of access to basic services. The Conservative government has divided communities into haves and have-nots based on where you live. Something as accessible for some as broadband internet service is taken for granted in the large urban centres and 80% of Canada. However, for many of the people I represent, high-speed internet is not a reality, and it poses a substantial hurdle for economic growth. One indicator of a strong economy is ensuring Canadians have access to the tools needed to move ahead and be gainfully employed. Education is one of the keys to providing these tools. Unfortunately, in rural communities, students who do not have access to high-speed internet are at a disadvantage. There are courses they can't access that are readily available to students in urban centres. They are disadvantaged because of where they live, yet they live in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada believes that economic opportunity and a high quality of life can be achieved in all regions and is committed to tackling the rural-urban divide. Too many Canadians are leaving rural communities because they can't find jobs or don't have access to essential services like internet, education, and even basic services like banking and mail service. Canada's economy is increasingly linked through the internet. As jobs, education, and communication become more dependent on the internet, Canadians without internet access or internet skills will be left behind. Internet business opportunities are compromised without high-speed internet. Opportunities to market products globally don't exist without high-speed internet, and access to education resources is greatly hindered by our lack of high-speed internet services. It is imperative that this Conservative government take a look at the issues in rural Canada, like rural broadband, and work toward a plan for nationwide high-speed internet to give every community the essential resources to work toward Canada's economic recovery, instead of relying on an economic stimulus plan, which one would have to question just how effective it was, since consumer confidence has been steadily declining since July. Of course, the government points to its $200 million broadband strategy as proof of doing something about access to broadband for Canadians. This is the same government, Mr. Speaker, that is willing to spend $16 billion on jet fighters without an open competition, which Alan Williams, a former assistant minister, deputy minister in the Department of Defense, says would save 20% if we had an open competition, and in this case, that would be $3 billion. Just imagine what could be accomplished in terms of connecting Canadians to high-speed internet with just the savings that would be realized by holding an open competition for the fighter jets. Then, of course, there is the $10 billion that's being spent on mega prisons, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-47 brings up the issue of pensions. We have been pressing this government to bring forward meaningful pension reform to make retirement easier and more secure. Specifically, we have called for 3 specific pension reforms: a supplementary Canada pension plan to give Canadians the option of saving more for retirement, allowing employees with stranded or abandoned pensions following bankruptcy the option of growing their pension assets through the Canada Pension Plan, and 3, protecting vulnerable Canadians on long-term disability by giving them preferred status as creditors in bankruptcy. Canada is aging. 1/3 of Canadians lack the savings to maintain their standard of living after retirement, and the same number again have no retirement savings at all. Today's pension crisis cannot be ignored and shouldn't be ignored, but this Conservative government has continuously failed to deliver on its promise to introduce pension reform. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal record of this Conservative government is cause for all Canadians. Canada was in an enviable financial position with a healthy $13 billion surplus when this Conservative government took over in 2006. They abandoned prudent measures that were built into the federal budget under Liberal leadership and spent the cupboard bare, plunging Canada into a deficit before the recession even hit. This finance minister continues to lead this government on a spending spree with taxpayers' money. The Conservative government's economic record is nothing to boast about. Spending ballooned by 18% between 2006 and 2008, putting Canada into a deficit position even before the recession began in the fall of 2008. Even today, with a deficit of $55.6 billion, nearly $2 billion higher than projected just last spring, this Conservative government remains determined, as I mentioned, earlier to waste billions on prisons, on tendered stealth fighters, and unaffordable tax breaks for large corporations. Mr. Speaker, what Canada needs is an economic plan that puts the needs of Canadian families first, with strategic investments in health and family care, pensions, learning and jobs, and global leadership. I know families in my riding aren't in any better position economically as a result of the investments by this government. What I hear from them is that they are not better off after Conservative budgets. They are worried about making ends meet, whether it's finding or paying for childcare, looking after sick or aging loved ones, paying for their children's post-secondary education, or simply saving enough to retire. Recently, the Liberal opposition shared its family care plan with Canadians and this government. In fact, we encourage this government to run with our plan because it will mean better services for Canadian families. The Liberal family care plan recognizes the important contribution of family caregivers and invests $1 billion in a six-month family care employment insurance benefit and a new family care tax plan. Not only is this the right plan for Canadian families, it is a way to contain health costs by making it possible for Canadians who are sick to stay at home, being cared for by family members. And the smart thing, Mr. Speaker, for this government to do will be to snap up the idea and support the 2.7 billion Canadians who are providing care for seniors. But unfortunately, this government has different priorities.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Melpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the remarks of the member for Random Burr and St. George's. She, I think, spelled out fairly well about how this is really a borrow and spend government, has driven us into the biggest deficit in Canadian history and has also the record for the biggest spending budget in Canadian history. But my question, the member mentioned rural Canada, and both of us are certainly from rural Canada, and we think it's extremely important to build the economy in that area. In my province of Prince Edward Island, HoC, which is supposed to be a regional development agency, my experience there, it has just become really, in the last couple of years, a home of political patronage for friends of the government, instead of people who really want to go out there and strive to attract the businesses, to do the economic projects, to draw people in so as to boost that rural economy. And I wonder, could the member tell me what her experience has been in Newfoundland and Labrador relative to regional development? Is it happening under this government or is it not?
The Honourable Member for Random Burr and St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, there certainly is a need for agencies like HoC, FedNor, and the list goes on. Unfortunately, what happens with these agencies is that they have to take their leadership from the government of the day, and that tends to be what happens in most of the bureaucracy. But again, we have people who are very committed at the HoC level, at any of these funding agencies, but when they look at the leadership, when they look at what the priorities are, where the emphasis is being put by a government, then of course they're trying to determine whether or not the money that's available to them to spend in regions is in fact being spent according to the priorities of the government of the day.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Newfoundland for her comments. A question to her, and it's a question of principle surrounding the HST, which I know has different implications in different provinces. But earlier in last month, the member from Welland from the New Democrats got up and asked the government to remove the HST off of the sale of poppies. This, while seeming like a small thing, actually helps out Legions, which use the sale of poppies as their chief fundraiser throughout the year. About $750,000, as it turns out, Mr. Speaker, will be now going back because the government, after some pressure, then relented to taking the sale of the HST off the sale of poppies. My question to her is this. The government's argument leading up to this decision was that they couldn't do that. They were unable to remove the HST off of certain items and not others. Now that that has been proven, is there not some value in the government re-looking at its increased taxation policy and finding things that Canadians see as essential, like home heating, as the government in Nova Scotia has done, removing the HST off of that, because it's simply something that Canadians don't necessarily have a choice when they're spending the money?
The honourable member for Random Burn St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And again, this goes back to priorities, getting our priorities right. And anyone who looks at anything we can do for Canadian families, and he's absolutely right about home heating, the idea that seniors, for example, can't afford the cost of home heating and the cost of their medications, will in fact have to go to a shopping mall and sit down with their friends in order to be able to keep warm during the winter months in particular. It's about priorities, and the whole idea that you would pay HST on poppies, for instance, again, I think goes to the bottom line of just having no respect at all for those who work so hard, who sacrifice so much on behalf of Canadians. So again, it goes back to priorities. It goes back to having a sense of what is important to Canadian families, not what is important to large corporations at a time when it's unaffordable. You know, corporate taxes right now simply unaffordable when we have our corporations who in fact have the lowest taxation policy in terms of when you look at the U.S. and other countries, and that's thanks to a previous Liberal government. But it was at a time when we could afford to make tax cuts. So it's about priorities, again going to say that if you have Canadian families who have issues and have concerns, then we really need to take that into account when we're looking at budgeting.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Papineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance said recently that we are facing a record deficit of over $55 billion. I'm astonished at how this government can spend billions on the G8 and G20 and on the F-35s, or on an economic action plan which is creating no long-term jobs and is threatening certain projects because of its deadlines. So all these expenditures and no economic stability, that's quite a feat. Not only is this government spending irresponsibly, but it's cutting into important sectors. We have seen this Conservative government cut into youth initiatives and community programs, and in my riding of Papineau, the one I have the honour of representing, the funding of Canada Jobs, they have cut thousands of dollars compared to last year. Now, this may seem like a modest cut, but this means 4 to 5 young Canadians who won't have the opportunity to work this summer. And it is also hurting jobs subsidized by Employment Canada. For example, summer camp counselors. This will mean that there are all kinds of children and teenagers who will be hurt by this. This is a government that cuts without pity, even though it says with pride that it has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in youth programs. So how can one explain these cuts which have hurt the young people in Papineau? Perhaps if on the Conservative side they have answers, but we feel the Conservative government is not giving any particular importance to our young people. This government seems to have no ambition to help the youth in Quebec and Canada. These are young people who believe in their home and their culture, who want to believe in the future. But this government doesn't even want to mention the word culture. There's nothing for climate change, nothing on renewable energy. After having shamed us on the international stage with respect to climate change, the Conservatives are persisting with their neglect and negligence, and they have brought in no new measures on climate change. Same thing with investments in renewable energy, while other countries are developing measures and spending money in these sectors. But they do what they like to do. They're cutting into economic development after impoverishing the Quebec Development Agency. The 2010 budget offers the ridiculous sum of $20 million over 2 years.
$55.6 billion in deficit after a decade of surplus budgets under the Liberals. The Conservatives managed to put Canada into deficit even before the global recession hit by increasing government spending by 18% in their first 3 budgets. They are the biggest spending government in Canadian history. But it's okay, because even though we have reached a record high deficit, they have a plan. And somewhere down the line, 5 years from now, everything will be back to 0 deficits. I hope you'll forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if I don't leap to believe of that. This is a promise from the same people that in the last election talked about a government that would not run a deficit, period, while they were busy running a deficit. Yet since then, their track record of waste has steadily piled up. A record $130 million on shameless, self-promoting advertising, $1.3 billion for a 72-hour G8, G20 photo op, spending on everything from the fake lake to glow sticks. $10 to $13 billion announced on American-style mega prisons to lock up unreported criminals as the crime rate declines. $16 billion on a bad deal for stealth fighters awarded without competition or guaranteed jobs for Canadian industry, and $20 billion in corporate tax breaks that we can't afford. Their Budget 2010 failed to address the real economic challenges facing Canadian families, like record household debt, the rising cost of education and home care, pension security, and the loss of 200,000 full-time jobs. The Conservative record of waste and mismanagement does not reflect the priorities of Canadians. This borrow and spend Conservative government has got to come to a stop. That is why the Liberal Party presented a couple of weeks ago an economic plan that will reduce the economic pressures facing middle-class Canadian families. Canadians have a choice between our economic track record of fiscal responsibility and a plan to make strategic investments in lasting economic legacies, or the Conservatives, who spent Canada into deficit before the recession and want to waste $1 billion more on prisons, untendered stealth fighters, and tax breaks for the largest corporations. The Liberals will ease the economic pressures of Canadian families with strategic investments in health and family care, pensions, learning, and jobs, and global leadership. We need to ensure that Canadians have the means to make ends meet. We need to help our single parents and our modern parents find and pay for early learning and childcare. We need to be there for our young people, to help them get the degrees they need to be able to compete for the jobs of tomorrow, and we do that by supporting their post-secondary education. We've said it time and time again over the summer, Mr. Speaker, as we cross the country, if you get the grades, you should get to go. Our investments in the learning economy, in the knowledge economy, and the capacity of Canadians to participate fully in building the jobs of the future and making sure that Canada continues to be a world leader on economic terms and in terms of modeling the kinds of solutions the planet needs, means we have to invest in our young people. We also have to invest in our seniors, because the work that they did to bring us to this place means that we do not simply need to marginalize them and allow them to suffer in silence. We need to make sure that they are living well, that they have the support of family members when they go through difficult times. These are things that are addressed by the Liberals' proposals, but ignored in the Conservatives' budget. We have presented a balanced and fiscally responsible economic plan, and all the finance minister could offer was a vitriolic attack on the opposition. As a country, we got through the worst of the recession thanks to the Chrétien-Martin legacy of balanced budgets, compared to the Conservatives' legacy as the biggest borrowing, biggest spending government in Canadian history. The priorities of this place need to be Canadian families first, with strategic economic investments while reducing the Conservatives' record deficit. We will help our young people be the leaders we need them to be. We will face the challenges awaiting us around our 150th birthday in 7 years from now together. Our capacity to pull together as a nation only happens when we start looking at the long term and investing in the capacity of individuals to contribute to the families, their communities, and their country. That's where a government is strong, when we're enabling individuals to become full participants in our society. The Conservatives like to talk a lot about enabling individual success, letting people on their own to succeed and no need for government interference. But what we actually see is that people need a boost so that they can get to a place where they can contribute and shape their future, strengthen their communities, care for their family. We have a country that is extraordinarily wealthy in so many different ways. We need to make sure we are leveraging that wealth into allowing individuals to achieve their full potential and contribute in their very best ways to the world around them. We can no longer survive on the laissez-faire approach of this government that doesn't believe in government and sets out to make everyone else believe less in government by their mistakes, by their misspending, by their short-term ideology, and attacks and aggression on anyone who disagrees with them. This government expects Canadians to fend for themselves even during one of the most brutal, jobless economic recoveries we've seen in generations. Our families deserve better. Our seniors deserve better. Canadians deserve better. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments?
Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comments. A question I have that when we look around other so-called developed countries around the world, Western economic developed countries, it's usually categorized in the OECD. We try to find another country that has no national housing strategy. A federal government that is a developed federal government, that's a so-called Western power, that has neglected to have any kind of a plan or a strategy around housing needs within their country. And Canada's the only one. And it's a strange thing to me that the Conservatives have obsessed about a national prison strategy. They're going to spend billions on that. I'm wondering if that is meant in a sense to take the place of a national housing strategy. That this government sees anybody who may be homeless or threatened with homelessness as near to somebody who should be in jail. That they're willing to spend billions on that and nothing on national housing. Nothing towards helping Canadians who are facing housing crisis get a roof over their heads.
The honourable member for Papineau.
I thank the member for his question, and it's interesting to note that he represents a riding on the very west coast of the country, very far from my riding of Papineau, and the concerns faced by citizens of both of our ridings are very much the same. The need for affordable housing in Papineau is greater than it's ever been before. It is the number one thing that I hear of when I talk to low and middle income families, single mothers, aging seniors who are worried about keeping a roof over their head as the months and years go by. And the fact that Canada doesn't have a national housing strategy is a real shame. The other area that impacts as well, I recently spoke with a number of experts in immigration and in resettlement and integration in my capacity as immigration critic for the Liberal Party. And two elements that came back that would help new arrivals greatest is a national housing strategy, giving them opportunities to settle and contribute from a point of stability, and a national strategy on public transit, which we also do not have any pan-Canadian outlook on that. So I thank the member for bringing up that point, and I agree with him on the need for a national housing strategy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
I was listening with interest to the member opposite's comments. I understand he voted for the budget, which he just pilloried. So he either voted for the budget because it was expedient to do so, or perhaps because he thought it was good at the time he voted and then changed his mind. I'd just like to ask the member to consider maybe breaking through, transcending the encrusted tradition of criticizing because you're in opposition. Find something good to say about what you voted for, and then perhaps the credibility would be greater when you criticized.
Where's the love?
The honourable member for Papineau.
I thank the member opposite for his question. Yes, the Liberal Party supported the budget because we believed a lot of what the Conservative government had to say. We had some concerns about some of the directions and some of the decisions that were taken within the budget, but we agreed that Canada needed to spend, to invest in things, and we have to establish something important. There's nothing inherently wrong with a deficit, with borrowing money if you invest it wisely in a way that's going to give you returns as an individual or as a society a few years down the line. And our problem with this budget is, as we've seen how it's unfolded, is the partisanship involved in the decisions made, the focus on short-term electorally pleasing expenditures rather than long-term investing in social infrastructure, for example, has left us weaker off than we should be for the amount of money that Canadians poured into stimulus to recover from this global recession.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I thank some of my colleagues down the way. It's a good debate because we're able to talk about so many things that are impactful to Canadians when talking about the Ways and Means and how the government implements what we believe to be a misguided budget, a budget that loses out on opportunities. Now, the riding that I represent in northwestern British Columbia has unfortunately over the last 10, 12, almost 15 years now experienced a constant and steady decline in some of the foundational elements of its economy. The resource sector, including fishing, forestry, mining, as well as a lack of creation of that next economy. And it's to that question that I put my mind to this budget when determining whether it deserves support or not. Is this budget preparing us for the next economy? Not just in Skeena-Bulkley Valley in the northwest of BC, but right across rural Canada and urban Canada as well. And on so many different levels, the choices that were made in this budget, a budget that will be running the highest deficit in Canadian history, a budget that will be borrowing money to spend on a number of things that I'll highlight in my comments that many Canadians have great concerns with or feel are deeply flawed. Opportunities lost, maybe a better name for this budget rather than the spin that the PMO came up with. And the numbers don't lie, Mr. Speaker. We know that Canadians right now are experiencing more household debt, are borrowing more money per person than ever in our history. Adjusted for inflation, adjusted for real-term dollars, that Canadians right now are more indebted than they've ever been. This includes borrowing large amounts of money, increasingly large, for mortgages and keeping the visa going, lines of credit. All of this are stopgap measures. People don't want to borrow this money. They don't want to have to take such large mortgages, but the reality of a housing bubble that hasn't completely depreciated, the realities of increased costs and spending, and in some part, governments take credit for things they had nothing to do with, and they also get blamed for things they had nothing to do with, in small part towards some of the things that this government has made choices of. We've seen child poverty, and this is an important indicator for all of us, regardless of political persuasion or stripe. We've seen it grow from 9.5% to more than 12% in this country. That number doesn't lie. More and more children are living in poverty now than when this government took office. And while they can't be held account for all of it, they must simply recognize it, that their policies to this point, if they were ever designed to help alleviate child poverty, are failing. Child poverty can't go up by as much as 30% in this country, and this government give itself a pat on the back. That's unconscionable. And I know members on the opposite side care about the issue, but they don't care enough to have pushed even their own cabinet, their own finance minister, to change the dial on some of these choices. More than $1 billion to go towards the 72-hour G8, G20 summit. And the government lauded that Canada was earning its place on the world stage, and then weeks later gets voted out for the first time ever off a UN security seat. First time Canada ever asked for one and just simply did not receive it. So much for gaining itself on the stage. We blew more money on that G8, G20 than any other country that's hosted it and any country that's about to host it. We've seen all the budget numbers come in from Korea and other places, and they're spending 10%, 15% of what this government spent over 3 days. Now, this is not the conservative government that I think a lot of their supporters voted for. We know this. It was pointed out earlier that under this government in the first 3 years taking office, increased public spending by more than any government for 30 years. And this is pre-recession, this is pre-downturn in the economy, pre-stimulus. These guys were out spending, but spending on things that weren't contributing to the long-term sustainability of this country. We also know that it's a government that has turned the tool and the mechanism of a tax cut, which can be very useful in doing certain things in the economy at certain times, in certain places. They've turned that tool into an obsession, and it's been said that if all you have is a hammer, every problem starts to look like a nail. The government truly believes that there isn't a problem out there in the universe that a tax cut isn't the automatic and only answer for. And while I will argue as a former small business person that tax cuts can help if they're strategic, if they're intelligent, if they fit in with some larger strategy, but a business that's struggling along will tell you, if you rank their top 5 priorities right now, the taxes being paid are not the number one. It's the ease of doing business, the ability to do business, to have a market, the ability to get qualified and trained employees in on a regular basis. These are the concerns of businesses. And I was just recently, Mr. Speaker, and this is sort of brings to the point a number of things, talking to a small business owner in Terrace, British Columbia, a fellow who owns Checkers Pizza, done a fantastic job building up, rebuilding this business along, and he's dealing with the HST right now, and he figures it cost him, in just the time that it's been in, more than $15,000 as a business person, which prohibits him from hiring another staff, from expanding his business, because the way the HST was set up helps his competitors who are a chain, and he's not. He's a single operator of a business. And all of the products that he gets in, he has to not charge HST to because they're locally sourced, is what we want. We want businesses buying locally. But his competitors, which have all of their ingredients for pizza and whatnot brought in, processed, are able to pass on the HST costs along. But he can as a small business operator, and this is killing him. It's absolutely frustrating him. And he would likely be a conservative-minded person. He's fiscally prudent, he's socially conservative, and he's so frustrated with his government that doesn't pay attention to some of the most fundamental and basic principles of business that it's hurting him. We also know that the government has borrowed $20 billion over time for these tax cuts that went into companies that simply made no difference in their hiring policies because of them. We saw the banks turn over record profits. Even in the midst of a recession, they dipped for a moment but came right back to raging. And those profits are not renewed back into the economy. They were cutting staff at the same time. We saw this with the oil companies that receive more support from this government than anybody else out of an oil-producing nation. Oil companies drilling for oil in other countries around the world. Doesn't matter whether you're talking about the Iraqs and the Irans to the Venezuelas and Nigerias. This government gives more subsidies than any other country. And they'll be at Finance Committee this afternoon, these same companies asking for more, which I suppose is their right, but it's decency and common sense of this government to refuse them, to say enough's enough, because at the same time that they were handing out more than $2 billion of subsidies just to the tar sands alone, this was a government cutting the eco-energy program for average Canadians to retrofit their homes, to spend less of their money on heating their homes, to put less greenhouse gases out into the atmosphere if they were heating it with a fossil fuel. It makes no sense as our competitors are ramping up efficiency. The United States, Europe, Australia, the Far East are all spending government money, taxpayer money, on making their economies, their industries, their individuals more efficient, not less. We don't need to subsidize the tar sands. The Exxons and Shells are doing fine. They're doing better than fine. Where we need help is in low-income seniors who are struggling to pay next month's heating bill, saying, here's a small bit of support to help you put a bit more insulation into the walls, get better windows, get a better heating source that you have to pay less on, and as a bystander it also contributes less pollution. We've been waiting for the green energy revolution in this country for a long time. In northwestern British Columbia, we have oil companies lined up all over the place that want to push risky projects like an Enbridge pipeline wants to run 1,200 kilometers across mountains and rivers all across northern BC to put super tankers into the water on the west coast. They've got all sorts of support from this government. This government kicked a $30 million training program in to help people get trained up to build a pipeline for 3 months. Whereas we asked for real job training and real support for the green energy projects, for the green energy. And I have these business folks in my office all the time, revolutionizing the forest sector, biocoal and wood pellets, and changing the way that we do forestry, long overdue. When they look to government for even equal support that they give to the oil and gas sector, there's nothing. And these companies are business people. They're conservatively minded. They want to make a business go, but they want some sort of basic fair treatment. And what they see across the border in the U.S. is a completely unfair playing field, where the Americans are actually supporting these industries. Now, I'll end with this point. And the most perverse logic we see in this budget and from this government is the concept that the government borrowed more than $5 billion to cut checks to the governments of Ontario and British Columbia to, in effect, bribe them to raise the taxes on their own citizens in the HST. And in British Columbia in particular, we saw a government that was entirely duplicitous in negotiations with this Conservative government for weeks and months, have an election, and then within hours of the election being over, foist this HST. Well, thankfully, the people of British Columbia have recall legislation. The people of British Columbia are standing up and threatening this government and asking them to rescind the HST, as we were able to push this government to do on the poppy. Take the HST off of essentials. Take the HST off of things like home heating, as they did with the poppy, to help our veterans in this case, to help everybody else. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague. He has a beautiful riding, from what I understand. My niece is a teacher, is a teacher in his riding. I think the community is called Kitkatla, so I would like to congratulate him on his speech. Now, if you look at the situation that we have currently and all the points that he has made about the misgivings of this particular government, there's no doubt they are there, but I think the expression that he used was the opportunity lost. And he brings up a valid point, because when I think about opportunity lost, I think about pensions first and foremost, and just how we seem to be on the edge of a new way of doing pensions across the country. For example, my riding is probably a lot like his. People with skilled labor, people with trades, they travel a lot in this type of environment. They go to Alberta, they come in and out of Saskatchewan, they go to Africa, Russia, all of these countries, especially in the oil and gas sector. What would one of the things that he would do to help these people, because they're not with a particular company? Where is the opportunity lost for the Conservatives to make meaningful changes, or perhaps some new legislation regarding pensions, that people who are moving around and from company to company or country to country, to allow them to find the income they need to replace their current income when they decide to retire? Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleague from Newfoundland for the question. Our member from Hamilton Stony Creek, who is observing this debate today, has done an incredible job getting out and talking to folks facing the pension crisis, which is upon us right now in Canada, and it's a storm that has been brewing for many years. The government can choose to put its head in the sand on this question, but if the Prime Minister actually claims any of his economist credentials, he will know for a fact, undeniably, that if we don't get at this question now, the generation moving through right now into retirement and the ones to move into retirement in the next 10, 20 years will not have a Canada pension program there for them. Now, we've seen from particularly our European friends, pensions that become public pensions that become a lot more adjustable and movable, that pensions that are accrued with one company can be then transferred over and brought to another company. So as my honourable friend says, yeah, we do have similar ridings in this sense, where professional people are moving around in the trades, in the professions, and they need to be able to take their pensions with them. There's a small tax adjustments the government can do to allow that, to actually insist upon that, so companies can't dump their pension programs, and that the government actually has to start funding the pension programs. $18 billion in jets, or lifting seniors out of poverty. This government chose the jets.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his contribution to this debate. I wanted to ask him about the HST in British Columbia, and I know we're back and forth all the time. We still hear a lot about the HST from folks in British Columbia. It's not very popular out there, which is probably not a surprise to him or anybody in this corner of the House. But what is surprising is that nobody who's responsible for bringing in the HST wants to take responsibility for it. Nobody wants to say, yes, it was our idea, or yes, it's a good idea. When we're here in Ottawa, we hear that it was Premier Campbell and the BC Liberals that are responsible for the HST. When we're out in British Columbia, it's the Prime Minister and the Conservative government that are responsible for the HST. And the reality is that it was a big group effort. It took federal Conservatives, it took federal Liberals, it took provincial BC Liberals to bring us the HST. And I'm just wondering if maybe my colleague could say why it is that nobody will take ownership of this idea, why they're blaming it on somebody else.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to get the expression wrong, but it's something to the effect of victory has 1,000 fathers, but failure none. And the HST has proven to be not just a political failure, but an economic failure. Because the businesses that are coming to us saying this is a tax shift, all that's happened is that large multinational corporations actually can do quite well under this and did as of July 1st when this came in. But small local business, medium-sized businesses are getting hammered. Never mind the consumer who is paying more tax. And so the Conservatives clearly came up with this idea, promoted this idea, budgeted for this idea, put money aside, and the Liberals here federally supported it and voted with it. So to blame their provincial cousins or to say it's a provincial issue entirely is simply wrong, a lie and not true. They should own up. If they think it's such a great idea, then own it. Be proud of it. Campaign on it. I dare them. They won't say a word about it in the next federal election, not in British Columbia or Ontario.
Reprise de débat.
Resume debate. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marne. Mr. Speaker, in the 6th report to Canadians on the Economic Action Plan, the government itself admits that economic growth remains shaky and too many Canadians are still unemployed. During the meeting held in Toronto in June, and I will come back to this, with regard to examples of astronomical waste during that event, but I was saying that in June, during the G20 summit, the leaders of the G20 countries agreed that they had to continue implementing stimulus measures to consolidate economic recovery. Despite that, this Conservative government refuses to extend the deadline for the infrastructure program, which is currently March 31st, 2011. Many projects are at risk of not being completed. According to their own data in the Economic Action Plan, a high number of the projects still haven't begun, even though this is just a few months before the end of the program. Mr. Speaker, do I have to remind the Minister of Finance that we live in Canada, that there are 4 seasons during the year, including winter, which will begin December 21st and which will end on March 20th, which leaves very little time to complete projects that are not yet ready. In addition, this government is not transparent. On page 8 of its Economic Action Plan, the government does not even dare indicate how many projects have been completed. No, it tells us something that leaves us in a gray area. That is that 97% of the projects are underway or completed. But which one is it? Mr. Speaker, a government with transparent management would tell us clearly how many projects have been completed to date and how many are still underway. If this government were to actively manage its Economic Action Plan as it claims to do, why does it not disclose this information? And why does it not extend the deadline for the infrastructure program in order to make sure that the economic recovery is strong?
Conservatives and this finance minister is trying to take credit for Canada being able to sustain and do better than other countries of the G7 during economic crisis. But what the Minister of Finance fails to tell Canadians is that Canada was able to buffer the economic crisis due to the Liberals not allowing bank mergers and putting strict financial controls so that we would not have a subprime mortgage type of crisis. Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin ensured that the CPP was funded for 75 years. And what did the current finance minister do? Mr. Speaker, remember the introduction of the 40 years mortgage with no down payment? Remember trying to create a subprime mortgage scenario? Remember trying to raid CPP to pay for his boutique-type tax cuts? Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the opposition stopped him. So instead of taking credit for fiscal management, it is high time that the Conservative take a long, hard look in the mirror and realize that they are the biggest spender since Confederation. Monsieur le Président, ils ont réussi en renverser.
Mr. Speaker, they succeeded in turning the tide on $13 billion, and they've turned it into a deficit of over $56 billion. Mr. Speaker, I would like to now give some examples of waste in the public accounts. In in addition to the billions of dollars of partisan posters, we have also seen the government's lack of judgment because they spent $1.9 million to build a fake lake in the Toronto Media Centre. And this is only 1/5 of the $1.2 billion the Conservative government spent on holding the G8 and G20 summits. The money that was spent uselessly for a backdrop could have been used for social housing, for improved community services, for job creation, for the pension fund. And what about the purchase of the F-35 stealth fighters for $16 billion without a competitive tendering process, Mr. Speaker? Is that responsible? How much of taxpayers' money could have been saved through a competitive tendering process? Why does the government refuse to invest in our Canadian companies, and how many jobs have been lost as a result? Mr. Speaker, during the worst recession since the Depression, and when Canadians have difficulty providing care to their friends and relations, saving for their retirement and paying for their children's education, the Conservatives have spent the past 4 years wasting billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. Since they came to power in 2006, the Conservatives have spent $94 billion in contracts for professional and special services. That is an increase of $2.2 billion compared to the preceding Liberal government. And Mr. Speaker, the situation is getting worse. We have learned through public accounts that there was an increase of another $1 billion last year in contracts for special services. Mr. Speaker, that represents a total of $10.4 billion. And in addition, we have learned that the Prime Minister spent over close to $7 million of taxpayers' money in a single year for travel for himself and his staffers. Lately, in Switzerland, it was recognized that it was the largest delegation at the Francophonie Summit. The Prime Minister also has increased his cabinet budget by 30% over the past 2 years for a total of close to $10 million annually. These ministers have also spent more money, that is a hike of 16% more per year, and even though, Mr. Speaker, that they are committing to tightening their belts in order to slash the Liberals' record deficit, which is up to some $54 billion, thanks to the Conservatives. The total spending for ministers in 2009-2010 was over the some $50 million for the preceding year. Is this tightening their belt? If the Conservatives continue this outrageous spending, they won't even be able to do up their belts, let alone tighten them.
Outrageous spending, the government leader in the House was quick to defend the Prime Minister, saying that the Prime Minister has an important responsibility to communicate with Canadians and that there are fair and reasonable costs associated with that. And Mr. Speaker, we agree with him that the Prime Minister has a duty to listen to Canadians, and he should listen to Canadians, and that costs associated should be fair and reasonable. But this is not the case. These costs are outrageous, and Canadians are telling the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister that they have to stop this mismanagement of public funds. The Finance Minister is labeled the architect of deficit in many economic and financial circles. He has a history for destroying finances. He did it in Ontario. He borrowed money to give tax breaks that left the province in a huge deficit, which the province is still reeling from. And now, Mr. Speaker, he wants to steer Canada down that same lane. Canadians need to be told how this Finance Minister intends on adding further to the deficit by borrowing money to pay for unneeded tax cuts to big businesses, to the tune of approximately $6 billion. Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais conclure.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to close by deploring the incompetence of this government in public fund managing. They inherited a surplus of $13 billion in 2006, and they now have a $56 billion deficit. In addition to this budget, there is nothing for seniors, for women, for the homeless, for social housing, for caregivers. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question concerns the infrastructure program. My colleague from La Salle-Mar mentioned the delays and the fact that the government was supposed to announce extensions to allow the municipalities to complete their work. But in northern New Brunswick, where I come from, the next 2 nights are going to be between -10 and -17. That's fairly cold. So if we want to do asphalt work, including sewage and piping, the reality is that in order to be able to lay asphalt when it's -10 or -20 is difficult. So we don't want a skating rink instead of roads. So could my colleague from La Salle-Mar mention clearly that the reality is perhaps winter officially starts on December 21st, but the Canadian reality is much harsher than that, so some projects may not be completed in time because winter will arrive even before the infrastructure season begins. So is that a serious problem in this regard?
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question, and I also thank him on behalf of constituents for the excellent work he does in his riding. And indeed, that's the point I wanted to make in my speech, was that winter is on our doorstep, and at the same time, we know that there is a lot of construction and, or rather a lot that cannot be done at that time. So a lot of work will not be completed by the end of March. Municipalities and provinces will not be able to finish those jobs, and they'll be suffering from the lack of funding. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As long as the member has raised it, I would think that, in my own view, the biggest lie in the 2 budgets ago was the economic stimulus package for shovel-ready projects, if the member will recall that terminology. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have found is that in fact many of these projects in fact have not generated the jobs that were intended. And now we have this problem that many of them that have had all the engineering and consulting work done, but we haven't got shovels in ground on, are faced with the possibility, Mr. Speaker, of not getting completed within the time. So in my view, Mr. Speaker, any project which was agreed upon by the government and which is being delayed for no reason or no cause or causes outside of the control of either of the parties, and which would create jobs, should be given the green light to go ahead and be completed. And I wonder if the member would like to comment.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Indeed, there are many projects that will not be completed, but for reasons that are beyond the control of those who are trying to carry out the jobs. So because it's beyond their control, I think it's unfair on the part of this government. When we promise something, Mr. Speaker, it's a contract. So if we lead people to believe, if we tell people that they're going to be paid and that they're responsible for the expensive, I think the government should remain responsible as well. Questions and comments?
Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick comment about it. I was taken back by part of her speech that I thought was very impressive, and we forget to draw links between what was a record established prior to arriving in federal governance in the provincial government, which was in Ontario at the time, and the idea of all these tremendous tax cuts in order to grow their way out of a deficit position, or certainly for growth. It didn't quite work out in that manner, certainly when it comes to corporate tax cuts. I was wondering if the member could comment on that, please.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, this government is proud of saying that they're creating jobs. But I have to say that we are really wondering, have there been a lot of jobs created through these projects, and are they full-time jobs or part-time jobs? Because I think a high percentage, and that's where we would have some transparency, when they talk about how many jobs they created or maintained, is if they really stated if they were full-time or part-time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity this afternoon to speak on this important C-47 Budget 2 bill that we have before us here. It's another in a continuing series of discussions we have with this government about what it should be doing to deal with some of the very difficult realities where the economy is concerned, and investing in communities and people and looking after families that are finding it difficult to make ends meet in these difficult times as jobs continue to be lost or changed in nature, incomes go down, and the cost of living continues to increase, and people struggle to keep body and soul together, to provide support for their children, provide education, and take care of some of their very serious, sometimes healthcare needs. I think it's important as we continue this discussion about the budget and the economy and how they connect, and how we support as government those communities out there who are struggling to keep all of their citizens' heads above water, that we understand, or that we speak again or reflect back on what got us to where we are today in the first place. And that was this tremendous collapse in 2008 of the financial sector around the world, and why that happened. We had a recession come at us in 2008 that the government didn't recognize until the opposition on this side of the House brought this place to the edge of a precipice. And then all of a sudden the government began to understand and to realize that they needed to respond in a serious and major way to some of this tsunami, this economic and financial tsunami that was coming at us. The cause of this, of course, as we now go back and look at the indicators, is that we allowed our banking systems, both here and abroad, around the world, to continue to be further and further deregulated. And that went with a regime, actually, that covered a lot of the financial world, not just the banks, where we deregulated. We just allowed this ethos of greed and fear to be the driving force behind any decisions that were made, any direction that was taken by both big corporations and governments around the world. And it got us to a place where ultimately, unless governments were willing to step in and become engaged again and involved again, the result would have been even worse. We saw deregulation, we saw a regime of free trade, which went along with hand in hand with the concept of deregulation, allowing corporations to actually become more powerful and more wealthy than many countries in the world. We saw a push and a drive to less government intervention, which is what I guess is now challenging the government of the day, because great believers in less government intervention, they in fact had to intervene in the economy and with companies and business in a way that we have never seen in our history. Before, Mr. Speaker. And of course, in the middle of all of that, we lowered taxes for corporations over and over again in this country at the provincial and the federal level, which gave government then, at the end of the day, when they needed to be engaged, when they finally woke up and realized that they had to come to the table, they had to come with big bags of money to help their friends in corporate Canada, to help their friends in business Canada, in industry Canada, weather these very difficult times, that in fact, because they had given away so much of the Treasury, so much of the capacity of government to actually play a role, that they had very little money left. And so now we find ourselves with a huge deficit. And we will be in deficit for a long time to come. And of course, the approach of the government, and this is why we're speaking so aggressively to this budget today, particularly from the New Democrat caucus, the approach of this budget will not be to turn those corporate tax breaks around that go to industry and business that in fact is doing well and being successful and creating profits, but will be to yet reduce the ability of government to intervene in the everyday lives of families and people across this country in a way that I suggest to you, if we don't stop and take a long look at it and do something different, it will be tragic. No more tragic than for those who are most at risk and marginalized, which is the group of people that I think we as government have the most fundamental and primary responsibility to concern ourselves about and to be doing some things about. I've been calling in this place actually for the 6 years that I've been here, and particularly over the last 3 years and the last 2 years since the collapse of the financial world in 2008 for a national anti-poverty strategy. We have now 6 provinces in this country recognizing that something significant and substantial needs to happen if we're going to deal with the increasing number of people who find themselves not able to make ends meet at the end of every month. And they have put in place provincial strategies. And, in fact, I was up in the Northwest Territories a couple of weeks ago, and they are moving on a territorial strategy to deal with poverty. But in each instance, they are saying to me, and they're saying to us, that they will not be able to do all that they know they have to do. They will not be able to afford to put in place those programs that they know are necessary to lift people up and to give them another start on taking advantage of whatever new economy comes after us once this recession has eased off and we get into the new reality, a year or two from now, that they just don't have the resources. They're calling for the federal government to come and be at the table, to be a player, to be a partner in this effort and this exercise, because they know that what we need to do is move from this ethos of greed and fear driving the economy to one of hope and a concern for the common good, Mr. Speaker. We know, those of us who have been engaged in this exercise over the last 3 years, that also it makes good economic sense to actually deal with poverty, because the cost of poverty and the choices we make will affect our ability to not only help those who are in difficulty, but to turn our economy around as well, because it is costing us in many important and direct and substantial ways. For example, as we traveled the country getting input on what it is that we should be doing as a federal government in terms of poverty over the last 3 years, we heard from all kinds of people come and speak to us, not just the provinces, but they came certainly in great numbers. And they said, and the choice is clear, we can pay to address poverty now, or we will continue to pay for it massively and for generations. We pay for it through lost productivity, lost opportunity, and increased family violence. We pay for it through the healthcare system, our criminal justice system, and through growing demands on an already frayed social support system. We pay for it through the lost opportunities of children and their reduced life chances, employment opportunities, and the earning capacity of themselves and their children. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in their lives, hundreds of thousands of families and working men and women across this country are going into Christmas relying on the good graces of welfare systems that exist in provinces and municipalities, whatever's left of them. And what people are finding is that there really isn't much there. That after the demise of the Canada Assistance Plan in 1995 by the then federal government, and the reduction of the transfers to provinces and the huge rollout of corporate tax breaks, there wasn't much left in the coffers when people came calling in their time of difficulty, in their time of need. People who paid their taxes people who got up and went to work every day, people who paid into unemployment insurance, Mr. Speaker, are finding that now, as they face this Christmas of 2010, and they're in need of the support that they thought was there, the safety net that they thought together with their friends and neighbours and family members they were sowing, that it has disappeared and it's not there at all. So, Mr. Speaker, if nothing else, in this budget, we should be addressing this very difficult reality out there that is present in some very real and meaningful ways, but is growing for many of your friends and neighbours, my constituents. We need to be dealing with the question of poverty in this country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the Finance Committee, this question that the member has raised has come up often about whether or not the whole strategy is we need to cut back right across the board, don't differentiate, try to grow out of this, and then we'll make it up later on. But, Mr. Speaker, I must admit when some of the groups from the Poverty Coalition come before us and remind us of the pain that is caused during economic downturn and how difficult it is to recover for those who have nothing to start with in the first place. So I tend to agree with him. I thought maybe the member would like to comment on whether or not he felt that there was a time when we had to look at providing means tests to certain benefits in our social programs so that the least among us are at least kept whole during these difficult times.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question and suggest to him that to go back to a time in our history when we used to do means tests and we used to try to figure out, well, who's the deserving and undeserving, is long past. And we as a country, we as a government need to take the same bold approach we took a few years back, driven by the NDP at that time, to look at the question of poverty and seniors. And we brought forward this hugely successful program called the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Plan and the Guaranteed Income Supplement. And we put in place those vehicles so that we don't have to get into this long, prolonged, hurtful discussion about who deserves and who doesn't deserve. And we put in place programs to help seniors that literally at that time lifted all seniors. I mean, every senior out of poverty. We need to be doing the same thing for all of our citizens today, no matter their where they live or their socioeconomic condition, Mr. Speaker.
Good answer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Sault Ste. Marie for his contribution to the debate. Mr. Speaker, I know he mentioned that he's done a lot of work on the whole issue of poverty and developing an anti-poverty strategy, and I know he had wide consultations across Canada with many people who are active in the whole movement to eliminate poverty in Canada, and came up with a private member's bill that also establishes a process to do exactly that, to call on the federal government to establish a strategy for the elimination of poverty in Canada. I wonder if he might talk to a little bit about what that process would be, and maybe a little bit about what the process was that came to the development of that piece of legislation that he tabled here in the House.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, I want to thank the member from Burnaby Douglas for his question and recognize that he himself participated very actively in those consultations and those discussions, certainly bringing the stories of the people that he represents to the table and to this House. He's absolutely right that there are very real opportunities here. There will be a report table in this House probably after the Remembrance Day break that will make recommendations, solid, strong recommendations that if this government adopts them will go a long ways working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, municipalities and First Nations to actually to eliminate poverty in this country once and for all. And the bill that I tabled, Bill C-545 that he references, would would be the framework out of which that work could be done by the federal government. It is an empowering piece of legislation that would say to the government and give them the vehicles that they need to get to the table and work in partnership so that we can once and for all get rid of this scourge of poverty that affects so many of our constituents and neighbours and family members. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He mentioned in his speech about poverty reduction and mentioned 6 jurisdictions by which they are now going through efforts to reduce poverty. One of them is my own province in Newfoundland and Labrador, where they have a wide-ranging poverty reduction strategy from measures that allow subsidized heating costs for seniors to nutritional supplements for young low-income mothers. This gives you an idea of just how important this is, but yet the vision that is contained within this doesn't lead to the fact that there is an overall poverty reduction strategy. There doesn't seem to be that narrative, and there doesn't seem to be that theme around this, except in a patchwork of short-term measures. I was wondering if the member could comment on one of the general themes that he would choose as a vital plank for poverty reduction. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member and also say to him, yes, Newfoundland was one of the first provinces to move forward with a strategy, but they're saying to us that unless the federal government is at the table, it makes it very, very difficult for them to achieve all that they know that they can achieve. There's no lack of good ideas out there. We heard them from people, and there'll be a lot of them in the report that will be tabled here. But, Mr. Speaker, we did, in my bill C-45, mention 3 areas that could be addressed and immediately by the federal government and by all of us here, and that's housing, income security, and social inclusion. Thank you very much.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Here, here. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to pay tribute to a former Member of Parliament for Kamloops, as well as a war hero, 93-year-old Don Cameron. Don is presently on a mission to ensure that the death of every fellow veteran throughout Kamloops is recognized, working in collaboration with the local Legion, Veterans Affairs, and officials from the Last Post Fund. Don is heading up an effort to find unmarked veterans' burial plots and ensure that a proper headstone is in place.
Nice idea.
This has been proven to be a difficult task, with Don spending hours every day combing through newspaper obituary notices, looking for mention of military service, or looking for familiar names. He then presents the names to the local cadets who have agreed to search the maps provided by the local cemeteries to detail which plots are marked and which ones are not. This kind of painstaking work speaks to the character of Don Cameron. There aren't too many people today who would take on this difficult task with selfless determination. On behalf of the constituents of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, thank you, Don, for your exemplary effort.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased, but with sadness, to rise in this House to recognize a wonderful person. Betty Louise Crossley, born Betty Noble, was an activist and an extraordinary member of the Willowdale community. Her husband Kelvin, 2 sons, Kelly and Matt, and of course her grandchildren were her immediate family. However, her family life extended to many others whom she met and was close with over the years. She was an outstanding teacher, and her students will all have left more learned, but more importantly, more engaged in the world around them. The same is true for anyone who had the privilege of getting to know her. In a time of increasing apathy, getting people more engaged, which is so critical to improving society, is one of the highest legacies possible, and it is very much one left behind by Betty Crossley. Betty has now passed on, but her family and friends know that, as she called it, her unsolicited advice, which was always greatly appreciated, will live on. Thank you, Betty. You will be missed.
L'Honorable Député de Compton-Stanstead.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Mr. Speaker, on October 13th, NRCAM was chosen as one of the 100 best businesses in the clean technology sector within the context of the 2010 Global Clean Tech 100, which selects those businesses in the clean technology sector that are most promising and most likely to have a significant impact on the market over the next 5 to 10 years. This business produces green energy from residual matter such as household waste. In this way, it plays an active role in achieving the environmental goals so dear to Quebecers. NRCAM operates 2 factories in the Western Townships, 1 in Westbury. My colleagues in the Bloc Québécois join with me in congratulating NRChem for its prestigious distinction, which cements its reputation as an environmental leader. On behalf of the residents of Compton Stansted, I would like to congratulate this business.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is coming in.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, I attended a dinner to honour Dr. Celia Ross, who has retired as president of Algoma University. The community recognized Celia's outstanding contribution and the extraordinary growth of our university. Algoma University now has over 1,200 students and expanding to Timmins and Brampton. Its 10% growth in enrollment is well above the Ontario average and includes more international students. In 12 years, Dr. Ross introduced studies in community economic and social development and computer games technology. Strongly committed to supporting Anishinaabe communities, Celia helped affirm Algoma University's core partnership with the Shinwalk Education Trust. With her leadership, Algoma received its own charter in 2008. Congratulations to Dr. Ross, to Algoma University, and its new president, Richard Myers from New Brunswick. Algoma's future is very bright indeed.
The honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Here. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are a very generous people that have clearly supported their government in sharing some of Canada's prosperity with the global family. On behalf of Canadians, CEDA has delivered program funding which provides medical and food aid, economic assistance, and democratic infrastructure. CEDA is the government's face of our citizens' compassion. Many dedicated Canadians are working in foreign countries, lending a hand up to those less fortunate and making certain that funds are spent on the most needy. Today, I would also like to salute the non-government organization representing Canada in providing humanitarian aid to countries all over the globe. Canadians believe in the creed that to those much is given, much is expected. Today, let us thank Canadians on the ground in foreign fields that are sharing the message of our caring and compassion. May the fruits of their toil be one of hope, peace, and understanding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Davenport.
I'm pleased on behalf of the Parliament of Canada to recognize Cousins Azores de Ontario, located in my Davenport riding, as they celebrate their 25th anniversary. Canada's long and storied history with the Azores dates back hundreds of years. The 9 lush islands of the Azores has, for mariners, formed a welcome horizon of the Atlantic Ocean with Canada to the west. For 400,000 Canadians of Portuguese origin who were born in the Azores, both places are special in their hearts. The Azores is home to many esteemed poets and the first 2 presidents of Portugal. As the first Canadian member of Parliament to have been born in the Azores, I share this pride.
People from the Azores cherish the land where they were born and the country they now consider their homeland. For 25 years now, the Casa dos Azores has built bridges between Canada and the Azores. I would like to congratulate La Casa dos Azores.
Nova. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very pleased to participate in the opening ceremonies for the King's Mutual Centre, known in the Annapolis Valley as the Apple Dome, located in Berwick, recognized as the apple capital of Nova Scotia. This amazing complex was made possible because dedicated volunteers from several communities joined together and spent many years bringing it to fruition. The planning, the fundraising, and the level of cooperation was phenomenal. Visiting former NHL star Rick Middleton could not believe this incredible facility was located in small town Nova Scotia. Several times he commented what people can do when they have vision, dedication, and cooperation. The Apple Dome is debt-free and is already booked solid with activities. I'm proud that our government supported this wonderful initiative as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan. It has been a great economic boost for this region, a great asset for future development. Congratulations to all the wonderful volunteers who made the Apple Dome dream come true.
L'honorable député de Laval.
The honourable member for Laval. Once again, the Conservative government is trying to impose its ideological agenda on the women of Quebec by reopening the abortion debate. The chair of the anti-abortion caucus has tabled a bill which would isolate women who consider this option. It's not only domestically that the government is questioning this right to choose. While the minister responsible for CEDA has announced a plan for maternal and child health, For the 10 poorest countries, we still don't know if the organizations offering services linked to abortion will continue to be funded. But all means of birth control, including abortion, must be funded. The Quebec Federation for Family Planning, la Fédération des Femmes du Québec, and the Action Canadienne pour la Population et le Développement are among the opponents of these ideological and backward decisions. The government has to stop once and for all attacking the hard-won rights of women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Grasslands. One of the bedrock principles of Canadian society is the freedom to believe as we choose and the freedom to worship without intimidation. Here, here. This is not how things work everywhere in this world. Yesterday we got another glimpse of the very real pain that extremism and intolerance cause. We mourn today the death of dozens of people in Baghdad who, when they woke up yesterday, wanted nothing more than to go to their church and to worship their God. They never got to. Interrupted by a car bomb, the Our Lady of Salvation Church was overrun by a group of armed thugs who first shot the priest, then herded the congregation into an enclosed area and set off explosives when the Iraqi authorities launched a rescue attempt. This misguided and evil act needs to be denounced. Perhaps the Pope expressed it best when he called it absurd violence made more ferocious because it was directed against unarmed people gathered in the house of God. While it may not seem to us that our words coming from so far away can make a difference, we must still say them. And from this distance, we pray for God's mercy on both the victims and their attackers.
Honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, in June of this year, CSIS Director Richard Fadden accused municipal politicians in British Columbia and provincial politicians in at least 2 provinces of being under the influence of a foreign government, and then went on to identify China as a country aggressively engaging in this practice. The Chinese community was justifiably outraged. They were being accused of being disloyal Canadians. At the Public Safety Committee, Mr. Fadden failed to clarify his remarks, failed to apologize, saying he would forward a report to the minister. The minister has not adequately shared that report with Canadians. Mr. Fadden must apologize. If not, he must resign. Failing that, the minister must ask Mr. Fadden to resign. If not, the minister himself must resign. As for the Prime Minister, his silence is deafening and insulting to all Chinese Canadians.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, this year Canadians mourn the loss of our last First World War veteran, Mr. John Babcock. After a long and full life of 109 years, his passing is a significant reminder that we must keep the memory of his great generation alive. During Veterans Week, let us remember historic milestones of the First World War, which are synonymous with our proud military heritage. Passchendaele, the Battle of the Somme at Beaumont Hamel, and the Battle of Vimy Ridge. Throughout these battles, regiments from coast to coast saw action together to forge a new and stronger sense of Canadian identity. 92 years ago, at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the guns of the First World War fell silent. This November 11th, our nation will pause to remember the generations of Canadians who have bravely served for our country, and we will honour those who continue to serve today.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
For who knew, respected and loved Sandy Cameron, mourn his death and the loss we will experience. His decades of leadership, compassion and hard work in the downtown east side helped countless people. Sandy's enduring and thoughtful columns in the Carnegie newsletter, his books of poetry, and his work at the Carnegie Learning Centre, as well as his kind and gentle ways of helping people, are things that inspired a whole community. He told us and recorded our history. He was a wonderful teacher, a mentor and a guide who, along with his partner of 25 years, Jean Swanson, helped forge a strength of community that is legendary across Canada. Most of all, Sandy worked for social justice and peace. He believed and lived that it came from the people. His unwavering belief in our own ability to create a better world without violence and inequality is what he left us. The best thing we can do is carry on that work, because that's what he would expect us to do. Thank you, Sandy, for the gifts you gave us. Your words live on.
The
honourable member for Saint-Boniface.
Canadians across the country will mark Veterans Week. As we remember our veterans, we take a special moment to honour the many Canadian Aboriginal people who joined in the fight to protect the values and freedoms we continue to enjoy today. Canadian Aboriginal veterans have reason to be proud of their wartime contributions. More than 7,000 First Nations people served in the First and Second World Wars and the Korean War, along with unknown number of Inuit, Métis, and non-status Aboriginal people. And many Aboriginal people currently serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. These people overcame cultural challenges and made impressive sacrifices and contributions to help our country. As the granddaughter of a Métis veteran, I can testify that their courage, sacrifices, and accomplishments are a source of pride to their families, communities, and all Canadians. This Veterans Week, we honour their legacy. This Veterans Week, we remember.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, along with my colleague, the member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, who was also a minister in Jacques Parizeau's PQ government, I was one of those who put the national question to Quebecers with a turnout that has never been equaled, 94% of voters. Our country slipped through our fingers, and this because of 54,000 votes. But no matter, we respected the result because that is how things work in democracy. Since then, Canada has continued to define itself as a country which does not reflect us, which does not include us. Now, Quebec is faced with a choice. It can either accept and surrender and become a province like any other, or it can become a fully fledged nation, sovereign, and in all respect with its neighbors and friends. That's why we are still here, and we will be here until Quebec is free and independent. Thank you.
Charlottetown. Speaker, under our system of government, the Cabinet has the collective constitutional responsibility to decide the policies and direction of the nature and administer the day-to-day operations. Right. Earlier this year, the Prime Minister made the decision to do away with the long-form census and replace it with the shorter voluntary form. The voluntary form will not be nearly as accurate, and this decision has been opposed by every group, almost every group, organization, and individual in Canada. Shocking. The Prime Minister made this decision without consulting Canadians, interested stakeholders, his own caucus, or the Cabinet. In allowing a decision to be made in this manner, each member of Cabinet is violating their constitutional responsibility and breaching the oath they each took when they were sworn into Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I do not expect the Prime Minister to admit this mistake and make the right decision. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on each member of Cabinet to carry out the responsibilities given to them under our country's Constitution and do the right thing. Reinstate the long-form census.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière, Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Bloc has proved that it can't be taken seriously when it comes to our armed forces. They say everything and anything about the F-35 fighters. Last Friday, the finance critic for the Bloc spoke out against the purchase of F-35s and said, if I were Minister of Finance, I would take the money and use it for more pressing needs. And yet, the day before, the member of the Bloc for the riding of Papineau, Mirabel, argued eloquently for the economic spin-offs of this procurement. He said if we go back on this decision, it would have serious consequences for the industries, especially in Quebec. Jobs would be lost, especially in the aerospace sector in Montreal. Mirabel, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is speaking out of both sides of its mouth. They say anything. They're pussyfooting around, and they're not working for Quebecers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Order, please.
Oral questions. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, this government wants Canadians to be quiet about the sell-off of Saskatchewan's potash industry to foreign control. They don't want to hear anything more. The Conservatives negotiated with a hostile bidder over the weekend, but now they don't want to listen to anyone else, not even the Premier of Saskatchewan. Since the Minister of Industry had lots of time to tweet this weekend about going to bed early, about having a nice romantic dinner, enjoying a hockey game and watching a Halloween movie, will he be able to assure Saskatchewan that their Premier's advice has been heard and heeded?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
let me just say this. We certainly value the advice of the Premier of Saskatchewan. This government is committed to doing what's best for Canada. This government is committed to do what's best for the Canadian economy. But let me tell you this. Saskatchewan is very fortunate to have 13 strong members of Parliament on the government side of this House. They have delivered for the people of Saskatchewan like no team has, and they'll continue to do so, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Fantasyland. Mr. Speaker, never before has there been a takeover of this magnitude, and all the resource deals that approach the same size, like Alcan, Falconbridge and Inco, all fell into foreign hands under these Conservatives. If potash goes too, Saskatchewan will lose jobs, investment and revenue. And Canadians will lose control of an entire industry, 53% of global reserves of a nutrient vital to food production worldwide for generations to come. Why is that not a strategic deal breaker for this government?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell this to the House. I know both the Minister of Industry and the Prime Minister have talked to the Premier of Saskatchewan. They also regularly hear strongly and loudly from 13 strong Saskatchewan members of Parliament on the government side, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you this. The government will stand up and do the right thing just like we do each and every day. But let me talk about another time. For 13 long years, when 11,000 takeovers took place, and do you know how many the previous Liberal government cancelled? None, Mr. Speaker. Nothing.
The honourable member for Wascana.
None of those deals approach the magnitude of this one, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister dismisses all of this as just a bunch of Australians buying out a bunch of Americans. Not only is that factually wrong, it's insulting to Saskatchewan. Will this government listen to Premier Wall and to the premiers of Alberta, Manitoba and Quebec, and former Premiers Calvert, Romano, Devine, Blakeney and Lougheed, and Canadian business icons like Dick Haskane of Calgary and Roger Phillips of Regina, and even former BHP chairman Don Argus, who said Australia would never allow a deal like this.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Let me tell the member for Wascana this, that the Minister of Industry will only approve a deal if it's of net benefit to Canada. The Minister of Industry in this government will always stand up and do the right thing, and you can be confident of that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Boissana-Perry. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative cuts in 2008 to the culture industry caused a loss of $15 million in income for our cultural industry and the cancellation of over 170 tours. Mr. Speaker, the Grand Ballet Canadien had to turn to funders in Egypt to pay for their last tour. This is an additional proof of the Conservative scorn for our culture. Will they also tell us that the Grand Ballet Canadien are an American company? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, in all of our 4 budgets, as Conservatives, we increased funding for arts, culture and heritage in Canada. That includes festivals, libraries, museums, theatres and artists directly. So our position on this subject is to support artists better than any other government in the history of Canada. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Perry. Mr. Speaker, what planet are they on? These cuts harm our economy. They opened the doors to foreign markets and allowed Canada to shine on the international scene. Conservatives are wasting billions upon billions, but just to cause irreparable harm in order to save $5 million. Do they realize that their waste during a 72-hour summit has cost us 250 years of international presence on the cultural scene? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
When it comes to supporting arts and culture in this country, this government will take no lessons from Liberals. It's this government who, in a time of recession, has decided to create 2 new national museums, Pier 21 in Halifax, the Museum of Human Rights in Winnipeg. It's this government That doubled. We doubled from $30 to $60 million our support for cultural infrastructure across this country. It means that museums and theaters and small towns and communities across this country have support like never before. We increased by 20% our support for the Canada Council for the Arts, which supports artists directly. Artists helping artists through a peer review process that's unparalleled in government. We're doing more than ever before that any government has ever done to support Canadian artists, and we're very proud of it.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government told us last week that it was not taking part in negotiations concerning Omar Khadr. But now we have learned through diplomatic memos that a request for a transfer to a Canadian penitentiary on the part of Omar Khadr may be considered favorably by the Conservative government. How does the Prime Minister explain that only a few years ago he denied any participation in negotiations with Omar Khadr's legal counsel and the American government, whereas we have now learned that there were indeed negotiations among the three parties? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada did not participate in negotiations around the sentence. The Chief Prosecutor of the court, John Murphy, said that Canada was not part of this agreement and that the agreement was reached between the U.S. government and the defense. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, there were certainly not negotiations on the sentence, but on the friendly agreement there certainly were. They're telling us that Canadians didn't participate, but if it was the Americans who took over, then that's even worse. Diplomatic documents show that the government is favorable to extraditing Omar Khadr after 1 year in a Guantanamo penitentiary. But the press attaché for the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that the friendly agreement concerned only the Americans and Omar Khadr. Let us be clear, yes or no, will the Prime Minister authorize the transfer of Omar Khadr once he has served his year in Guantanamo? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. government agreed to have Khadr come back to Canada, and we will implement the agreement that was reached between Mr. Khadr and the government of the United States. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Cooperation continues to say that CEDA refused to fund KAIROS because the organization was not effective. But its own officials recommended that the funding for KAIROS be renewed so that KAIROS's 35-year relationship with CEDA could continue. Can the minister tell us why she reversed the decision of her own government officials? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I've been very clear that this government wants to ensure that its international assistance is getting results for the people living in poverty in developing countries. And that's why I was pleased to announce our continued support for the eradication of polio and to support the micronutrients initiative. These are the kinds of projects that will make not only the world healthier, but the children and mothers who are suffering. These are the kinds of projects that make a difference in the lives of the people we want to serve.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. KAIROS is another victim of the Conservatives' narrow-minded ideology that prompts them to make decisions aimed at muzzling those who do not think like them. We know that KAIROS was opposed to the government's official policy by calling for stricter supervision of Canadian mining companies working in Mexico and Guatemala. Will the minister admit that KAIROS's funding was cut for purely partisan ideological reasons? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I reiterate, we want to make sure that our international aid is making a difference. And that's why when we see Canadian mining companies being responsible, working with local communities, building schools, working with farmers so that they can increase the productivity off their fields and actually supply the food for the mining companies' cafeterias. These are the kinds of things that we encourage and promote, Mr. Speaker. This is making good use of taxpayers' dollars.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Clear that everyone, except perhaps the Prime Minister, the Industry Minister, and the 13 Conservative MPs from Saskatchewan, everyone but them opposes the foreign takeover of our potash industry. Clearly, the BHP Billiton bid for Potash Corp brings no net benefit to Saskatchewan or to Canada. Why won't the Conservatives act now, put their hopeless approach to foreign investment review out of its misery, and turn down this deal today? Is it because, as the Prime Minister said in answer to our leader just 2 weeks ago, that this is just the purchase of an American company by an Australian company?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the Minister of Industry has important responsibilities under the Investment Canada Act. He'll exercise those responsibilities wisely and well. We believe that only these type of transactions should only be approved if they demonstrate a net benefit to Canada. And the people of Canada can count on this government, the Minister of Industry, to do the right thing.
The
Honourable Member for Outremont.
For rejecting BHP's takeover of Potash Corporation were equally valid when this government sold out Canada's steel industry, our nickel industry, and our aluminum industry. Canadians expect this government to change its ways and to start representing the interests of Canadians. Will the Conservatives agree to amend the Investment Canada Act? Will they give Canadians a role, make this process more transparent, end the rubber stamping, and avoid more disasters?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Member opposite, if he had his way, there would be no foreign investment in Canada whatsoever. This government has shown in the past that we have been not afraid to do the right thing. This government has in the past always stood up for Canada, and I want to tell the House that Canadians can count on two things. One, they can count on the Minister of Industry to do the right thing, and two, they can count on the 13 strong members of the Government Caucus from Saskatchewan. They fight each and every day for Saskatchewan. They've done it in the past, and they'll always accept that important responsibility.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Tous des mots viet, Monsieur le Président.
Whims, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Conservatives prefer to make political and partisan decisions instead of making good economic sense. The Conservatives must absolutely understand the difference between purchases by foreign interests that are done solely to take control of our natural resources and foreign investments that create jobs, innovation, and sustainable development for our communities. Will the Conservatives amend the Investment Canada Act to give priority to Canadians who are the owners of our natural resources? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Partisan approach. We won't take a political approach. What we will do is follow our responsibilities under the Investment Canada Act. What we will do is only approve the deal if it's of net benefit to Canada, and that's the bottom line.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He just said that the government will keep the promise that it made to the U.S. to allow Khadr to return to Canada after he serves the first year of his sentence. But this government has forever claimed that they were not involved in any discussions or dealings with anyone on this issue. Now we know, obviously, they were talking to the United States government all of the time. Why did this government continue to mislead Canadians, the media, and the House of Commons?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
That, of course, Mr. Speaker, is a false premise. The Government of Canada was not part of the plea negotiations. In fact, the Chief Prosecutor, Mr. Speaker, of the Tribunal, Navy Captain John Murphy, when asked about whether Canada was part of this deal, Captain Murphy said the agreement was between the U.S. government and the defense.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, according to the diplomatic memo dated October 23rd, Canada was inclined to look favourably upon Omar Khadr's request to return to Canada to serve his sentence. A plea bargain would have been impossible without this guarantee, and that proves that the government and the Minister of Foreign Affairs were indeed involved. Why is this Conservative government incapable of telling the truth? Why did the minister mislead the media, the House of Commons, and especially all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the government did not participate in any negotiations concerning the sentence of Mr. Khadr. The prosecutor has stated very clearly, and as for us, the U.S. government agreed to have Omar Khadr come back to Canada, and we will implement the agreement, and we will ensure that this agreement between the U.S. government, Omar Khadr, is followed up on.
For Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, officials from the CETA minister's own department have said that Kairos continues to meet all the requirements to qualify for CETA funding to support development overseas. However, the minister continues to stonewall this House in trying to explain why she denied their funding. Her officials recommended that Kairos should receive funding. Does she not trust her own officials? Or is it that she is not actually in charge of her own department?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I reiterate that this government wants to ensure that its international assistance is actually having impact and making a difference for the families and children in developing countries. That's why we were proud to support Save the Family, based in London, Ontario, who are going to be working in communities in Africa and other countries to actually work with families, work with communities to ensure that they have a better future.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is insulting Canadians with that answer. Documents from CETA prove her officials told her that Kairos absolutely fit government policy. Yet for months, this minister has been misleading Canadians and showing contempt for the good faith and good works of millions of Canadians who support Kairos. Will the minister now apologize, Mr. Speaker, for misrepresenting the truth and finally approve funding for Kairos?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to tell the honourable member opposite what this government will do is to make sure that there's more schools, more education, more health, more medicine, more products for farmers, more ability so that they can feed themselves, stay healthy, and ensure that healthy babies are going to be alive. Mr. Speaker, we are supporting former members of Kairos when they propose individual proposals that are actually going to impact people living in these communities. We've done that in the past and we will continue to do that in the future.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. A survey conducted by CNARS of some 300 cultural organizations confirms that the federal government's elimination of PROMAR and trade routes, cultural support programs, had, as anticipated, a devastating effect. Over 175 international tours were cancelled and $16 million in income were lost. Will the government increase funding for Canada Council in order to support international cultural tours? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. As the Canadian government, we have tabled 4 budgets in this House, and in each of those we increased funding for arts and culture. She referred to Canada Council, and we have already increased its budget by 20%, and the Bloc Québécois voted against it. Why? The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Canadian Heritage's budget is maybe higher, but the artists have less, not more. The minister said in this House that he transferred this government to increase the coffers. The problem is that the Conservatives don't recognize the cultural impact, just as they scorn any form of support for the cultural expression of a people. Will the government finally reinstate funding for international tours by increasing the Canada Council's budget even more? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we already increased the Canada Council's funding, but the Bloc Québécois voted against. Mr. Speaker, this is what the Bloc Québécois voted against as well. The Festival de la Galette, they voted that. The Envolée Macadam, they voted against funding for that. The Jazz Festival as well, they voted against funding for all of these events. Every time we are increasing our investments in culture, but the Bloc Québécois continues to vote against it because, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to pan-Canadian programs in the interests of all Canadians and all Canadian artists, and they are against that. The Honourable Member of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, 20 years after the failure of Nietzsche, the Conservative government continues to refuse to make public the documents and proceedings of the federal government concerning the negotiations as provided for under the Access to Information Act. Why is the government sidestepping the law? What does it have to hide? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. With regard to ATI to access to information requests, those must be made by officials. Under Section 14, it is stipulated that disclosure of information may be refused if it may harm the undertaking of federal-provincial relations, and the people responsible for processing this request applied this Section 14. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, to justify the censorship of the Cabinet discussions concerning Leech Lake negotiations, the Prime Minister's department is hiding behind Section 14 and claiming that this information could harm federal-provincial relations. Can the government tell us what it's trying to hide, what is so serious, and what could possibly worsen relations between Ottawa and Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I have just said to the member for Quebec that the processing of ATIA requests is done by government officials. They applied the law and Section 14. The Honourable Member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, last week there was talk about the $16 billion contract for the jet fighters, and that was posted, but it doesn't reflect the same errors. In any case, they are turning a deaf ear. They didn't clarify the operational needs. They didn't hold consultations. And the government is moving forward without any transparency for the biggest contract in Canadian military history. Why are the Conservatives so irresponsible with Canadian taxpayers' money? The Minister for National Defence.
Beauséjour to open his ears to the words from members of his own party, like Senator Colin Kenny, who said, "I'm delighted we're going ahead with the Joint Strike Fighter." He went on to say, "We can't afford to lose ground in the aerospace industry, or our involvement in this contract will create new jobs and opportunities." Or Senator Dallaire, who said the F-35 stealth jet is an excellent plane and Canada should be buying more of them. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from the member who was involved in the cancellation of the Sea King replacement program and bought used submarines from the UK. Mr. Speaker, whether it's helicopters that won't go up or subs that won't go down, the Liberal Party can't fly or can't float on military procurement.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Order, please.
Waste doesn't end at reckless sole-source defense contracts. Exactly. Here's a quick tally from last year. Consultants, up $3 billion. Advertising, almost $200 million. And the Prime Minister's propaganda budget, $10 million. 30% more than 2 years ago. $10 million. That's a lot of money for a Prime Minister who'll never answer an unscripted question and hasn't had an open, transparent, public town hall meeting since he became Prime Minister. How can they justify all this waste?
Order. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Liberal credibility on procurement for the military, Mr. Speaker, zero. Let's listen to what the former Defence Minister, Art Eggleton, the Senator, had to say. Our participation will greatly enhance interoperability with our allies, which is one of the key defence objectives. The member from Beauséjour completely agreed with him when he was the Parliamentary Secretary to Defence in 2002. He said our cooperation with the United States, for example, on joint strike fighters has earned Canadian companies substantial industrial benefits. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are being so cynical in promising to cancel the F-35, the same thing they did with the Sea King replacement program. Zero credibility.
The Honourable Member for Guelph. Order.
Mr. Speaker, despite giving a company in his riding $5.2 million FedDev dollars under the guise of creating jobs, it didn't. The same firm, ComDev, in fact, fired 81 employees. On the other hand, Cynthia Moyer's exemplary FedDev application was rejected for arbitrary reasons and her firm closed. Why is the government funding firms without a strategy, funding firms that cut jobs rather than create them? Why do they refuse to help small and medium-sized businesses in southwestern Ontario? Where is the fairness for those hardest hit by this recession?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, the member needs to get his facts correct. The unfortunate layoffs at ComDev are not related to FedDev funding. Our investment is in new microsatellite technology for a growing part of that company that is creating jobs in Southern Ontario.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, while the minister makes up excuses, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business says that their members are, quote, dissatisfied with the programs provided by FedDev. Their members say the application process is time-consuming and cumbersome, and there's no meaningful way to inquire about applications. No help from FedDev. Lost jobs in Southwest Ontario have been mostly replaced by contractor, part-time service industry jobs, not jobs of the future. When will the minister work for small businesses that create 7 out of 8 new jobs instead of providing one-off funding for a company that cuts jobs?
Honourable Minister of State.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member is completely wrong. This government's #1 priority is creating jobs and stimulating the economy. And we're doing just that. That's exactly why this Prime Minister set up FedDev Ontario with a 5-year mandate and $1 billion. I will point out to the House that since May of 2009, there have been 185,000 new jobs created in Southern Ontario. What's really concerning is the Liberals voted against that kind of stimulus for Ontario. Why did they do that?
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, last summer our government committed to purchase the F-35 jet fighter to replace the aging fleet of F-18s. This decision was taken 13 full years after the program launch. Over those 13 years, a tendering process was organized, and Lockheed Martin was awarded the contract to build this first generation of fighter aircraft. Could the Minister of Industry highlight the benefits of this decision for the Canadian aerospace industry? The Honourable Minister of Industry.
I thank the honourable member for the question. Indeed, our government has taken the fourth and next step of this 13-year F-35 program to ensure that the Canadian aerospace industry would benefit the greatest and our forces would have the best. Last week, however, the Liberal leader took time out to commit to return, the Canadian forces to the times of the decade of darkness and to shut down Canadian aerospace jobs in such places as Montreal, Winnipeg, British Columbia, Mississauga, Eastern Canada. I call on the Liberal leader to retract his position and to stand up for Canadian aerospace jobs.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'm receiving complaints from Albertans who are being charged HST on many transactions, including mailing gifts, sending courier packages, and hiring Alberta-based moving companies to send goods to provinces that have adopted a harmonized sales tax. The Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and all of the Conservative members of Parliament from Alberta voted to impose the HST on Albertans. Did this government consult anyone in Alberta on the implications of the HST, and if so, whom?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Provincial taxation, of course, is a provincial responsibility in Canada. Recently, 2 provincial governments decided to move to a harmonized sales tax. With respect to mail and courier services, nothing has changed at the federal level. For mail and courier services, the sales tax has always been applied on the basis of where the consumption takes place. This has not changed and has always been the case, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
This is question period, not answer period. Canada Revenue Agency is unable to answer constituents' basic questions on the implications of the HST for Albertans. Can the minister please inform the House who benefits from the HST paid by Albertans, who pays the collection costs of this tax destined to the coffers of another province, and what additional administrative burden is now imposed on Alberta businesses to collect and remit this new tax?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, this is a question period, and here's the answer again. Nothing has changed at the federal level, Mr. Speaker. Provincial taxation is a provincial responsibility. For mail and courier services, the sales tax has always been applied on the basis of where the consumption takes place. This has not changed. It has always been the case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable
Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, several specialists interviewed by Le Devoir remind us that the seismic surveys that are about to be undertaken on the Newfoundland side of Old Harry in the Gulf of St. Lawrence pose significant risks for several species at risk. Does the government intend to follow up on the unanimous motion of the National Assembly, which was demanding the suspension of the authorizations for exploration underway? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To ensuring the safe, responsible and sustainable development of Canada's natural resources, we're going to continue to work with the provinces and the territories across this country in order to promote responsible development.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Seismic surveys undertaken in Newfoundland have an impact on hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers. What happens in Terre-Neuve in Newfoundland has repercussions for Quebec. The most elementary level of prudence dictates that the federal government should follow the National Assembly's motion and suspend the current authorizations so that we have a chance to know what the results of the environmental assessments that Quebec has asked for are. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Natural Resources.
With the provinces and territories, as I said, to promote responsible development, but Quebec has indicated that it wants to enter into an offshore agreement similar to the ones that the federal government has with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. We look forward to working with them on such an agreement.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, the Enabling Accessibility Fund for People with Disabilities was meant to support projects from across the country, not just in Conservative ridings. And yet over 90% of all funding went to Conservatives. It was quite the Conservative feast, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has refused to be straight with Canadians about this fund. The facts, which this Canadian has such an aversion to, point to a full and complete abuse of the fund. Can the Minister responsible ensure that the next round of funding will be available to all Canadians with disabilities, not just her Conservative colleagues?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, last week I was very pleased to be able to announce the launch of the call for proposals for the mid-sized projects under our extended Enabling Accessibility Fund. These are for projects from $500,000 to $3 million so that they can go into communities right across the country where they will help make accessibility right there for everyone who needs it. Mr. Speaker, we are focusing on making sure that rural areas and remote areas who don't often have access to funding to do this do get extra points on the evaluation system, and we support accessibility for everyone in those areas.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister responsible for people with disabilities has hijacked the Accessibility Fund, cancelled the PAL survey for active living, and she sat back quietly while the long-form census, so important to disability groups, was changed. And after 6 years as an MP and 3 years as a minister and 7.5 months after we raised it in this House, why does the Minister responsible for people with disabilities not have an accessible constituency office?
Why? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, no government has done more to help those with disabilities become fully included in our society than our government has. We've removed barriers to participation across the country, whether it's in over 300 Enabling Accessibility Fund projects so far, whether it's in our own federal government offices, in which we're investing significant dollars to make them accessible. We've also launched the RDSP, the Registered Disability Savings Plan, to help families save for the future. Mr. Speaker, we've done a lot. We've got a lot to do. We keep doing it. I just wish the opposition would support it for once, because their record on this is pretty darn bad.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the fact remains Omar Khadr is a Canadian citizen. The will of this House, the ruling of the Supreme Court of Canada, was to have Khadr brought home to face justice in Canada. Canada has been the only country to accept the Guantanamo process, and that fell far short of Canadian, U.S. and international legal and human rights standards. Mr. Speaker, there is no justice in Guantanamo. Now, in light of the diplomatic notes that have surfaced, the obvious question is, what else is the Minister hiding, and what other plans does this government have for Omar Khadr?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our friend and closest ally, the American government, agreed for Omar Khadr to return to Canada, and we will implement the agreement between Mr. Khadr and the U.S. government.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives and specifically the Minister of Foreign Affairs have repeatedly said that Omar Khadr was America's problem and that no talks were underway and that this has nothing to do with them. Mr. Speaker, we now find out that on October 23rd, the government had in fact been in talks and had in fact considered a request by the U.S. to bring Omar Khadr back to Canada. Mr. Speaker, the diplomatic notes are clear. So why did the minister deny that this was the case? And why did he mislead Canadians? Why is he hiding from the truth? He should embrace the truth. It might even set him free, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada was not part, and I repeat, was not part of the plea negotiations. You have, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Prosecutor of the Tribunal who reiterated this on numerous occasions. I will not go back into this response. We are not, and we're not, part of the plea negotiations.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada today, Aboriginal women are more than 3 times as likely to be a victim of violent crime than non-Aboriginal women. Our government is concerned by this disturbing pattern of violence and the impact it has on their families and our communities. We believe that all women have the right to be safe, regardless of the community in which they live. Can the Minister for the Status of Women update this House on what the government is doing to address this issue and help protect these women?
Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger for her tireless efforts on this issue. I am proud to inform this House that our government is taking several concrete actions to address the issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women. We have committed $10 million to create a new Centre for Missing Persons with the RCMP, improve law enforcement databases, boost victim services, and support the creation of community and educational safety plans, and create a national website for public tips. Elizabeth Bastian of the Native Women's Association of Canada has said this is a significant investment, one that can go a long way in addressing the challenges experienced by women and families in our communities. We'll continue to keep women safe.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Create regulations for the shale gas industry in Quebec. Yet the Natural Resources Minister told the House his government won't get involved in shale gas mining. Does that mean the water-taking regulations the Environment Minister says he's working on will be merely a public relations exercise? In other words, will they have teeth and be strong enough to halt a shale gas project that compromises surface water supplies in Quebec, or will they just be a rubber-stamping process for approving industry proposals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
As I said earlier, we're committed to working with the provinces and territories on the safe and sustainable development of Canada's natural resources. Mr. Speaker, shale gas represents a tremendous opportunity for Quebec. It's up to the Quebec government alone to decide and to set the framework for the development of those resources, and we will continue to work with the provinces and the territories.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. It is almost 2 years since the government implemented the standard requiring 98% Canadian content for using the Made in Canada label. Since then, all stakeholders in the agri-food sector have denounced the standard that has resulted in the loss of millions of dollars in market share for our processors and producers. After 2 bogus consultation rounds and promises to change the norm, will the minister listen to the UPA and ask for the passage of labeling regulations that would eliminate all ambiguity, allowing consumers to make an enlightened choice? The honourable member for Mr. Speaker, the consumers took place. The Consumers Association was involved, as well as the processors, and they are coming to agreements on the best process possible. This consultation is still underway, and we are hoping to share the results of those consultations soon.
Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, new questions have surfaced in the tragic death of Ashley Smith. A correctional service report says her repeat transfers went against doctor's orders, interfered with her treatment, and escalated her self-harming behavior. It reveals that her death may not have been a suicide at all, but a desperate cry for stimulation and release from a segregation cell. Mr. Speaker, the treatment of mentally ill offenders is still deficient, and the conditions that led to Ashley's death still exist in our federal prisons. Instead of building more prison cells to warehouse the mentally ill, will the government act now to provide safe and effective treatment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this truly was a tragic incident, and our sympathy to the family of Ashley Smith. But as you know, this matter is before the courts, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment on specifics on that case. This government, in 2008, the federal budget, Correctional Services Canada did receive permanent funding of $16.6 million annually for institutional mental health services commencing in 2009-2010.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ever since our government was elected in 2006, we have consistently stood up for victims of crime in this country. Not only did we establish an ombudsman for the victims of crime and commit record funding to services for victims, we backed it up by passing a number of bills aimed at cracking down on serious and violent crime in this country. Can the Minister of Justice please update the House on the status of our Tough on Crime agenda?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, not only have we passed the Truth in Sentencing Bill, the identity theft, tackling violent crime, but we have a very busy agenda before this House, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm calling for a conversion of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, and calling for their support to help us get tough on crime in this country. Now, I know they're not going to like this, but I know my colleagues will like this on this side of the House. We will be introducing more legislation, all of it to help victims of law-abiding Canadians. I know that will be supported.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Le commissaire à l'environnement.
The Environmental Commission reminded Fisheries and Oceans that they don't have the scientific data on fish habitat that would allow them to allow the government to watch over water resources as they are supposed to under the Constitution. Can the Minister tell us if the government has the information necessary to regulate the shale gas industry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, or rather, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Presents a tremendous opportunity for Quebec. It's up to the province of Quebec to set the framework for the development of that resource. I'm going to tell you that unlike the Liberals who want to tell Quebecers how to develop their resources, our government is going to work with the provinces and territories to help realize the benefits of those resources.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
After months of waiting, instead of targeting programs to end violence against Aboriginal women, the Conservatives announced a long laundry list of unspecified programs not for Aboriginal women. A missing persons centre is necessary. Sisters in Spirit proved that when they showed how impossible our current methods are at tracking who is missing. But why is the government paying for the National Police Support Centre for Missing Persons with money that should be focused on the problems of violence against Aboriginal women?
Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, we're supporting the Centre for Missing Persons because this is a responsibility that all of us share. And I can tell the honourable member that this was a very well-received announcement that we made in Vancouver. In particular, the Native Women's Association of Canada welcomed this. They themselves are the ones that raised awareness about the murdered and missing Aboriginal women, and we responded to that call with a new $10 million program and a new Centre for Missing Persons with the RCMP.
The Honourable Member for Ahuntsic. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government announced without any consultations the closing of 2 Quebec border posts and significant reduction in hours of 3 other crossings by April 2011. At the same time, the United States is investing in small border crossings in order to improve their infrastructure for security reasons. The harmonization of border crossings is a failure. Will the Minister for Public Safety suspend his decision to close and reduce the opening hours of several Quebec border crossings? The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Public Safety.
Does believe Canadians deserve value for their money and programs that do produce results. And we are pleased that CBSA has said that no job losses are expected as a result of these port closures, and that alternative ports are located very close by, less than 20 kilometers away. The decision to transfer services from very low traffic sites to another nearby site will give people better value for their money.
Excellent.
Honourable member for Vancouver South.
I have a question for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I want to say to the Minister, the issue is not whether or not this government is part of the plea bargaining, because the government can't be part of the plea bargaining. Only the prosecutor, defense, or anyone else that's allowed by Carter to be part of the process can be part of the process. The question is, this government talked to the U.S. State Department and said to them, if you arrive at an agreement, we would agree to have him transferred into this country. That is an agreement by any name, by any other name. That is an agreement to say Carter can come back. Did you not negotiate with the United States State Department to have Carter come back?
The Speaker did not. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the question remains, is the Government of Canada part of the negotiations, the plea negotiations? No, the Government of Canada is not part of the plea negotiations, and I'm very happy to see that my honourable colleague, after spending this question period repeating that, has finally agreed with me that that's the case. We were not part of it.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Baird, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, the Competition Act, and the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Nicholson, appuyé par Monsieur Baird.
Mr. Nicholson, this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At
the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Nicholson for Mr. Taves, seconded by Mr. Baird, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Regulating Telecommunications Facilities to Support Investigations. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Nicholson for Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson for Mr. Taves, seconded by Mr. Baird, asks that this bill be read a first time and printed.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il?
When will this bill be read a second time?
Of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the ninth report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. In accordance with its order of reference on Wednesday, March 3rd, 2010, your committee has considered Bill C-393, an act to amend the Patent Act, Drugs for International Humanitarian Purposes, and to make a consequential amendment to another act, and agreed on Monday, November 1st, 2010, to report it with amendments. Good work.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Thank you. I have the honour to present in both official languages the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. In accordance with the order of reference of Friday, October the 8th, 2010, your committee has considered Bill S-215, an act to amend the Criminal Code, suicide bombings, and agreed on Thursday, October 28th, 2010, to report it with amendments.
Dave, presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Alan Welland, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Wheat Board Act. Members of the Board, this motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to introduce this private member's bill regarding the Canadian Wheat Board. Mr. Speaker, this bill finds its origins in the fact that there is no business case for abolishing the Canadian Wheat Board. In fact, it's the most powerful, the largest and most successful grain marketing company in the world, and yet this government has been on an ideological crusade to bring it down. This bill, Mr. Speaker, would enhance the powers of the board of directors, the directors of the Wheat Board. It would change the way that the board directors are chosen and selected. It would reduce the number of directors appointed by the government. It would diminish the arbitrary, discretionary powers of the minister to interfere with the activities, administration, and operation of the Canadian Wheat Board, and it would reaffirm the fact that the Wheat Board is not a government institution or agency. It is, in fact, a wholly owned cooperative enterprise operated and owned by the grain producers of the Prairie region, and their success is paramount, and the government should get their hands off the Wheat Board, and this bill would codify the powers of the directors to chart their own destiny and their own control of this great Canadian institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, seconded by Mr. Allen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
De loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Honorable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the various parties that when the House begins proceedings under the provision of Standing Order 53.1 on Tuesday, November the 2nd, 2010, no quorum calls, requests for unanimous consent, or dilatory motion shall be received by the Speaker.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard the question. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. I declare the motion carried.
De pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for MacLeod.
Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we know that many people that suffer with MS look to some treatment that has been in its preliminary stages in other countries. So my petitioners have requested that they have some suggestions for the Minister of Health in terms of how we could facilitate moving forward in terms of offering hope again for those that suffer with MS.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition signed by hundreds of people in my riding of Hamilton Mountain who share my belief that spousal homicide shouldn't pay. The petitioners are outraged that it's currently possible for someone convicted of killing their spouse to collect CPP survivor benefits and/or the death benefit. And they're equally outraged that it's possible for someone convicted of killing their spouse to collect survivor benefits and/or the death benefit under CPPD. They know that it's a long-established principle in law that no one should be able to benefit from the commission of a crime, and that principle must be enshrined in the eligibility criteria for government benefit programs. So, Mr. Speaker, what the petitioners are asking for is the immediate passage of my bill, C-527, which amends the Canada Pension Plan to prohibit the payment of a survivor's pension, orphan's benefit, or death benefit to a survivor or orphan of a deceased contributor if the survivor or orphan has been convicted of the murder or manslaughter of the deceased contributor. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to
trying to get the rights. South. I thought it was South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to submit this petition from over 1,000 Canadians in support of Bill C-510, Roxanne's Law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am glad that you managed that. I appreciate it, and so do the folks from London Fanshawe. I have a petition from citizens across many communities and from all walks of life who wish Parliament to know that they genuinely support and value the contributions of our veterans, and that they regard a veteran as a veteran regardless in which deployment or where an individual may have served. The petitioners join the Veterans Ombudsman and General Walter Natanchuk in condemning the new Veterans Charter and the Department of Veterans Affairs for creating barriers to serving Canada's veterans. Petitioners also demand that existing services, such as veterans' hospitals, be mandated to serve modern-day veterans, including the more than 200,000 members of the armed forces who have served in peacekeeping missions since the Korean War. The petitioners want there to be a full hearing in the House of Commons in response to the issues of pensions, special care, programs, services, and the preservation of an independent Department of Veterans Affairs, and that Parliament act to ensure veterans and their families receive the supports that they have been promised and to which they are entitled as members of the armed forces, past, present, and future.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to table a petition today signed by many people from Greater Vancouver, in fact, who signed it at this past summer's Pride Festival in Vancouver, in support of full and explicit human rights protection for transgender and transsexual Canadians. They note that transsexual and transgender people are victims of discrimination, harassment, and violence because of their gender identity and expression, and that they are often denied employment, housing, access to trans-sensitive health care, and have difficulty obtaining, often obtaining identification documents because of their gender identity and expression. They're calling on Parliament to support a private member's bill that I've tabled, Bill C-389, that would add gender identity and expression as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act, and would also amend the criminal code to include gender identity and gender expression as distinguishing characteristics and as aggravating factors to be taken into consideration at the time of sentencing and in the hate crimes legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to table in the House of Commons a petition signed by approximately 5,000 citizens in my riding. They ask the Government of Canada to revisit their decision on a border crossing which is supposed to happen in 2011. This decision was taken without having consulted the citizens in my riding or businesses in my riding. There was no consultation or public hearing organized by the Canadian Border Services Agency. Municipal authorities were not consulted, nor were business groups. This border crossing is very important for our economic viability. Thank you.
L'Honorable Député d'Elmwood.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Speaker, my petition calls on the Canadian government to negotiate with the United States government to reduce the United States and Canadian passport fees. The number of American tourists visiting Canada is at its lowest level since 1972. It's fallen by 5 million visits in the last 7 years, from 16 million in 2002 to only 11 million in 2009. Passport fees for an American family of 4 can be over $500 US. While 50% of Canadians have passports, only 25% of Americans do. At the recent Midwest Legislative Conference of the Council of State Governments, attended by myself and over 500 elected representatives from 11 border states and 3 provinces, a resolution was passed unanimously which reads, resolved that the conference calls on President Barack Obama and the Canadian Prime Minister to immediately examine a reduced fee for passports to facilitate cross-border tourism, and be it further resolved that the conference encourage the governments to examine the idea of a limited-time 2-for-1 passport renewal or new application. Now, to be a fair process, Mr. Speaker, passport fees must be reduced on both sides of the border. Therefore, the petitioners call on the government to work with the American government to examine a mutual reduction in passport fees to facilitate tourism, and finally promote a limited-time 2-for-1 passport renewal or new application fee on a mutual basis with the United States.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-47, Sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery Act.
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You moved so quickly after question period that I missed the tabling of documents under routine proceedings. I would therefore like, pursuant to Section 94.1 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, to table in both official languages the 2010 Annual Report on Immigration.
Okay. That's fine. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity of speaking on the budget, and I know we spent a lot of time speaking about its effects domestically within Canada and what it will do to Canadians, good or bad, but I would like to spend a few minutes just discussing what's going to happen about Canada's image overseas to our own image of helping other people who are in desperate need, both the poor and the dispossessed. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that international cooperation is a contentious issue right now as we look through the budget and what's going on, but I'm more interested in the future rather than debating the decisions that have happened in the past. I'm very much aware that CETA has decided that it wants to focus on 3 areas: health, education, and food. I'm not so much against that idea. I think that those things are very, very necessary to do it. What I wonder is where the money will come from to be able to do it. I've looked on in concern as CETA has continued to narrow down its funding programs in such a way that as it focuses on these 3 things, many other things are not getting done, and I think that's a concern. I think it's also a great concern for not just people in Canada, but also various multinational groups and others overseas, that CETA has had its budget frozen for the next 5 years. It's not only that, Mr. Speaker, it's the fact that that represents almost a full 25% of the deficit reduction that's going to be going on over the course of the next 5 years as well. My concern about that is as the needs grow, and as other partners that we have around the world, the Brits, the Americans, Norway, the United Nations, Brazil, China, other countries begin to ramp up their international cooperation dollars, we are actually in a situation where we are going to fall behind. That does concern me. I don't want to pick fights over the particular decisions that are made. My concern is that the rest of the world moves forward, even in very, very difficult times, economic times. Groups like the government of the United Kingdom, Britain, have decided, in spite of their own massive deficits and the deficit cuttings of what they will do, they will still reach 0.7 of GDP by the end of their mandate. I think that's significant. I think it's significant that people like Norway and the other Scandinavian countries are up at 0.9. It's interesting that the Obama administration is wanting to claw its way to 0.7 as well. But then there are people like Brazil. Brazil has signed on. We know it's becoming an economic powerhouse, but it has also signed on, Mr. Speaker, that it will reach its 0.7 budget. That's significant because Canada, with the freezing of our aid dollars, is going to fall down below 0.3. I don't think that's anything that any of us really expected or wanted, but it's going to happen. And it's happening at a time in which we've all decided as advanced nations to sign on to the Millennial Development Goals. That was in 2005. That was in Gleneagle, Scotland. The major economies of the world decided to get together and have these goals established. Up until that time, poverty was just a dog's breakfast. It was all over the place. Nobody knew quite how to attack it. They were running in all sorts of different cylinders. But the leaders of the world at that time, of the industrialized world, decided that the time had come, Mr. Speaker, to pull it all together, to come up with some major themes in which all the major countries of the world could come together. I just briefly want to mention what those 8 are and what they agreed to in Gleneagle, Scotland. Ending poverty and hunger, universal education, gender equality, child health, maternal health, combating HIV and AIDS, environmental sustainability, and global partnership. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are very important goals, and as we have seen just in this past September at the Millennial Development Goals Summit at the United Nations, we're failing. I want to commend the government for its own actions around child and maternal health. I think the fact that it attempted to show leadership in that area is a good thing, but we have to be able to back that up, both with the funds that would help us to get to that point, but it's also really important that as a government, we just didn't sign on to child and maternal health, and we just didn't sign on to the Global Fund. We also signed on to environmental sustainability. We also signed on to global partnership, to allowing people in the developing world to take more part in the allocation of aid dollars and what needs to be done. In universal education, Canada has done a very good job, even under the present government for a number of years, of keeping our levels high at universal education, but now they're beginning to dip. So what's happening is that the government of Canada is freezing its budget at the same time that others, equally oppressed by very, very difficult times, are deciding to move ahead anyway and do their best to fulfill the Millennial Development Goals. Why is it? Why is it that as we have a budget like this is being presented to us and we're debating it, and I think that that's a really good thing, why is it that we have opted to, at this particular time, when other countries that are far more financially stressed than we are still opting to go ahead? And once again, I remind the House here of Great Britain and all the strains that they're under. Even their coalition that came together has decided that they will stick together and stick to 0.7. There's some great things coming up, Mr. Speaker. I look at Haiti. I look at the cholera. 200 people have died of cholera in Haiti. But that whole island was wiped out. And there's the need to rebuild. And rebuilding is going to take funds. The Government of Canada and Canadians together have matched their funds and come together to give a very, very strong response to Haiti. But the problem is Bill Clinton told us and told me when we were in New York that it's going to be a 20-year project. If in the first 5 years of that project, CETA has frozen its budget, I don't see quite how we're going to get there. I'd like to speak a bit about Sudan, too. People know about my own particular interest in Sudan, but they'll be signing a referendum in January of this coming year. That's only 2 months away. Many of us will be there as that is going on. It's going to be South Sudan will be the world's newest country. And I realize that CETA has said that it will put money towards food. And I think that's important. And I also realize that the Government of Canada has given $800 million to Sudan since it came to power in 2006. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's important. Sudan has stayed a country of focus both for the previous government and also this government. Our problem comes with the World Food Program report. It's now saying that the food assistance has more than quadrupled from 1 million to 4.3 million people in South Sudan in 2010 are going to need help. How do we help them if we've frozen the budget? I just don't quite understand. Also, in speaking with Southern Sudanese officials just this past week, Mr. Speaker, they're greatly worried about the 2 million people that are going to come back in these massive migrations from all sorts of countries that are around Sudan. They're going to come in and they're going to swell over the villages that are already there, and the health concerns are major. So although CETA has said that health is a major concern for it, how will we meet those needs if we have frozen the budget? And there are other things as well, Mr. Speaker. But I think when it comes to Sudan, it's very, very important that we realize that both the previous government and this government have made serious commitments to the people of South Sudan and to the country of Sudan as a whole. And as the referendum comes, we have to not just be there as the referendum is signed, and many will be, some here from the House will be here to watch that ceremony. It's going to have to be that for the years following that, what do we do with the 2 to 3 to 4 million people that have now visited South Sudan and have decided to stay? How can CETA possibly keep it as a country of focus if its budget is frozen? I'm concerned about that. There's the Congo. The Globe and Mail last week did a very good job. It's saying that the Canadian government has a very unique opportunity within the Congo because of our bilingual nature, because of the training of our troops, because of the excellency of our CETA people, that we have an opportunity to go into the Congo and actually help to stabilize that region. But it's not going to happen, in part because we've not made that commitment. And second, where will the money come from? Where will CETA's money come from if it enters into that massive problems that are in that region? I think we've got some serious thinking to do. If this budget has been cut by 25% to just CETA alone, and we're part of a worldwide scope and reach to try to reach out to these countries of the world and help to stabilize them, how will we do that if we're suddenly frozen and we actually fall below 0.3 when our other partners are moving towards 0.7? I think these are serious issues, and I am worried about it. I don't want to pick fights about what should have been done about Kairos. Those are for another day and another time. I just want to talk in broad strokes. What will we do as a nation if our budget is frozen? This is a very important issue, Mr. Speaker, because I think it is to Canadians as well. 77% of Canadians, according to a recent poll, think it's important for Canada to be known as a world leader in funding solutions. 62% of Canadians think this funding should not be frozen. Mr. Speaker, $4.5 billion is going to be cut from the CETA budget. It will be cut because it's frozen. So it's not going to be able to keep being increased. What will we do as a nation? How will we answer the world when it's looking to us for leadership as part of broader partnerships if we have looked at them and said, all bets are off? We've frozen our budget. Sorry, the rest of you are on a roll. We'll keep doing what we want to do. We're part of a global alliance, Mr. Speaker, and it's my hope that all of us will be able to look at this budget and realize one of its fundamental flaws is the fact that our hand of compassion to the world has just been cut off because of our own inability to continue to increase funds for international cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The L'Honorable Député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce-Jour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from London and commend him not only on his comments with respect to this budget legislation, but for the work that he's done both in Canada and internationally in terms of international development and cooperation. I've had the privilege of having a number of conversations with my colleague, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you his passion for and his knowledge in questions of international development, particularly with respect to the African continent, I think are an inspiration. And it's in that vein, Mr. Speaker, that I would very much like our colleague to share with us his views on how perhaps the lack of funding for development projects and for Canada's commitment to multilateral organizations like the United Nations has been reflected in our participation in United Nations peacekeeping missions. As I said, Mr. Speaker, our colleague from London, his knowledge of the African continent and of some of the difficult conflicts on that continent is certainly worthy, I think, of him sharing with this House his views on what Canada could do more to participate in United Nations peacekeeping exercises, in some of the missions that may be going on that continent. And does he have a sense, Mr. Speaker, of the number of Canadian military personnel, for example, that would be involved now under the United Nations banner in peacekeeping efforts? I think it's a source of pride for many in this House, our past participation in those missions, and I know that we'd benefit from his insight in this matter.
Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I do think it is an important one. We're about ready to look at the purchase of 65 stealth fighter jets. We have, right now, between 30 and 50 peacekeepers worldwide from Canada. In 1992, we led the world in peacekeeping. We had more troops, we had more skin in the game in 1992, and now today we're right near the bottom. We're 53rd out of 55 countries in peacekeeping. 35 peacekeepers. I don't think Canadians know that or necessarily understand that, but that's a real issue, Mr. Speaker, and I think peacekeeping is so essential to international cooperation as well. We need that security if we're going to have to be able to do our work. I appreciate my friend's inquiry into this, because you can't separate peacekeeping, foreign development, international development, and our troops from one another. They're a whole unit, and I think it's time that we realize that peacekeeping is going to have to be part in the game, and we have to be part of it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough. Pardon me? Guildwood.
Center of the universe. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's probably no member in this House who has more knowledge and authority on the issues on which he that he just spoke about, and he is a very articulate in showing the relative and absolute decline of the influence of CETA in as far as our nation is concerned. It shows an absolute decline in numbers. We, for whatever reason, have chosen to deal with our deficit on the backs of the poor of this world. We have recently suffered a slap in international prestige before the United Nations. CETA is a diminished force, and of course we have C-300 last Wednesday night, all of which makes us, in my judgment, a diminished nation. I'd be interested in the honourable member's views on the diminished nature of CETA going forward.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre, short answer, please.
I appreciate my friend's question, Mr. Speaker. I guess to put it simply, the rest of the world is looking at us and wondering what has happened, and I know that from speaking with people. Right now, Mr. Speaker, we're 22nd on the list of OECD donors. We used to be up near the top. We're now 22nd. And we're now at a point where the rest of the world is looking and no longer factoring in Canada. So I think as we have these delegations and others that we speak with about international cooperation, they realize that we're on a downward track. And it affects very much how the world will respond. They used to use Canada as one of their key players for getting out there on peacekeeping and on international cooperation. Without that in their toolbox, without Canada in their toolbox, their work is greatly hindered.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to say a few words on the recovery of economic recovery and on the budget. I think, first of all, in case I'm not on my feet again, I would like to pay my respect to the Canadian veteran, the older veteran who did so much to make it that you and I could be here today and have freedom and democracy in this great nation, and also to remember our newer veterans who come home. And I think it's fair to say that we understand more what our veterans go through and what they suffer when they come home. It's vitally important that the Government of Canada has the package in place to make sure that these veterans, when they return, are able to live a normal life. Some of them suffer physical and mental illnesses, and we must have the funds in place. That's why I have some concern about the lump sum payment for veterans. Because if that takes place and something happens and the fund is gone, what takes place? What happens? Do we have people on the street with no dollars that stood in a foreign land in order to preserve our democracy? So I hope the government will take that in hand. I think also I had the privilege of sitting at the cabinet table for a period of time representing veterans, and I did learn many things, and one thing they told me was to certainly know your history, and I do the best I can, because if you do not know it, you're very apt to repeat it. Now, looking at the economic situation in the country today, and then reflecting back when I came here when there was a previous government in place, and looking at budgets that were presented at that time and projections put in place, very fine people with great intentions give great projections, none of which were met. And all the deficits were added on to the debt. And in fact, if you look, I remember the first when Mr. Critchin formed government and Mr. Martin gave us our first economic update, the debt was $38 billion going to $60 if we didn't do something. So it kind of reflects what's taken place today, and it's a great concern because today I'm fearful of how the economic situation might be straightened out in this country, and we have to be sure it's not straightened out on the back of the poor. And that's and now I'd like to just touch a bit on in Prince Edward Island and in Cardigan riding, which I have the great privilege of representing. Agriculture, fisheries and tourism are certainly very important. Now, in the agricultural field, it's I often hear the minister and other government members and people saying from the gate to the plate. And it sounds great, but I can tell you there's absolutely no problem at the plate, but there's a great problem at the gate. And if you go up from the gate to meet these family farms and to meet with the people that are involved in the agricultural sector and kind of get an understanding of the debt that they're carrying. In fact, firm debt has doubled in the last 3 years. Sad situation. And certainly for the people that produce this, the second largest nation in the world, if we're not careful, we'll not be able to feed ourselves. It's certainly true that the measures we have do not meet the requirements for what's needed in the agricultural sector. And I must say there's one thing that a number of constituents say to me. They want me to remind the government, you are the government. You have been the government. In fact, if some people in my riding feel quite a bit too long. So to stand up in your place and indicate what took place 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 15 years ago is no good. They need answers. And at the Agricultural Committee, there's been a number of things suggested. The Emergency Advance Payment Program must be reestablished at a higher level to meet producers' needs, and producers have a great difficulty. Looking back in Prince Edward Island and the deal they had, particularly with the hog industry, on this very issue, so many people had so many great difficulties. Another suggestion that was made to the committee was that we have funds in place to make sure that Canadians know that they're eating Canadian pork. But the problem is, with the hog industry in particular, little or nothing was done, and what happened was they went broke. We need to take care of our farmers. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course, another very important industry in the province is the fishing industry. There are a lot of problems in the fishing industry in Prince Edward Island, particularly in different areas. There are certain areas in the lobster fishery that are doing quite well. There are areas that are in a very serious situation. They need help from the government. Now, our Minister of Fisheries announced a $65 million investment to help Atlantic lobster industry on June the 10th, 2009. I often said, why didn't they make that announcement $165 million or $265 million? Because you're not going to spend any of it, or practically none of it anyhow. And that's the difficulty we have in the fishery. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, 80% of the total dollars that were announced have not been spent. Now, there was $15 million of this fund that was put in place in order to help fisher people that are in great difficulty. For example, 26A. And there's always ups and downs in every industry. It's like the pork industry. They needed help a year ago. A number of my constituents got none. They went broke. With 26A, we have great difficulty in the fishery. I remember a number of years ago traveling in that area, and the catches were high. But for the last number of years, they're in a desperate situation, and they need some input from the government. Now, the difference between fisheries and agriculture is when fishermen or fishers go broke, the fleet is repossessed. It goes back to the lending institution, and somebody else buys that. Somebody else invests in this. The fact is, the government of Canada, all governments, have issued lobster licenses to people in this area. It's the responsibility of the government of Canada to put a rationalization program in place, a publicly funded rationalization program that would help take the people out of the fishery that wish to come out in somewhat of a decent way. What's important to realize is the government issues the license, but the people involved in the fishery spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on boats and traps and to get their fleet in order, only to lose it. But as I say, the difference between the people involved in the fishery and agriculture, when the government does nothing for the agricultural sector, they just go broke and go away. In the fishing sector, they go broke. And the lending institution is hurt. The people involved, it's always a family operation. They go broke, but it goes back to the lending institution. Somebody comes and buys it, and that fleet is back on the water, creating the same amount of pressure for the fishery in 26A. And it's not the only area in Atlantic Canada that has great difficulty. But if the government would just put something in place that would help relieve take these people out of the fishery. If they do not do it, we're just going to have this continuous cycle of people going broke, people reinvesting in the fleet, and the strain remaining on the resource. So it's certainly, as far as a recovery for these people in the fishery, I suggest to the government they spend some of this $65 million that they announced. They've dealt with fishermen over the last number of years since they made that announcement. Nothing has happened in my area. The people are still up against it financially. They're asking them to do this and they're asking them to do that, but in the end, there's nothing done in order to take that fleet out of the system. Not back to anything else. It has to be taken back by the government, the license taken back, and that fisher person taken and the license out of the system altogether. Then it leaves the people that's left Say if you take 30% out, it leaves 70% of the people able to make a living. Why would the government not see that? That's exactly what we need in order to make sure that the economy in this area of Prince Edward Island becomes even better. Now, we have a number of things were put in place. In fact, the Liberal government put in place pilot projects in the EI program. Now, the trouble we had and all the pressure that had to go on government in order to make sure that these were renewed. Pilot projects are put in place as a pilot program in order to make sure, yes, Mr. Speaker, I realize I'm near done. They've succeeded for years. Make it part of the EI program so businesses can continue to thrive in Prince Edward Island. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bon Séjour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Cardigan for his incisive remarks. He's well known in this House as somebody who defends the fishing industry, defends coastal communities, agriculture, those who require employment insurance, for example, at periods of the year where there's no work. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that the member for Cardigan might share some of his vast experience in this House and in government as a senior minister with us with respect to two issues. Small craft harbours. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans has a budget for small craft harbours. A previous Liberal government had increased the budget. In fairness, the current government, as part of the economic stimulus program, had also increased the budget for this important work to repair fishing harbours around the country. Certainly in my riding of Beausejour, Mr. Speaker, a number of wharves still need work. I'm wondering if the member might share with us his views as to whether this program should be increased and extended or allowed to sunset, as the Conservatives want to do, which we think is irresponsible.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, my honourable colleague from Beausejour, representing fishers, understands very well how important small craft harbours are. Fact of the matter is, small craft harbours is just like your home or my home or anybody else's home. If you do not spend dollars on it every year, it deteriorates every year. It's for the government to decide whether they're going to keep them in proper condition or not. And the fact is, if this sunsets, these dollars are not left in place, it just means, like anything else, if you don't spend the dollars on your home, you know what happens. It becomes a massive bill for government, or it becomes, or they deteriorate and you cannot use them. And I remember when we formed the government in 1993, all the barricades that were up. Pretty sad. Barricades up so that you're not able to use them, they're not safe. I agree with the member from Beausejour. Let's make sure that the barricades are not put back up.
That's right. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate listening to my colleague from Cardigan when he has an opportunity to speak here in the House. And I want to ask him a specific question, I think, that is very relevant to today's discussion. I remember it was probably my fifth year on the Hill here, and at that time there was a debate ongoing about cutting back the support for the Pictou PEI ferry, yes. that ferry service through the Northumberland Strait. And I recall at the time former Premier of Nova Scotia, Premier John Hamm, phoning my office, and we had a great discussion. I had a great deal of respect for John Hamm and his concern around it and the impact that it had on the people of Pictou County, but certainly the people of PEI. Now, I know that the member has a terrible reputation. He's been besmirched in this House for fighting so hard for the people that he represents and dragging too much back to his constituents. I'm sure that that's a reputation he'll never want to apologize for. But I want to ask him, what is the current state of the Northumberland Ferry service, and whether or not he believes that this government is going to be able to address that situation and to the benefit of the people of PEI and Pictou County.
Excellent. The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague from Cape Breton. The fact is, the Wood Islands Caribou Ferry Service is a vital link. If you want to maintain, not increase, but if you want to maintain the economic growth that's taken place in eastern Prince Edward Island. The fact is, you must have the Wood Islands Caribou Ferry Service in place. And it's no good to have members of the government around saying, we support the service. That's no good at all. It's a government decision. It's a political decision that decides whether Wood Islands Caribou Ferry Service remains. And the government has asked for a public service review of this service. Well, I can tell you, I'm some concerned about this public service review. What happens if the public service review comes back and indicates that this service should not be there, that they say they built the fixed link and that should not be there? I would not know of anything that could be more devastating to the economy or the economic growth of eastern Prince Edward Island than if this government does not reinstate the funding for the Wood Islands Caribou Ferry Service as it is, to maintain the service as it is today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to participate in this debate on Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 4th, 2010, and other measures, and it's nicknamed the Sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery Act. Mr. Speaker, this gives me a chance to address broadly the government's economic priorities, and I have to say that in my home community of Burnaby, there are lots of folks who question where the government's headed, question the expenditures that the government's undertaking, especially during this period of recession. Things like the incredible expenditures that they undertook on the G8, G20 meetings, more so than any G8, G20 meeting in the past, more than any that is planned in the future. And people in Burnaby are left wondering just what the heck is going on when the government puts out that kind of money for that kind of meeting. People in Burnaby are wondering about the planned expenditures on building more prisons. They just don't understand why that should be a priority, especially at a time when in most cases crime is falling in our communities. And they just don't get why that should be, that kind of building program should be a priority for the government. They wonder about the purchase of new fighter jets to the tune of $9 billion with an up to a $9 billion maintenance contract associated with that. They don't get that kind of expenditure when there are other needs in our community that are going unmet. And they certainly don't understand why this government continues with its agenda of massive corporate tax cuts at a time when the government's in deficit. Why the government would borrow to continue these tax cuts when they don't have the money to do it. It just doesn't make sense to people. People wouldn't do that in their own kind of budgeting. They don't understand why the government is pursuing that at this time. They don't understand why this isn't a time for us to work together to solve some problems rather than undertaking those kinds of massive expenditures. And one of the areas where people in Burnaby are coming together to put forward a very clear program to work together, to work across political lines, to work among different agencies, to work with the public sector, the private sector, is on the whole issue of homelessness and affordable housing. And there's been a lot of activity in Burnaby over the last years on this particular issue. A lot of that motivated by the Burnaby Task Force on Homelessness. And I want to pay tribute to the co-chairs of that group, Wanda Mulholland, a citizen activist on homelessness issues, and Irene Jackson from the Lookout Emergency Aid Society, and the multiple other partners in the Burnaby Task Force on Homelessness. People have come together from all over the community to address these issues. The Fraser Health Authority, BC Housing, all of the local MPs and MLAs across party lines, the Lookout Emergency Aid Society, Burnaby Community Connections, Burnaby Mental Wealth Society, Faith Lutheran Church, West Burnaby United Church, South Burnaby United Church, the Burnaby Hospital, the City of Burnaby, the Salvation Army, the Community Policing Offices, the Progressive Housing Society, the Ministry of Children and Family Development, the Regional Steering Committee on Homelessness from the United Way, the Greater Vancouver Shelter Society, Progressive Housing Society, the Greater Vancouver Transportation Authority Police Service, the Mental Health and Addictions Geriatric Team from the Fraser Health and the Dixon Transition House Society. All kinds of organizations and their representatives have come together to work on solutions to housing affordability and homelessness in Burnaby. And we marked that just recently with National Homelessness Week in Burnaby with a number of events that highlighted that program in the city of Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, I think, too, what's remarkable about Burnaby is that this just isn't the sort of what might be considered the usual collection of community agencies, of churches, of other agencies that serve people who are underhoused or who are homelessness, but this message has spread to the business community in Burnaby. And the exciting news is that the Burnaby Board of Trade has also got on board with this important campaign and taken some significant initiatives of their own with regard to housing and homelessness. A recent survey by the Burnaby Board of Trade established that homelessness and affordable housing were the top two social issues that business members could address. 64% of the members of the Burnaby Board of Trade identified those two issues as the key social issues in our community. And the Burnaby Board of Trade Social Development Committee then began working on those issues. Now, the Burnaby Board of Trade's committee identified a number of reasons why homelessness was important in our community and important to the business community in Burnaby. They noted that homelessness is just plain bad for business, that homelessness is expensive, that homelessness is a waste of human capital and productivity, that homelessness reflects poorly on our society. They found out that homelessness numbers are increasing in Burnaby and other communities in Greater Vancouver. They noted that affordable housing is in short supply in our community. And they talked about what the solutions could be to those problems. And they made some recommendations. Now, they just didn't leave it there, Mr. Speaker. They decided they were going to take it farther than that. And they got together with the Surrey Board of Trade and the Victoria Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Victoria Chamber of Commerce, and took a motion and a report to the annual meeting of the Canadian Chambers of Commerce last September here in Ottawa. And that annual meeting adopted the report suggested by those three chambers and the two boards of trade and the chamber on reallocating federal funding to develop a national plan to end homelessness. And I think that was a very, very significant move. To have the Canadian Chamber of Commerce adopt a policy on ending homelessness and for affordable housing is an incredibly significant development. And I think the government should be getting ready, because they'll be hearing from representatives of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce on this issue when they next do their meetings here on Parliament Hill. Now, I think it's very interesting to note that in the report that was adopted by the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, they make some very clear statements. They say, and I quote, "Homelessness is bad for business, and the federal government does not have a national plan to end homelessness in Canada. Homelessness has a direct financial impact on business as it deters customers, damages employee recruitment and retention, harms tourism, and discourages companies from setting up offices in areas with a visible homeless population." That's where they begin their report, Mr. Speaker, with some very bold and clear statements about the impact on homelessness, on our communities, and on the ability of businesses to be successful in our communities. They note a number of statistics, and the one that is often drawn to our attention is that Canada is the only G8 country without a national housing strategy. And they note that homelessness costs Canadian taxpayers between $4.5 billion and $6 billion annually, including health care costs, criminal justice, social services, and emergency shelter costs. They note the statistics, which are awful, between 150,000 and 300,000 people homeless in Canada. And they note that in Greater Vancouver, a 22% increase in homelessness was noted after the homelessness count in 2008. That was up 22% since 2005. So the Burnaby Board of Trade, the Surrey Board of Trade, and the Greater Victoria Chamber of Commerce knows what's going on when it comes to housing and homelessness, affordable housing and homelessness. They, in their report, conclude that the sooner the federal government, and I'm quoting, "the sooner the federal government commits to ending homelessness in a reasonable time frame, the sooner Canadian businesses and citizens will benefit from the resulting increase in Canada's economic productivity and quality of life. The development of a national plan to end homelessness is the necessary first step towards fulfilling this commitment. They make 4 recommendations. They call on the federal government to reallocate funds from within the federal budget envelope to develop a national plan to end homelessness, to establish a reasonable target for the reduction of homelessness in Canada and set a reasonable time frame to accomplish this goal, to maintain a housing-first approach of creating and sustaining affordable and supportive housing as a first priority in the development of the national plan, and to consult with other levels of government and community partners in the development of the national plan. If the Canadian Chamber of Commerce gets it, Mr. Speaker, I wonder why this isn't on the agenda of the current government, and that's another failing in the economic program of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did listen with great interest, and perhaps the colleague across the way doesn't know about the homelessness partnering strategy because, of course, they didn't read the budget and they voted against it. But in my riding, there is incredible work being done through that particular strategy in terms of supporting everywhere from food banks to the development of a strategy to low-income supportive housing. So I would suggest perhaps that this is in the budget. It's been in it in a very solid way. So perhaps now that he could perhaps speak to how he should actually support our budgets, because indeed we are doing many things on the issues that he indeed cares about.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd suggest that the member go back and talk to housing activists from coast to coast to coast in this country, because the first thing they'll tell you is that the federal government isn't pulling its weight on that. I was briefly the housing critic for the NDP a little while ago, and in the short time that I was the housing critic, I had a stack of reports, literally this high, over a foot high, from every corner of this country, from coast to coast to coast. And the first recommendation in every one of those reports was the need for a national housing plan, a national housing strategy that actually built homes for Canadians. We don't have that now. We have some maintenance of old programs. We have the Conservatives still living off the avails of the NDP budget that we talked the Liberals into at the end of their term when they canceled a corporate tax cut and put $1 billion into affordable housing and homelessness programs. They're still living off of that they got to implement after the Liberals were defeated and they came into power. It's just not good enough, Mr. Speaker. We need a national housing program that actually builds homes for Canadians. That's what we're lacking. That's what other G8 countries have, and that's what every community in this country that's looked at it has identified as the primary failure for our communities, our country, to address the housing and homelessness issue, that the federal government isn't involved in a serious way. That needs to change.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable colleague has outlined a number of the failings or the frustrations with which I think members on this side of the House find common ground in terms of the government's budgetary priorities. But I'm wondering if, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend could give us the benefit of his insight. He's talked about affordable housing. I think I agree with him. It's a major challenge that this government has ignored, and not only in large urban centres like those in British Columbia and small rural communities that I would represent as well. But one issue that I think, Mr. Speaker, the member might enlighten us on is his sense of the government's failing with respect to early learning and childcare, making serious investments, not giving a tax break to parents, which may be a very worthy family policy, but fails to deliver actual childcare spaces right across the country. And I'm wondering if he has a view on this government's failure with respect to early learning and childcare.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think all of us know that after housing costs, childcare costs are probably the most significant expense for families in our communities, and that's certainly the case in my community of Burnaby Douglas. People there know that that's what they're spending a lot of money on, and they're envious of other places that have better childcare and early learning programs. They look at Quebec, for example, and wonder why we in British Columbia can't have a similar program, why we can't nationally have a similar program. And the reality is that we could if we had the political will to do it. I think they look at some of the things that the federal government's spending money on, the Conservative government that I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, and wondered why we wouldn't be better off if they spent it on some of these things that actually improve the lives of families and children in this country. We know that early learning and childcare even out all of the benefits of coming from a wealthy family, that early start for children is hugely beneficial to the future development of that child and the future development of our society. And the fact that we've been dragging our heels for decades on that. The former government, the former Liberal government, promised and promised and promised that program and never, ever brought it forward. We need that to change, and we need that to change sooner. The sooner the better, because that will make a huge difference in the lives of Canadian families and in the future of Canadian children.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this chance to speak to Bill C-47, the Second Budget Implementation Act. Everybody, rich and poor, young and old, doing well and not so well, we're all looking for the same thing, a chance, a real chance. Even the rich who have been rich all their lives, to develop a new product or to break into a new market, at some moment they need a chance too. For those who aren't rich and for those who are poor, who haven't had the same chances or who didn't give themselves the full chance they needed, what do they do? Where do they go? For them, for all of us, at some moment, government matters. Mr. Speaker, a budget matters. A budget offers a path to our economic future as a country and for each of us as individuals. But the impact of a budget is far more than just economic. It can add a piece to a life that up to that moment doesn't quite work. A budget has often to do with money in the form of an investment in training, learning, health, research and development, housing, literacy, in things that might not make today much better than yesterday, but which will give us a shot at a better tomorrow. I have watched this government for more than 4.5 years. I have listened as they brought down several budgets. A budget day offers many announcements about many things. So much, it seems, is about to be done. Then the next day, and every day after that, we also begin to see what's not being done. For me, the test of any budget, of any government, is what will its impact be 5 years or 10 years from now? How will it make us better off as a country, as individuals? And how much is a budget just stuff, and in truth won't have any real impact on our lives at all? That is my disappointment with this government. More than 4.5 years have passed with very little benefit to the future of Canada and Canadians. Learning, we know, will be central to every country's future. As parents, we worry about our kids. As we look into the future, more than anything, we want to know that they will be okay. But we see these immense, unimaginable changes ahead, and we don't know how our kids will adapt. We know that passing on to them some money will help a little, but money gets spent. Over time, we have come to realize, to know, that in their future, their only real security, their only real opportunity is learning. So when things change, they have in them the capacity to learn and change with them. Our kids need to learn more and better in their early lives, to have enriched opportunities outside their own homes as well, in early learning and childcare, just as they do when they get to kindergarten and beyond. They need to have better chances at college and university, so their learning isn't interrupted constantly by the need for part-time jobs or years off to limit the debts they incur. And many adults who don't read, who don't learn to read early in their lives, who live under the suffocating ceiling of illiteracy, need literacy programs to give them another chance at life. What is this government doing in these regards? in this budget? And what has it been doing in these last more than 4.5 years? Very little. Enough to say in question period and in scrums that they're doing something. Enough to meet their political needs, but not enough, not nearly enough, to meet the needs of those outside their government, to meet Canada's and Canadians' needs for the future. When this recession ends, one thing is certain. The world's economy will not go back to where it was before the recession began. Shifts have taken place. There are new ways to do things, new technologies, especially in the energy sector, new opportunities, new risks. The need for any government, for any company, is to move to where the world is going, not to where it was or is. In this budget, in the last more than 4.5 years, what is this government doing to prepare us to succeed in this future? Just enough to cover the ground, just so they can say they are doing something. It is even more dramatically the case for those who are poor and who need a chance in so many different directions. Affordable housing, income assistance, child care, disability supports, and even more so still to those who are Aboriginal. Again, for this government, they have done just enough to say they are doing something, and not enough, not nearly enough, to make a difference, to offer a chance at a real life. For more and more families, it takes both parents in the workforce to make ends meet. We are living longer, we are living healthier, but as extended families, less often do we live together. What happens when something goes wrong? When there is a major illness in the family, a child, an elderly parent? In lives lived closer to the margins, how do we adapt? How do we help these caregivers? For this government, it is, again, do enough to say you are doing something, not enough to make a difference. And for this government, if someone notices just how little they are actually doing for people, for Canadians, they discourage these voices. According to how this government thinks, these problems shouldn't exist. If government gets smaller and smaller, if a little more money is put in people's pockets, everything will be fine. The reality is, however, that life as it is really lived annoyingly gets in the way. Unless, of course, as a government, you don't notice. For this government, it's the miracle of ideology. If you know something already, you don't have to listen. Not to community groups, so why not cut their funding? Not to people who oppose or criticize you, so why not fire or humiliate them? And because you can't know what isn't knowable, you cut the capacity of the census. Because everybody knows if you don't measure something, it doesn't exist. And if it doesn't exist, it can't be a problem. And if it's not a problem, why have programs in government to fix what doesn't need fixing? It's magic, Mr. Speaker. Magic for the government, but not magic for those who need a chance. In a time of global economic transformation, in a time of climate change, in a time when the gap between the rich and everyone else has grown, in this more than 4.5 years, as exemplified by the second Budget Implementation Act, the hallmark of this government has been political management, not national stewardship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech. I know in the last weekend the Honourable Member was in the United States, and he probably had an opportunity to observe the rally to restore sanity and or fear. And it's a tongue-in-cheek, ironic exercise to poke fun at and yet initiate serious discourse on on things like the political rhetoric or what passes for political discourse in the United States. I'd be interested in the honourable member's observations on what passes for political discourse here and whether we are in danger of some similar kind of nonsensical conversation.
The honourable member for York Centre.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I think it's a question for all of us, and I think that one of the challenges that we have is that as much as a lot of the debate that we have here we find fascinating, I'm not sure that very many people at home do. And we can see it in the problems with the lower voter turnout, especially among younger people, and even in those who do turn out. I think that the majority of them turn out because they feel an obligation to vote, not necessarily out of a great engagement in the process. And that's a problem for all of us. I think that our biggest problem, and I think you can see it in the United States, I think that the problem comes when there isn't something really compelling on the table. That's when the problem arises. We all know, we've been around tables where we disagree with each other. Unless we have something to focus on that we think is that much more important than each other, we'll focus on each other and the sniping begins. I think that's our challenge. I think that's the challenge in the U.S. and the challenge we face here.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did listen again with interest. And I know in my riding of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, we've been particularly hard hit by the global economic recession. We have a forestry-dependent community. We have a cattle industry, and they are truly struggling. And the message that I'm hearing from my constituents is absolutely, education's important, all these things are important, but we need to find ways to keep our economy vibrant, to provide the jobs, which actually provide the tax base, which then enable us to do many of the things that we truly want to do. So again, I guess my question would be, at this point, focusing on jobs, economic growth, economic opportunity, will that not actually lead to the ability to provide some of the support that the honourable member spoke about?
The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. There is no doubt that when the economy is working well, that the greatest social justice program is a good functioning economy. One of the challenges that we're finding now, however, is that an awful lot of the jobs that people have, even when there are two within a family, and oftentimes there are not, is that the end result is still the kinds of problems that I was talking about, and whether it has to do with housing or other experiences, really in low income and poverty. And so I think it's not enough just to say, well, let's do what we can in terms of the economy. At that very moment, and again, I would just caution the members across the floor, is don't just look and listen to what it is you are doing. Look at the dimensions of what you're doing. That is anybody can do a little bit, an inch deep. If the challenge is a foot deep, an inch deep doesn't matter a heck of a lot. But an inch deep, can lead to very nice and interesting rhetoric and make everybody feel better. But it's those other 11 inches that are really the question, and that's my problem with the focus and the direction of this government for the last 4.5 years.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to join in this debate this afternoon, and certainly a number of speakers have touched on various aspects of the budget and have referred to the continued spending and the I know one speaker earlier had referred to it as the gravy train, and the billions that have been spent in various areas, and so I believe that those issues have been brought forward already today. So I'd like to get a little bit more specific with my comments and look, for the most part, at two issues that I can bring right back home to my constituents and that will have a fairly significant impact on a couple of different aspects of day-to-day life in my riding. One of those issues is the lack of any kind of long-range planning or long-range funding commitment to particular programs. And I know that there was a fair amount of concern raised in this House last year as we sort of drew down to the fiscal end of the year. And so many community groups didn't know whether their funding was going to be renewed or if, in fact, they were going to be able to continue to operate going forward. And it causes a great deal of uncertainty and a great deal of concern. One group in particular, ACAP, the Atlantic Coastal Action Program, it's a network of not-for-profits that do very good work in line of the environment, in educating constituents and communities and empowering communities to do something about the environment. And it went right up to the wire last year before they realized whether or not they were going to get funding. And we're sort of finding that same type of pattern emerging from this government at this time. And it's truly unfortunate. I know that when we looked at some of the programs that have been offered through NRCan, there were a number of them that had been initiated under previous Liberal governments. This government came in, sort of changed the colors for sure. You know, throw a little blue and a little green in there. Go from a eco energy to EnerGuide, and they figure they have a new program. But and that's okay as long as the results are there and the impact is there. I think that. We see merit in those types of programs. And there was merit. There's empirical evidence that shows that these types of programs had a considerable positive outcome for homeowners throughout the region. And for the most part, low-income and middle-income households throughout the region, they were able to go into home renovations and home retrofits that would allow them to bring down their energy costs, which was of benefit to them. But even more so, that would have an impact on the reduction of greenhouse gases. And Mr. Speaker, that was a tremendous benefit. But to date, we haven't seen that commitment to go forward with this program. The program, they're no longer accepting applications. The funding is set to lapse in 2011. Now, they're going to say the talk will be that we're going to assess this program, but there's an incredible amount of uncertainty that lies in the lap of these community groups that are trying to do good things, not just trying to do good things, but have proven that they can do a great positive benefit to these communities if given the opportunity and a little bit of support from the federal government. So I would hope that the federal government would see the merit in these programs and continue to support them and not let it go until the last minute. Give these groups an opportunity to succeed, give these groups an opportunity to plan going forward, and that's my wish, and I'd like to see that carried forward. The other issue that I wanted to bring forward, Mr. Speaker, was that of EI. And certainly with the economic downturn, we saw this government take some half measures to help those that were most impacted by the downturn. And certainly there was a downturn coming here in Canada before the global economic downturn, but some of the measures that had been undertaken, the extension of the 5 weeks of EI to all Canadians. That was a program, again, that had been initiated as a pilot project under the previous government to 21 different areas of the country, areas of highest unemployment. The government saw the merit at the time that this did have an impact, and it would be a way to get to help some of those that had lost their jobs or were struggling to find work. And so they decided that they would extend that. Other pilot projects that had been initiated, they have come and they've approached their sunset date as well. I talked specifically about the best 14 weeks, and I talk about, to mention the other one, is working while on claim. And those are two of the most important programs. Now, the government has recently said, yes, we're going to continue those pilot projects through until next June. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not enough. That's just not enough. Some of these, some people that are receiving benefits now, they'll work in an industry. These are workers that are in seasonal industries. They're not seasonal workers, they're in seasonal industries. So you work in the tourism sector, and the lion's share of your employment goes from mid-June through to Thanksgiving weekend. And then it's pretty spotty after that. Unless you're at a ski resort, it's pretty spotty. There's not a lot of people on the beaches at Ingonish in the middle of February. But, Mr. Speaker, people are still in those communities. Their children are still going to schools there. They, if we need support for those local communities, and they'll find work. They'll go out and they'll survive by picking up part-time jobs, filling in part-time here or there. They'll take work when they can. But what they need is some type of assurance that the premium they're going to receive over the course of that winter is going to be one that can at least sustain them. That's why we believe that the continuation of the Best 14 Weeks program is essential for these communities and for these industries. We're not just hearing it from the workers. And believe me, I'm sure many members in this House from both sides of the aisle here have heard from constituents. I've got them all the way from Catalone to Country Harbour saying that this is essential, that we maintain the best 14 weeks as opposed to the last 14 weeks, Mr. Speaker. But we're hearing it from businesses as well. Business operators in the fishing industry, fish processors, those in the lumber industry, woodlot owners. We're hearing it from tourism operators. Mr. Speaker, anybody that operates in a seasonal industry, this has an impact on. And basically what it is, it's the last 14, it's the best 14 weeks that you can pick from that year. And there are some weeks with great intensity where a worker may work 60, 80 hours a week. And that, provides them with a very good stamp. Then, maybe after that peak season, things will slow out, and we'll use the fishery for example. After a crab or a lobster season, when the mackerel boats come in, processors are having trouble getting workers to come out and work a few hours to offload the mackerel boats or the herring boats because it gives them a poor stamp, and that would affect their benefits ongoing for the rest of the winter, Mr. Speaker. And it's tough. We're talking about households, we're talking about kitchens that sometimes the cupboards are going to be bare. So I would have liked to have seen the government more aggressive. I would have liked to have seen a strong statement on what this government is going to do for workers in seasonal industries, especially on the topic of best 14 weeks, especially on the topics of working while on claim. We haven't seen that, Mr. Speaker, and certainly that's unfortunate. Hopefully we'll see some kind of statement forthcoming, but the one that extended the benefits, this program, just through until June of next year, is just not adequate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood, l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to allow my Liberal colleague, who sits on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, to expand a bit on the aspects of that affect the fishery and government assistance there too. Because there have been numerous crises over the past little while, for especially the groundfish industry, the shrimp fishery, the lobster fishery, the crab fishery, and especially the crab fishery. That was this year, and unfortunately these crises all have a common denominator, and that is the government's failure to take urgent and rigorous action. And I would like to hear my colleague on this, because there was a plan put in place to aid the lobster fishery. $15 million was devoted, but only $8 million have been spent.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Magdalen Islands for the Gaspésie for that question, and he works hard on that committee. And certainly, I was expecting more a question on small craft harbors, but nonetheless, he makes a very, very valid point. He asks a very pertinent question. The government, with great fanfare, with great hype, I'm sure, I don't know if there were signs out on this. I would bet that there would have been signs out on this. But, Mr. Speaker, they announced this great envelope of money that was going to go and help those in the lobster fishery, as we saw the significant downturn last year in the lobster fishery. But, Mr. Speaker, if you can identify that envelope of money, that program of money, but if you make the regulations so stringent and so restrictive, and so that there is no net benefit to those that most need it, Mr. Speaker, then what is the point? What is the use of that? There is no benefit to the people that most need it. And I think that was a prime example that we saw last year with the lobster program. These individual operators, these individual fishermen, it's their own enterprise, and they weren't able to access the help that they needed when they needed that money, when they needed that assistance. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech on C-47. I'm really interested to know where the government speakers are, because I really do want to ask them to, given the current deficit the government's in, to give us an accounting of what the situation is with regarding arrears in corporate tax, GST, income tax, because the economy is in tough shape, and I think it's owed to us to have information as to how much could be owed to the government, how much taxes could be collected in terms of outstanding GST amounts, corporation taxes, income taxes, and any other taxes that the government is collecting. But once again, we don't have the benefit of having government speakers making presentations on this bill so that we could ask them these questions. And I'd like to ask the member whether he has any observations about that.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Canso, short answer, please.
Sure, Mr. Speaker, and I guess I heard it during question period today, a reply from the Minister of Justice where this government is going to advance their crime agenda. Well, the crime, Mr. Speaker, is the $6 billion tax cut to the corporations in this country on borrowed money. This is going to be your children, my grandchildren that are going to be paying for this corporate tax cut, Mr. Speaker. That's the crime that we should be dealing with. The crime agenda. This is a crime to all taxpayers in this country.
And conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis and Natural Resources.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour on the G8 and G20 summits. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-47, but it's certainly interesting to watch the debate as it's unfolded and listen to the Liberals talk about the corporate tax cuts and how they would stop them when they were the party that started them when they were in government. It is just amazing. The NDP has been consistent for the last number of years calling for an end to these tax breaks, and suddenly they've jumped on board in a big way. I guess it's interesting when they take our speaking notes. But, Mr. Speaker, my particular focus today is going to be on pensions and seniors. And I'm kind of saddened because there's not been enough talk about the seniors' situation in this House during the debate. Now, Mr. Speaker, you will know I spent the last 2 years touring Canada, talking and listening to Canada's seniors. And I've been saying throughout the 38 community meetings that I've attended from coast to coast that it's time to change the conversation. We have EI premiums, and we have our pensions, which are deferred wages. Neither are payroll taxes. They are purchases that we make as Canadians to protect our future. That expression started in Canada, payroll taxes that is, by the former Liberal government. And we have to take that language back, Mr. Speaker, and bring about that change. Take it back away from corporate Canada, away from the right-wingers who view this as their own particular territory. Pensions are the assets, clearly the assets, and money that belongs to workers. EI premiums are very clearly intended to purchase insurance against hard times. And as I said, they're not payroll taxes, no matter who says they are. They are premiums for the provision of protection for workers and their families. Now, 2 years ago, when I met a delegation, or a number of them, in fact, of seniors, they were talking to us and trying to get our attention, saying that there was a crisis developing on pensions in Canada. Neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives were seized with pensions at that time. Now, I reported to the House that the NDP held roundtables, it was 2 years ago now, in fact, and followed by months of intensive research. And on June 9th of that year, we proposed an Opposition Day motion on pension reform. Mr. Speaker, you'll know that the NDP mentioned pension reform, that motion, our Opposition Day motion, was passed unanimously by this House. Now, that particular motion set out a roadmap for retirement security for seniors, a roadmap that to date this government has failed to implement. It was during the debate that our leader, the member for Toronto Danforth, called for an immediate increase to the guaranteed income supplement to help seniors, 300,000 seniors who live below the poverty line. And I'll say, Mr. Speaker, that a majority of those seniors below the poverty line are women. We also laid out a strategy for the doubling of CPP, and we said there must be a national pension insurance plan. Now, later in that year, October 22nd, 2009, our leader from Toronto Danforth and I released a New Democrats Seniors Retirement Security Plan. And I want to say again that as the first line in this House that was spoken by the leader of our party was to address the situation with seniors who live in poverty. We must eliminate seniors' poverty now, and it can be done. This is a national disgrace, Mr. Speaker. But how did it happen? How, during 13 years of a Liberal government with 5 surplus budgets and 5 years of the current Harper government, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I apologize, the Conservative government, did they allow this to happen on their watch? Well, Mr. Speaker, it happened because this Prime Minister and the federal Liberals before him put the interests of Bay Street ahead of the interests of the workers and the pensioners of this country. And I'm here to tell you that our new Democratic caucus, under the leadership of the member from Toronto Danforth, will no longer stand for this. So today, when I look at Bill C-47, I do not see the things that seniors need. I remind the government the NDP plan proposed an immediate increase to the GIS to close that seniors' poverty gap. And we can even put a price tag on it, because Statistics Canada says fixing the poverty gap for seniors would cost less than $700 million. This $700 million, Mr. Speaker, would ensure dignity and respect for the seniors who built this country. But it's not here in C-47. To pay for this particular boost for seniors, all it takes is the cancelling of one of the yearly tax breaks to the corporations of this country, the tax breaks that have been going to the banks and big oil and big gas. Now, next, in consultation with the provinces, we can begin the process of strengthening the Canada Pension Plan. Mr. Speaker, we know, and I've reported in this House before, that 63% of workers today, working Canadians, have no pension and no savings. How could they save when they're barely getting by? Now, consider this, Mr. Speaker, 93% of all Canadians, all working Canadians, are part of the Canada-Quebec pension plan. There's no other option that will provide the advantages at so little cost. Now, we specifically were proposing a phasing in in consultation with the provinces, of a doubling of CPP. Now, I've reported to this House just last week, Mr. Speaker, that pension expert Professor Kesselman and Jack Minns, who worked for the government in their studies that they've been doing, both have agreed with the NDP plan for the increase of CPP. Our plan, as is proposed, would increase the benefit from $908 a month to $1,817 to help secure a livable retirement for Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also believe it's time for a national system of workplace pensions insurance. Now, I'm sure it's not news to you, Mr. Speaker, that underfunded pensions are an epidemic, and collapsing pension plans are demanding a range of solutions. Today, we are still fighting to move workers' underfunded pension assets to the front of the creditors' line during CCAA and BIA. Mr. Speaker, you again will likely recall I introduced Bill C-476 to protect pensions assets during CCAA and BIA in this House, and another Bill 487, which would have done the same for LTD. Today, I would suggest that one of the main problems facing Canadians is preserving private pension assets. Now, we're all aware in this House of the situation of Nortel workers. The Nortel workers became the poster children of those suffering workers who faced companies using CCAA or BIA to avoid their responsibility to their workers and retirees. But the frustrating thing for our NDP caucus remains the fact that we could have had our bill before the House, before the Nortel pensions were reduced to 64%, had the Liberals and Conservatives supported my original call for unanimous consent to address that motion. We could have helped those workers, Mr. Speaker, instead of watching them lose over 30% of their pensions. Beyond CCAA and BIA, the NDP recognized that workers also need insurance guaranteeing a minimum pension income when their workplace plans fail. As part of our Seniors Retirement Security Plan, we proposed a self-financing, and I stress that word, self-financing, not a cost to this government, mandatory insurance system funded by the plan sponsors. This is not as groundbreaking as it sounds. In fact, this is standard in the United States and Britain and elsewhere in the world. There's countries that actually, the government themselves back their pension plans. So where has C-47 contemplated such important measures? The answer is it does not. In the NDP plan, we propose a national plan ensuring pensions payout are secured up to $2,500 a month, Mr. Speaker. Now, we insure our cars, we insure our homes, in fact, we insure ourselves. Isn't it just common sense that we should insure our futures, our pension plans? So, Mr. Speaker, we are pleased that in last June, that the last session of the House, as it was ending before our summer break, that the Minister of Finance agreed with the NDP plan for enhancing CPP. In fact, recently, the Ontario Minister of Finance also agreed with New Democrats in our call to increase CPP. But I want to talk a little bit about this government's actual spending priorities, and you've heard it repeatedly. $9 billion in corporate tax cuts so far leading up with the one this year. $16 billion for the stealth fighter jets. $9 billion for prisons. I have some suggestions of some people we might put in them. $130 million last year in advertising. Yes, you heard it, on advertising. So what did seniors get? $1.55 a month, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine their disappointment. I have a little more to say here, but I see I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the notice, and I appreciate the attention of the members.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're talking about a budget implementation bill today, and I noticed that my colleague from the NDP has chosen to talk about pensions and make that the focus of his talk today. And indeed, it is a major concern at a time of economic difficulty and turmoil, a global economic downturn we've been dealing with in our country, and very successfully in Canada. But the member chose to start his remarks attacking several times in his speech what he calls corporate tax cuts. And, you know, I'm just wondering what it is about this that our NDP colleagues fail to understand, that the we went through a global economic recession when other countries had to nationalize their banks. And they had to use a lot of taxpayer money to take over those banks. Where does that come from, to my colleagues? We had some corporate losses in Canada. He mentioned one of the companies that were lost with terrible economic consequences and for the workers and for affecting the pensions of those companies. But that's why we are lowering corporate tax rates so that our corporations can be competitive in a very tough world and maintain the employment that provides the taxes to provide the services and the pensions that the member is looking for. And by the way, we cut taxes for all Canadians, small businesses, individual Canadians. When we cut taxes on the GST, why did the member vote against that when we reduced the GST from 7 to 6 to 5?
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, it sounds like some people want to be all things to all people, but to be very clear here, the corporate tax breaks that this government is giving away to the big corporations have only gone to profitable corporations. It's not helping the little guy. It's not helping the guy down the street running the variety store. And it's not putting money into the pockets of Canadians. It's putting in the... Take a look at the bank profits. Take a look at the bonuses that the banks have been paying to their executive boards if you want to see where that money's going. And the reality is with 300,000 people, seniors, living in poverty, I make no apologies to anybody.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, continuing on with that theme of tax relief, it's certainly appropriate to give tax relief when the government's revenues are in surplus. But we're looking at a deficit this year of $56 billion. So how in heaven's name does it make any sense whatsoever to give a $6 billion tax cut to, as the honourable member rightly says, to the most profitable companies in Canada, which cumulatively will add up to about $20 billion, while you're simultaneously running a $56 billion deficit, which will go up to $165 billion.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, but it was the Liberal government that started the tax breaks initially. The corporate tax rate in Canada was approximately 35–38%. They lowered it, the Liberal government lowered it to 22%, and then this government came in and lowered it down, and they're making their way to 15%. So between these two parties, you've seen a tremendous lowering of the tax shift, or I should say, from the corporations to the working people of this country. In the 1950s, and nobody knows, we can't go back to the 1950s, but at that time corporations paid 85% of the taxes, we paid 15%. Today, thanks to these two parties, we're paying the 85%, and the corporations are paying the 15%.
Questions and comments? Very short question, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his work on the whole issue of pensions, especially the CPP issue of doubling the CPP and convincing this government to go against its natural inclination to allow Bay Street insurance companies to benefit through an expanded program. So I'd like to ask the member what sort of confidence he has that we're actually going to see this government follow through on those commitments to double the CPP in the near future, and to also bring in a private insurance plan to protect private pensions.
Very short answer from the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we have had the word of the Finance Minister that that's an area they're looking at. Professor Kesselman, who's an advisor to this government, has endorsed it. Jack Mins, who was the person who ran their consultations for them, wrote the paper for them. So I'm optimistic that something will happen on this file. Thank you, Mr.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to participate in the debate. Our American friends on the weekend had a rally to restore sanity and or fear in Washington, and attracted quite a substantial crowd, Mr. Speaker. It was a sort of humorous, ironic poke at previous rallies, and at its core it was really a response to the bombastic nonsense that gets spouted by the conservative right, and with some, may I say, some assistance by the left as well, who are not without guilt in this matter. It's the lunacy that passes for political discourse in the U.S. sometimes makes us shake our heads, and you know, it's pretty hard to take things seriously when the United States is looking at multiple trillion-dollar deficits, historically high unemployment, and absurd disparities between the uber wealthy and literally millions of people who are desperately poor. Yet listening to the high-paid media punditry is a little like watching a dialogue of the deaf. All gestures and positioning, but no hearing or listening. Yet America goes from crisis to crisis and back again. My favorite sign, Mr. Speaker, at the rally was one which said, what do we want? And the response was reasonable discourse. And when do we want it, Mr. Speaker? Well, sometime in the not-too-distant future. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, in some respects that applies to our situation here. Canadians do tend to be a touch overly smug about our American cousins, and we do tend to sort of watch them like a train wreck in slow motion and want to scream at the televisions saying, engineers, stop this train. But really, Mr. Speaker, here we should have our own rally to restore fiscal sanity. How, Mr. Speaker, can you possibly pat yourself on the back if you take a $13 billion surplus inherited from Messrs. Martin and Chrétien and turn it into a $56 billion deficit in 3 short years, and then pat yourself on the back? How do you take an unemployment rate of something south of 6%, turn it into an unemployment rate of something north of 8%, and call yourself a fiscal manager, a good fiscal manager? How do you take spending, which by any measurement anywhere is out of control, and count yourself as a good fiscal manager? How do you take $14 billion out of a revenue stream year after year, which over 5 years is something in the order of $90 billion, jack up the debt by $156 billion, and freeze funds for the most desperately poor in the international community, and still go around patting yourself on the back? So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I think we should have our own rally here to restore fiscal sanity to our nation. But really, Mr. Speaker, the irony was that they called it a rally to restore sanity and or fear. Because, Mr. Speaker, in this nation it really is, and this government is, give fear a chance. Tap into people's fears, and they will let you do almost anything. You certainly don't have to have any political dialogue which makes any sense at all. In fact, members are so disgusted with the level of discourse in this chamber that they supported the honourable member's motion from Halton to reorganize the way in which we carry on political discourse here in this chamber. Nor do you want anything which would pass for empirical research. Hence the big fuss over the pension, Mr. Speaker, or over the census. The census is probably the bedrock of empirical data for this country. It's relied upon by literally thousands and thousands of organizations. But of course, if you don't have that bedrock of data, you therefore don't necessarily have any problems. And if you don't have any problems, you don't have to worry about them. And then you can just simply rely on your own ideology to initiate or not initiate things as you see fit. So all you then have to do is play to people's fears. The crime rate is out of control. Well, who actually knows, Mr. Speaker? There's no data to support that one way or another, because there's no census, there's no hard data, there's no objective way of deciding. Therefore, what you do is you just play on the fears. So we're going to have another crime agenda, according to the Justice Minister here in question period. Well, how would we actually know that there are crime-related issues, Mr. Speaker, if in fact there's no data to support it one way or another?
So you repeat, you feed into fears, and whether it's objective nonsense or not, you keep on with the repetition of phrases like tax and spend, one of the favorite phrases around here. It's irrelevant that this government is far and away the nation's most aggressive and biggest spender, literally in the history of the nation. Drum that tax and spend message home. That's what you're supposed to do. It's irrelevant that this government has burdened multiple future generations with debt. It's irrelevant that debts and deficits are merely nothing but postponed taxes. Drive that tax and spend message home, Mr. Speaker, because if you get people fearful enough and dumb enough to believe that the biggest borrow and spend government in our history fancies itself as good economic stewards. A rally, Mr. Speaker, to restore fiscal sanity is in order. Canadians are sensible people, but even sensible people can be stampeded by fear. We want to keep fear alive. It can take a healthy balance sheet inherited from Messrs. Martin and Chrétien, a sane banking system, and strong economic fundamentals, turn it upside down, and blame the very people who brought you the fiscal sanity in the first place. This government's economic credentials would do credit to a Monty Python skit. Up is down, in is out. As John Stewart said, we're living in hard times. We're not living in end times. Does anyone not smoking something actually believe a finance minister who says he's not going to cut transfers, not going to cut program spending, not going to cut his largest program items, and still balance the budget? And oh, by the way, we're going to offer further $6 billion in tax relief to corporations that don't need it, commit a further $35 billion to an airplane, and spend $10 to $13 billion on prisons, which we didn't really tell you about when we were passing the Truth in Sentencing Act, and until the parliamentary budget officer caught the government with their hands in the cookie jar, they only fessed up to it at the last minute. So, Madam Speaker, you put that all together, that just doesn't make a lot of sane economic rationale. A rally to restore fiscal sanity can't begin soon enough. Our nation can't afford to go the way the U.S. has, where the revenue base has been destroyed, costs are through the moon, and the country is slogging through a legacy burden that would have destroyed a lesser nation. Borrowing to cut taxes just doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. It never will work. It never has worked. Any CEO wouldn't cut back his or her revenues and then let costs get away from them. It doesn't work in a business, it doesn't work at home, and it doesn't work in government. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hopefully starting a revolution here, Mr. Speaker, a rally to restore fiscal sanity. Tax cuts are not a religion. It is rank demagoguery to say tax and spend and all that sort of silly nonsense that gets spouted by the finance minister and the prime minister and others. You have to have conversation about what your revenue base is and what your cost base is. The government spends 15% of the nation's GDP, Mr. Speaker. You can't carry on the way you're carrying on without bequeathing to our future generations multiple $billion worth of debt, and that is no way to run a nation, and it's certainly not fiscal sanity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the other issues that I talk about, and I appreciate the comments about restoring our fiscal sanity, one of the other issues would be restoring our social sanity in the sense that we're missing here the broad picture. And one of the key elements of a broad policy outlook would be through pensions and pension reforms. One of the ideas that's been floating around for quite some time, and certainly here on this side of the House that we've looked at with a great deal of attention, would be the idea of supplementary CPP. And to do that, it allows this large, one of the best managed pension funds in the world, to be available to the average Canadian who is, say, moving around from place to place, from certain company to another, people with a great amount of skill that they can put on the market, both national and international. It allows them to invest in their future once they retire. I would like for my honourable member to comment on that and other social policies that he feels that this particular budget misses out on. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member touches on probably what will be a future insane conversation in this chamber. The need to have a supplement to the Canada Pension Plan is obvious. People's pension situations are desperate. They're only going to get worse. The last time they were meaningfully addressed was by Mr. Martin and Mr. Chrétien, where they actually upped the payroll deduction in order to be able to properly fund the Canada Pension Plan. And so in order to have a supplemental plan, it's going to have to require a payroll tax. Well, listen to the nonsense dialogue that will come out from the other side. Oh, we can't do it. Well, you can't do it both ways. Either you're going to have a pension and you're going to have an adequate pension, or you're not. One way or another, it's got to be paid for. And but you know, to aspire to a dialogue such as that would be I guess, a bit too much to hope for, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments today. And I agree with him that the government really has a lack of focus. It's confused. It lurches from misstep to misstep. For example, a long-form census is a really good example of that. But you know, I think the public are beginning to see this, but also their confusion, though, in some ways, is exceeded by the confusion of the opposition party themselves, because this member introduced Bill C-300 last week in the House. We voted on it, on corporate social responsibility for mining companies that operate in other countries. It was an excellent bill, and his own party had the ability to make it pass. And yet his leader had 30 of their own members miss the vote. So this bill would be lost. And that gives a terrible message to people out there in the public who supported his bill, liked his bill a lot, and wanted to see his party support him.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, naturally, I'm rather disappointed in the results after all of that work, and I think and I thank the honourable member for his observation that it was an excellent bill, but it failed. And it failed for a number of reasons, all of which are contained in this House. The first and foremost reason that it failed is that the Prime Minister whipped the Conservative caucus. Now, I've never seen a situation where a Prime Minister insists on 140 of his members show up and votes against a private member's bill. He also, in the last hour of debate, had 2 of his senior ministers speak against the bill, and he further had one of his senior ministers go out and scrum against the bill. Extraordinary response to what literally millions of Canadians wanted done. On the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, well, there were a number of people didn't show up, including a number of the honourable members' party. And it is what it is, and it's a disappointment to us all, Mr. Speaker. I thought that, frankly, we could have actually done something on this file, and it looks like for the balance of this legislative period, for the balance of this Parliament, nothing will be done because the Prime Minister shows no interest in a legislative response to the egregious abuses of Canadian mining companies operating abroad. Thank you.
Before we resume debate, I'd like to remind all honourable members of the House that the matter before us at this time is Bill C-47, and when members are asking questions, they ought to be addressing that bill. It's a broad bill, and so there's a great amount of leeway involved with that. The last question I did not, and I gave the honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood significant latitude in terms of answering the question, but I would encourage all members in future to ask questions regarding the piece of legislation actually before the House. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am actually very honored to have this opportunity to share my time with the member from Scarborough-Guildwood, who so eloquently spoke on the issue today before us, which is Bill C-47. And I rise to speak on Bill C-47, the second act to implement the provisions of the budget of 2010, which we heard in this place on March the 4th, 2010. And as I've mentioned in the past, the budget 2010 not only fails to address the real challenges facing Canadian families, it fails to even recognize those challenges even exist, and that is why Bill C-47 is a continuation of that failure, and therefore the Liberal Party and I will not be voting in favor of this bill. And the budget 2010 stimulus package is not working, Mr. Speaker, and that is the underlying premise of what I'll be talking about here today. And the question I ask many of my constituents, the question that I ask many Canadians when I travel this country is, are you better off today than when the Conservatives came into power? And the overwhelming response is no, we are not better off. And I'll speak to a few key areas that this budget touches upon and what the concerns that many Canadians have brought to my attention. The first issue that comes up time and time again is of jobs. The unemployment rate is 2% higher today than it was during the last election when the Conservatives came into power. In particular, if you look at the jobs number, full-time jobs have been replaced by part-time jobs. We have lost over 200,000 full-time jobs. And people that have part-time employment are unable to find full-time employment. Around 11 to 12% people who currently work and have part-time jobs have difficulty in finding the full-time employment that they're seeking. Employers in particular who are trying to find employees for certain jobs are unable to do so as well. And in the Montreal conference that the Liberal Party held not too long ago, one of the themes that emerged from that conference, and this is when we do public policy in public, is that jobs without people and people without jobs. That the job market has gone through a major restructuring. That people that are looking for jobs are unable to find it. People that have jobs are not satisfied with the ones that they have. And this is a real concern. This is the number one issue that I hear about time and time again, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, this job story is one that the government does not get. And it's something that we need to, as parliamentarians, address, and that this budget in particular fails to do so. The second issue that comes up in my discussions with my constituents and Canadians is with respects to the current trend that we're seeing with this government with respects to borrow and spending. Household debt is at record levels. The average Canadian owes about $42,000, which is one of the highest amongst the OECD levels. And we as a trading nation, and I want to emphasize this particular point because in my constituency of Mississauga-Brampton South, we very much rely on trade. We have the Pearson International Airport. We have all major highways in my constituency, and trade is absolutely critical for the economic growth and activity in my region. But as a trading nation, we have a monthly trade deficit now at a record of $2.7 billion. And what further compounds the issue, now focusing on the borrowing aspect of it, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a record deficit of $56 billion and climbing. And this number continues to be revised over and over again as the government, again, is unable to demonstrate that it has any types of control when it comes to borrowing money. It's increased its spending in double digits before we even entered into the recession. It was the most expensive endeavor taken by this government before we even entered into the recession. It turned a $13 billion surplus into a $56 billion deficit that we see before us. And this is something that obviously is consistent if you look at all the budgets of this government. They have increased spending at unprecedented levels. And what's even more troublesome is that in the next 4 years, they're projecting a deficit, or a deficit increase of $156 billion over those 4 years, so which actually adds to our debt, which in turn costs Canadian taxpayers, future generations, $10 billion in interest. This is the kind of legacy. This government is leaving for our children. We are borrowing. This government is borrowing and spending at a reckless rate, and is leaving a legacy for future generations that will cost their hard-earned taxpayers' money to pay and finance the deficit and debt left by this government. So this is the second theme that comes up. People just don't understand how a government can spend so much money and borrow so much money. And then they focus on the spending. This is something that we in opposition have highlighted because it's important that the Canadian public realizes at the rate this government is spending. For example, the government spent $130 million on shameless self-promoting advertising. And when I was in a committee last week, I spoke with the Auditor General about these quarterly reports that the government put out and these figures and these statements. And she clearly indicated that it's simply a show-and-tell exercise, that it's simply an exercise for the government to promote itself and market itself, that the numbers aren't substantive, that the figures aren't accurate, that when they audit, those audits clearly demonstrate that those are some examples, but they're not reflective of the real picture. So again, this government spends all this money on torquing things, on twisting things, in order to promote itself. And I think the public is now becoming acutely aware of this pattern. And $130 million is spent on promoting itself through the economic action plan signs, for example, in my riding, where that money could have been used for additional projects, is a clear example of how this government is lost control and how it's spending recklessly. $1.3 billion for a 72-hour photo op. This is unprecedented, especially when you compare the cost to the G20 summits in other countries as well, particularly the amount of money spent on the fake lake and the glow sticks. This kind of spending at a time when people are worried about their jobs, when people are concerned about household debt, it can't be justified. And here's another example of how the government has spent so much money. A $13 billion investment that the government wants to make and spend on American Republican-style mega prisons for unreported crimes. Again, this is not something that's keeping in line with the priorities that I hear about, and it's an expenditure that makes absolutely no sense in the current context with the record deficit and the job situation that we're facing as a country in this economic difficult time. $16 billion on F-35 stealth jet fighters, sole source, awarded without competition. Again, people are stunned that the government would continue with this decision in light again of the record level deficit. And when I asked the Auditor General about this, because when she gave the report recently with respects to the helicopter purchases, she indicated that the sole source process for the F-35s is not the best way to go. It's not the best value for money proposition for this government and for the taxpayers. And this is something that is alarming to me and to many Canadians, why does governments continue to proceed to spend this kind of money during these difficult times. $20 billion in corporate tax cuts that we can't afford at the present time. Again, we are giving away money to large corporations when we should be investing in Canadian families. And I'll speak to that a little bit later on as well. So that is the case, and those are some examples of how this government has spent recklessly, how much money it's borrowed. But the third area that comes up when I ask Canadians, are you better off today compared to when the Conservatives came into power in 2006, they say no, and because of the mismanagement, they're beginning to realize again through the various examples that we bring up in the House of Commons, what they read in the media, what they see out there in the public, and what they read in the newspapers, that this government has really mismanaged taxpayers' money. For example, last week I had the opportunity to highlight two examples of where this government has really misspent, and it highlights a bigger problem. They outsourced these Via Rail press releases, $3,400 for approximately 1,300 words, completely unnecessary. But this was reflective of the bigger problem, and I want to highlight the fact that the most recent public accounts show that the Conservatives spent $9.4 billion on external contracts for professional and special services, a $2.2 billion increase over the previous Liberal government. Again, that's just an example of mismanagement at a time when people are worried about the bottom line. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget is not in line with Canadian priorities. Canadians are worried about jobs. This budget does not address that issue in a real significant way, specifically with regards to the restructuring that's taking place in our economy, where we've lost a lot of part-time jobs and are being replaced with, lost a lot of full-time jobs that are being replaced with part-time jobs. This government is borrowing and spending money at a reckless pace that is going to leave a difficult legacy for future generations. It's mismanaging Canadian dollars, taxpayer dollars today when Canadian families are going through difficult times. People in my riding, families in my riding, care about health care, care about education, care about their pensions. And that is why this budget is a clear example of the difference between what the current government is planning versus what we are proposing. Most recently, we came out with a family care plan that clearly outlined how we care about our families and how we care about our community. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why I, along with my colleagues, will be voting against this bill. I think it's not in line with Canadian families. It's unfortunate that we're worse off today than we were in 2006, but I hope that changes in the near future. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to just point out to the honourable member, perhaps he'd like to take a look at the Public Accounts of Canada 2010 Volume 1, where earlier his colleague was talking about the debt that Canada has taken on, and yet I'd like to read this into the record. It says, with reductions in the stock of interest-bearing debt and a decline in interest rates over the 97 to 98 to 2007-08 period, the share of public debt charges in total expenses fell over 15 percentage points from a high of nearly 30% of total expenses in 96-97. So, Mr. Speaker, when the honourable member was speaking, he was talking about or saying in this House that people are very concerned about their jobs, and I sincerely agree. We have been through a global downturn in the economy, and many of our businesses have struggled to keep up. And so, since businesses and corporations are the only entities in our economy that create real jobs, my question to the member is, how does he suggest that they do this if they are continually taxed by government? We want to reduce those corporate taxes because we know that corporations and businesses are going to create real, well-paying jobs in our economy, and that's what we want to see.
Honourable Member for Mississauga Brampton South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to clarify one point. 8 out of every 10 new jobs are created by small and medium-sized enterprises. And that is absolutely important to note. And that is why the corporate tax reduction applies to large corporations, not to SMEs. The Liberal Party understands that we will need to support small and medium-sized enterprises. That's why we put forward a comprehensive list of initiatives to help small and medium-sized enterprises. More importantly, when you talk about this government's track record on deficit and debt, and I want to take this opportunity to highlight that, if you look at the public accounts textbook, as she alluded to, Mr. Speaker, the most recent public accounts show that the Conservatives have spent $9.4 billion on external contracts for professional and special services. That's a $2.2 billion increase over the previous Liberal government. And then if you look at their projections going forward, this government plans to increase deficit and our debt by $156 billion, which would amount to a $10 billion increase in interest payments. Again, living beyond our means and indebting future generations because this government is mismanaging the public fund.
Comments, questions, or commentaire. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his interventions. He mentioned that Canadians being worse off since 2005 than they are today. I would suggest to him that what he should do is take that timeline and look back to 1995, and you'll find a StatsCan report, albeit we're going to lose some of that great data when it comes to the census being eliminated by this Conservative government. But nonetheless, it is there today that shows that the majority of working Canadians in this country are no better off, and in some cases are worse off now in 2010 than they were in 1995. Of course, now we can't blame the Conservative government for the entire piece, but we can talk about where we lost jobs and how we lost jobs and how budgets have an effect on that. And so I wonder if my colleague would like to comment on the fact that the continual two-party alliance of blue and red has decided to continue with free trade, that as we lose those jobs, and we see that at an accelerated pace in this past recession, that how does he intend to make sure that those good jobs come back so that Canadians can actually prosper as we head to 2011, 12, 13, and on?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Brampton South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the Honourable Member talked about free trade, because I want to take this opportunity to highlight the fact that I very much support free and fair trade. I think we are a trading nation. It's absolutely critical that we look to foreign markets, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises, to have the opportunity to penetrate into those markets, to get market access, to create jobs. Many businesses in my riding rely on free and fair trade to be able to expand and to grow. So I think this is something that the party, the Liberal Party, very much supports. This is something that we've tried to promote through various initiatives, in particular with SMEs, as I've indicated. So, Mr. Speaker, I am actually shocked that the NDP is against free trade, because when we talk about free and fair trade, they say they support it, but anytime we have discussions around that on any bills, they tend to go against those positions without any hesitation. And in this particular matter, I think I just want to go on the record by saying we support free and fair trade.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-47, Sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery Act. I'm
happy to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of my party because I am strongly opposed to the direction that the government is taking, and I think that Canadians deserve to know the truth about how it is swiftly dismantling our once proud, strong social infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, budgets are a question of choice. Time and time again, we have seen the government make choices which run counter to the interest of Canadians.
Billions to give corporate tax cuts, to building more prisons, sole source contracting for fighter jet planes. This government's choices have led to a proven track record of poor economic choices. Canadians want their money to be spent wisely on things that improve the quality of life of their families. I even find the title of this bill misleading, Mr. Speaker. We would be led to believe, based solely on the title of this bill, that the current government is making the choice to do everything possible to help our country recover from a tough economic time. In reality, however, this budget bill is doing exactly the opposite. It's a typical game of the government, Mr. Speaker. Smoke and mirrors, clouded by wasteful spending, irrational choices, and shattered by mistruths. I'm deeply concerned that the choices that the current government is making are not to the benefit of Canadians. On Friday, I listened to Power and Politics and heard the Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages telling the CBC about how this government has undertaken significant consultations with Canadians across the country and that these consultations have been meaningful. That means having a real, substantive impact on public policy. I find this disconcerting, Mr. Speaker, because a few weeks ago I had the opportunity in my critic role for democratic renewal to travel across our great country to talk to Canadians about issues that matter to them. What I heard during this Canadians Make the Rules tour, as it was called, was that Canadians across the country felt shut out and disengaged from the decision-making that goes on here in Ottawa. I heard about how Canadians are tired of this government's top-down, paternalistic, father-knows-best style of governing. They want change, Mr. Speaker. They want another option to choose from. At every roundtable across Canada, Mr. Speaker, I heard about the importance of having a strong, independent media and holding the government of the day to account. They believe that a Prime Minister should be accessible and take unfiltered questions. I was shocked at the overwhelming groundswell of concern that the CBC has no longer sufficient funding to do its job properly. This is a choice, Mr. Speaker, a strategy on the part of this current government to limit the democratic discourse in Canadian life, public life, by silencing any dissenting voices. Instead, this government has made the choice to bloat the PMO communications budget in order to sell their bad choices to Canadians. In
Vancouver, concern was discussed about the lack of citizen engagement by the government and the way stakeholders are essentially excluded from decision-making. In Calgary, we heard Canadians speak of their concern about the centralization of power in the Prime Minister's office and the way the government should be accountable to Parliament. In Fredericton, we heard talk about the importance of the role of Parliament as a place of dialogue where policies are developed to meet the interests of the Canadian population. However, the government, Mr. Speaker, doesn't share the same view of parliamentary supremacy. Instead, I could say, Parliament is simply considered as a suggestion box where we hang Christmas lights once a year. It's shameful and upsetting to Canadians to watch this feeling of decline in our democratic institutions. But those are the facts, and Canadians have spoken. When will this government finally choose to listen to what Canadians are saying?
Transparent and takes people seriously. This government has not been fair, funding only Conservative ridings. It's been not transparent in terms of the redacted documents that are now the joke of a government elected on transparency. The sleight of hand announcements of the re-announcements of the re-announcements. This is a government that does not take people seriously. They bully and silence civil society, choosing only to listen to the small number of Canadians that actually agree with them. The choices they have made to eliminate the Canadian Council on Learning, cut government funding to organizations like KAIROS, the Canadian Council for International Cooperation, and women's groups across the country that represent the voices of social justice. This isn't even to mention the government's ideologically bungling of maternal and child health is both failing Canadians and ruining what was once a sterling international reputation. Time and time again, we bear witness to the shell game of this government, which sees funding announcements recycled. The theme here, though, is consistent. Never any new money. The chill in the NGO community in Canada must come to an end. Within civil society is real expertise that could and should be tapped in order to get the best possible public policy for Canada and Canadian families. As Liberals, we do not adhere to the same principles as the current government. We know that there are tough choices to be made. That's what governing and democracy are all about. We believe we should be investing in people and bringing about transformative change with the dollars that government spends. However, time and time again, this government has made the choice to abdicate governing in favour of never-ending campaigning and trying to convince Canadians that their draconian actions aren't as bad as the dissenters make them out to be. The Leader of the Official Opposition has indicated, Mr. Speaker, a three-pronged approach to the return of a fair, open and compassionate Canada, one that would put the emphasis on learning, care and a renewed sense of Canadian leadership in the world. We have listened and made our intentions clear to take care of Canadians who devote a good portion of their lives to supporting their ailing loved ones. We listened to the ideas that came out of the May 2010 public consultation on the digital economy and have announced a strategy to make our government more open with free access to government data, a policy that the UK estimates has created an economic benefit of over £6 billion. Dans ce vein,
in this vein, we Liberals are committed to maintaining a government strategy. As we showed with my private member's bill to restore the long-form census, we feel it essential to offer Canadians evidence-based data in order to enable them to make enlightened choices. Contrary to what the Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages said on Friday, we wish to hold genuine consultations with Canadians in order to tap into the knowledge and expertise of a strong civil society.
Chief Statistician Munir Sheikh was quoted in the Toronto Star on Sunday. With the government's decision to abolish the long-form census, it is not clear how one would get reliable answers to these important questions. In the absence of high-quality census data, it may become considerably more difficult to deal with some of the fundamental economic and social issues we face. In fact, I would like to note that the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories last week passed a motion to urge the Government of Canada to reverse its decision to eliminate the mandatory long-form census. Nous croyons que selon la
We feel that without the empirical evidence required to formulate policies, ideology will inevitably become the default basis for debate and discussion in Canada. That is something I fear, Mr. Speaker.
$million more to get less reliable information. Je ne crois pas que la don
I don't believe that public monies should be used to finance projects like building prisons for supposed prisoners who mysteriously have not been reported.
Fear-mongering. Speculation and hearsay, Mr. Speaker, is not sufficient evidence. It is crucial that we have the best possible information in which to make proper decisions with public money. Choices governments make can be transformative or hold a country back. Progressive governments invest in their people, invest in science, invest in the future. Borrowing money for prisons, fighter planes, and corporate tax cuts on one side, Mr. Speaker, care, learning, and earning back Canada's place in the world on the other. This bill demonstrates the priorities of this government. It refuses to invest in our people and those peoples that share our tiny planet with us. Canadians deserve a government that listens and understands the reality of their daily lives. Young entrepreneurs key to conquer the digital economy, single mothers who want to go back to school, women trying to take care of their loved one at home.
Order.
They know this government
We'll have to move on to questions and comments. Order, please. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
I sometimes think that our members across the hall here have selective memory. They talk about re-announcements. I remember in 1993 when that Liberal government promised to get rid of the, or they promised in that election campaign to get rid of the GST, and I think we're still waiting, or we're waiting in 2005. They promised a national daycare program, which never came to fruition. They cut $25 billion to the provinces in health and social transfers, and they were responsible for the sponsorship scandal, and Canadians are still waiting to get their money back from that. And, Mr. Speaker, I've been privileged to make many announcements on behalf of our government in Toronto ridings for infrastructure programs. None of them are Conservative-held ridings, and I say that they are not yet Conservative-held. So I'd also like to refer back to the public account books, which talks about major transfers to other levels of government increased by $10.5 billion over the previous year. That's money that is going into our provinces for health care, for education, and for social programs. So I guess my question to the honourable member is, when her party was in government, why didn't they get these things done?
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the honourable member that that the 6% increase in the health transfer is because of the 2004 accord that we were signed. It was an annual, if the member would realize that it is an annual increase that the Minister of Health stands up virtually every day taking credit for. It was signed by all levels of government, and therefore this government didn't have the opportunity to cut it as it probably would have. So I would actually ask the honourable member to listen to the answer that you posed the question. So it is absolutely ridiculous for you to declare that there was nothing done on early learning and childcare. Those deals signed by the provinces with the Minister of Human Resource Development at the time have created thousands of childcare spaces across this country. In fact, the number of childcare spaces has actually doubled in this country from the time that we formed government in 1993.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments and over the last 10 minutes or so. And she talked about this sense of controlling government and this whole sense of how democracy gets eroded and people have this sense of somehow they don't play a role and they're not listened to. And I couldn't agree with her more. I think that's absolutely true. As someone who used to be in municipal government and opened up the budget process after looking at an example from Porto Alegre in Brazil, where they have an open and transformative budget process where citizen engagement is the primary piece of the whole process. So my question really is around when we see the PMO, because it's not just this PMO that got this straitjacket and tries to put a straitjacket around the House and around all of the other things that happen inside the government. But unfortunately, I hate to say it to my honourable colleague, because we've worked very closely together in other areas, especially in the CFIA, and worked very well. But her government indeed did similar. And this has been an ongoing problem for a number of years, where the PMO has talked about this control and exerted it from the top down. So I was wondering where indeed she had suggestions, because I know she always has good suggestions, about how indeed we can democratize that process, open it up, so that Canadians will re-engage themselves and indeed feel not only comfortable, but will feel assured that their voices are heard, listened to, and then eventually enacted upon.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for the question. Indeed, before the former Finance Minister Paul Martin became Finance Minister, there was a very close process where, indeed, a few select elite people would whisper in the ear of the Finance Minister, and you know, voila, there would be a budget. In 1993, they began the process of pre-budget consultation, which became a best practice in the world. And I think that the member would have to admit that after we had heard going across the country in pre-budget consultations that a number of the Liberal budgets were no surprises. It really was that people knew and citizens were on side with what needed to be done, and that a lot of the good ideas came out of those consultations, and a lot of us as members of Parliament did pre-budget consultations in our ridings that actually became part of the Finance Committee report. I think that people need now to not feel that it's some sort of occupational therapy. They come and they put their papers down or they speak, and the government's already decided what it's going to do. I think we have to move forward.
Order. Order. Resuming debate. May please do débat. Order, please. Order. May please do débat. Resuming debate. I have the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on C-47, and I'd like to address a couple of issues in this bill, both hankering back to the original budget bill, which this is just part of, but also some specifics in this. And, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, this budget last time was just classic of both opportunities missed, and even where issues were addressed, government's gone offside on them. I want to address in particular the funding that was promised first in the throne speech back in, I guess, late February, early March of this year, and then the actual dollars put into the budget, and then an announcement just this past weekend on the issue. And that was with regards to the just horrendous issue of the number of Aboriginal women who have gone missing in this country over the last decade or longer. And Mr. Speaker, the sad part about this is not just the tragedy of all those women gone missing and presumed in a lot of cases having been killed, but the fact that both this government and the prior government was not paying any attention to the issue at all. That the tragedy of and the dimension of the problem was raised by groups coming out of the First Nations, and having to do work that, Mr. Speaker, should have been done by our police forces, our justice system, and by government, and that was ignored to a large part by all of those sectors of our country. And Mr. Speaker, it's inevitable, I think, to conclude that had the issue been treated seriously from the very beginning as these women went missing, that a great deal of the loss of these women to our society could have been prevented. But that's something, Mr. Speaker, that this government in particular, but I have to say the prior government as well, spent way too much time on prosecuting crimes, on going after punishing criminals, as opposed to spending much more effort as is needed to prevent those crimes from ever happening. And again, this announcement that we saw this weekend, I guess on Friday, is just typical of that. So what was promised in the throne speech was that $10 million would be spent on what in effect I thought, from reading the speech and hearing the speech, would be mostly on prevention and assisting Native groups in particular, Aboriginal groups in particular, in identifying the loss of these women and trying to use methodologies that would teach us what happened to them and ways to prevent that from happening in the future. And one group in particular the Sisters in Spirit had done just tremendous work. I was just totally amazed when they brought it forward both to this House, to a standing committee, and to various members of Parliament who have responsibility in these areas. And what was clear was they had done a very effective work on identifying how severe the problem was, but were also literally begging this government to provide them with additional resources. That's what I thought part of that $10 million was going to be used for. Did that happen? No, it did not, Mr. Speaker. The announcement on Friday by the minister responsible for women's issues made it very clear when you look through the individual areas where these funds are going to get spent. It is not focused, certainly, on First Nations people, Aboriginal people, Métis, Inuit women. It's much more broadly dispersed amongst the whole population. So in spite of that promise in the speech from the throne that it was going to be dedicated to First Nations, Aboriginal population, and in fact it is not. And if you do, I think, any kind of an apportionment of the dollars, less than 10%, maybe 15%, would end up aiding those communities. The rest is going to be spent on the general population. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue that was new this past weekend. We've known about it for some time because of the work over the last couple of years, because of the work done by the Sisters in Spirit and other groups like that from the First Nations. But what's happened? They say, okay, we're going to spend the money. It's only $5 million over per year for 2 years. That's all they've committed to. We get the announcement of how they're going to spend it more than 6 months after the promise, when in fact the Sisters in Spirit in particular were ready to go immediately. They had an outstanding application for funds. They could have given them the portion of the $10 million back in March, quite frankly, when the budget first got passed. They didn't do that. They spent all this time, I'm not sure doing what, because when you see what they're proposing to do, it didn't take 6 or 7 months to plan that out. But in any event, we're now here, again, too late, unfocused for the $10 million. We're also, Mr. Speaker, with some of that money that is supposed to be spent this year on aiding some of the groups who would be providing some preventative work. It's very small amounts of money, maybe as little as $1 million per year for the next 2 years. I can't see how any of that money is going to get spent this year, given how late they've come down with it. They're going to have to wait for proposals to come forward. With the break through the year-end break, this money will probably, the $5 million for this year, very little of it is going to get spent this year. And of course, Mr. Speaker, with the risk of the election next year, it may not get spent at all. But it is typical of this government's attitude towards this problem that they're not taking it seriously. And nothing can be clearer than that, but the way that they've handled this money. You know, lots of photo ops, lots of press conferences and press releases about how they were going to do something. But the reality is it's too little, not nearly enough money, that's for sure, for the problem that the Aboriginal community is faced with. It's too late, and it's going in the wrong direction, what little that they're doing. So, Mr. Speaker, you look at this and you say, why are we bothering with the government even doing this? And the answer to that, of course, it does give them the opportunity to do those press releases and have the photo ops. The other reality, Mr. Speaker, with regards to this particular money is that it's quite clear from our discussions with First Nations people and Aboriginal communities generally, they're not at all happy, but we're not hearing any negatives from them because they're intimidated by this government. They so often, with so many other groups, have intimidated them into silence by not renewing contracts, cutting off funding, Kairos being a classic example of that, and any number of other groups that they've cut funding off to because they didn't toe the government line, and this is again another example of that. So, Mr. Speaker, that $10 million is really of questionable value, and whether it's going to get spent or not is questionable as well. Let me switch to the other point that I wanted to raise in this brief speech, and that's with regards to the pension issue. We have in C-47 one, if I'm being fair, yes, one paragraph on pensions. Now, we've had the finance minister running around the country, as well as in this House, making all these forecasts that we were going to do something, we being the government, going to do something about reform of the Canada Pension Plan. We are promised repeatedly that that's coming. And again, what we see here is one paragraph which really has nothing to do with reform of the Canada Pension Plan in this bill. And Mr. Speaker, we had been promised repeatedly, and even some dates put on this. We were supposed to have something by the spring. And then we were supposed to have something this fall when we came back from the midterm break. Nothing, Mr. Speaker, in regards to pension. We know, Mr. Speaker, and I say this from a really negative personal experience, how traumatizing, when I say personal, I mean personal as a member of Parliament, how traumatizing this is to a large number of our constituents. I come out of a city that's very heavily dependent on the auto industry. And when it looked like both General Motors and Chrysler's were going to go down, going into bankruptcy, and that the pensions were going to be in serious jeopardy, we expected more from this government. We expected them to deal with it, and we expected them to deal with the Canada Pension Plan in terms of reform. Am I seeing my time is up, Mr. Speaker? Let me conclude by saying paragraph 70 in this bill does nothing in that regard to any of those issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was really disturbed to hear some of those comments in terms of what is a comprehensive strategy to go forward to deal with these horrific, incidents and the missing Aboriginal women from across this country, and particularly in the riding where I live and in the province where I live. And the strategy is comprehensive. On one hand, he's talking about it's not enough money. On the other hand, he says, well, we'll never even be able to spend it this year. You can't have it both ways. But can he actually say that it's not important for the policemen to have tools to actually find these women? Is it not important for the funding that's going to go to the groups, the awareness materials, the pilot projects, and the community-based programs? So again, a comprehensive strategy, and I think he needs to speak to the good work it'll be able to do for the women and the horrific incidents of the missing Aboriginal women.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, I was going to get up and make no, I'm not going to say that, what I was going to say. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that it doesn't do it. Is this not a serious problem? Yeah, we know it's a serious problem. And I've been the justice critic for my party for going on 7 years now. I understand how serious this is. I also understand that the proposals that were put out and the so-called programming that was put out on Friday goes nowhere near meeting those requirements. And it's not focused. A good deal of this money is not being spent on the Aboriginal community and on those women who are missing. It's being dispersed throughout, in various of the programs, throughout the whole community, the Canadian community. So it's not focused at all.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to comment on the stimulus plan and its deadlines, if you care to comment on that, because I think right now many of the communities in my riding are suffering as a result of this hard deadline. Perhaps you could talk about a possible extension, but he did talk about the pension situation, which I raised earlier in the House, actually several times today in the House. He mentioned the auto sector. I, for one, have a plant that's been shut down as in the last 2 years that belonged to Abitibi-Bullwater. The current situation there is that the current pensioners throughout the community, and there are a lot of them, right now are facing uncertain times due to the uncertainty of the company. Now, they have since made great gains in getting out of bankruptcy, but nonetheless, it was touch and go there for a while, to use the vernacular, because what we had was an uncertain pension plan that created defined benefits for a large swath of the population within my riding. Now, can he comment on the future debate of security for these plans held up by large corporations or even smaller businesses that are defined benefits, and just how much trouble they are in, and where he sees this debate going in the near future? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, with this government, I don't see any programming coming in at all. We obviously need, I mean, this isn't radical thinking, this isn't radical planning. Most of the states in the United States, much more conservative than we are, much more orientated to a free market, have provisions at the state level of guaranteeing pensions that are backed by the state governments. I mean, that's not a radical plan, and it's quite common throughout most of Western Europe and Australia and New Zealand, all societies that have markets similar to ours. So we need, in the case of insolvency or insufficiencies in the pension plan, for those to be backstopped by a reserve fund, and that reserve fund being backstopped by governments, both at the federal and provincial level. We're way beyond. We're probably 40, 50 years beyond where we should be in terms of providing that in our social safety net. It's not a great deal of a problem to do it. We know how to structure it. It's the political will to, in fact, put that legislation in place. I have to say, with regards to the stimulus program, I think my community is a somewhat unique one, both because, of course, I'm in the most southern part of the country, and so weather has not been a problem in our construction sites. And the reality, my community was in such bad economic shape that they had a number of programs ready to go and ready to be implemented when the funding became available. So we think we're going to meet our deadlines. But we're pretty unique. There's all sorts of other parts of this country who, in fact, are going to need extensions.
Resuming debate, the prise du débat, the Honourable Member for Bonavista-Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the House at this particular time regarding this particular bill. On 30th of September 2010, the Minister of Finance introduced Bill C-47, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament, which was on March 4th, 2010, and other measures sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery Act in the House of Commons. And here we are. Now, some of the major developments that occurred through this, a lot of it is smaller plugs, I guess you will, smaller wires filling in the holes in many cases, obviously on the back end of the budgetary process. But nonetheless, some of the stuff is, and I'd like to highlight those, in the spirit of fair and balanced debate. I'd like to bring some of the issues that I would like to congratulate the government on in some of the measures. The first part, albeit short, but the first part is, in Part 1, implements a number of income tax measures. Now, allows for the sharing of the Canada Child Tax Benefit, the Universal Child Care Benefit. Now, that's a whole other debate, the Universal Child Care Benefit, wherein you get $100 a month and through this benefit, and that's under the guise of being a child care program. I personally have misgivings about this because I don't think it puts enough attention into the policy of early childhood education, nor does it address the fact that we have early childhood educators who are not given the right tools, and they should be looked at upon as well, favorably, I might add. I've said before, and I said again, the problem with that type of thinking, you just mail out this $100 a month check, is that where does it end? Where is the broad vision into what we want to do, which is to allow accessible, universal childcare in this country? I mean, if you take that train of thought, you might as well mail everybody in the country $50 and call it a pharmacare program. It might work, but you see what I'm getting at. I think in this particular case, and not to sound too facetious about the whole thing, but I do want to get to the positive aspect and that is allowing registered retirement savings plan proceeds to be transferred to a registered disability savings plan on a tax-deferred basis. As a matter of fact, I was considering doing a private member's bill on that, but then the government introduced it in their budget, and here we have it. So I would like to congratulate them on that. I think that is a positive step for people with disabilities. I think it is something that RSPs are much more prevalent now than what they have been, and I think this provides that little bit of flexibility for people who are caregivers to pass it on to people in their family who suffer from disabilities. So there you have one positive step in amongst this particular implementation act. There are in the spirit of raising the bar, there are also other issues that you could possibly look at with the flexibility of registered retirement savings plans, whether you bequeath those onto another individual in your family upon passing. That's something that should be looked at. I think this is a positive first step when you can take that part of an RSP that's not used upon passing and bring it onto someone who is invested into an RDSP, a registered disability savings plan. The other issues in Part 1 amends the Canada Pension Plan, the Employment Insurance Act, and the Income Tax Act to provide legislative authority for the Canada Revenue Agency to issue online notices if the taxpayer so requests. So we get back into the digital age where the online notices are now more prevalent, more available. It is a greater connection because I find that as a member of Parliament, I get a lot of calls regarding the Canada Revenue Agency. And a lot of people who are in arrears and owe money, fines, interest, that sort of thing, they can be quite crippling in many respects. And the financial forgiveness that is available is always hard to get. And sometimes there's a lack of information for people, and not just for individuals, but for small businesses and medium-sized businesses as well. This could be a positive step towards a free flow of information. The only other issue is, of course, as I've talked about in this House many times, the government has to commit to 100% penetration on broadband internet. As a matter of fact, during the economic stimulus plan, there was a part of that budget that was announced for the penetration of broadband internet to rural and northern areas. Now, in all of Atlantic Canada, despite all the money that's being talked about, only one project was approved. Only one. Now, I don't want to take away from the rest of the country, and I wish them all the best in their projects, but only one in Atlantic Canada, which leads me to believe that if you look at only that scenario, that we didn't put enough emphasis on the availability of broadband internet and the ability of communities and small groups, and certainly for education purposes, it would have allowed them to be far more connected. So on the one hand, we shift services like Service Canada, like EI, Canada Pension Plan, to sign up for these programs, to make amendments, to create that flow of communication so that people can receive their benefits that much quicker. If we want to do that and promote online interactive government services without the commitment of 100% penetration, then that falls terribly short. And for these people, at that point, when you consider how much the government has moved its services from paper to online services and how we interact with the government, whether it be municipal, provincial, or even federal, it's like it should be a right for people to be connected on the broadband internet. You had in the beginning, you had the railway service that connected our country. Then you had the highway, the Trans-Canada Highway, and now everybody would feel that it's a right of theirs to have highways, roads that connect their smallest of communities. I have 191 communities in my riding. That's a lot of pavement. That's a lot of asphalt. But yet, all of these towns are connected. But they're not connected. Of the 191, 31 communities do not have access to broadband internet. Let's put aside the fact that it could be affordable, or whether some people are able to afford this or not, or cell phone coverage. Put that aside for a moment. It's just not there. Now, on an individual basis, that's bad enough. But how do you attract industry? How do you say to someone, our plant in our community has closed down, but we have an incredibly well-functioned, well-trained talent pool within this community. We want you to come to our community to set up a business? Okay, what's the first question? Okay, I'm doing my business. Do I have vital services? Do I have water hookup? Yes. Do I have asphalt to the back of the business? Yes, you do. Do I have broadband internet? No, we do not. We have dial-up. Now, how can a company bidding on major contracts, maybe bidding to receive capital equipment, how are they supposed to do that when they're already at a terrible disadvantage? So that's part of the issue. I agree. I applaud the government for moving towards more online services. But I think that the debate has to continue beyond this, where we have to talk about the fact that not everybody is now hooked up under broadband services. Part 7 amends the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act to implement the total transfer protection for 2010-2011 to set out the treatment of the one-time transfer protection payment. Pretty straightforward. Let's talk about equalization for a moment. Let's talk about these transfer payments. Now, here is something that my forefathers, certainly my forefathers and other people in my community who started my community back in the 50s and 60s, after joining Canada in 1949, I can stand in this house and say that I live and represent a half province. Well, that was a long time coming. There were certain sacrifices on the way, but we certainly have built our way towards becoming this half province. We understand, and now we are doing things not just for the sake of garnering more money out of revenues from oil development, oil and natural gas, but my province now has one of the best poverty reduction strategies in this country. And I congratulate the provincial government for doing it, because it is a well-managed and it's going to make a big, big difference. Just recently, they've announced a program in place for a home heating rebate program for seniors. It's a fantastic program. Do you know when that was done federally? 2005, the energy rebate. My goodness, it's been 5 years since, and as far as I can gather, energy prices have not decreased. So I think that's something we should look at. So also the other mentions of Pension Benefit Standards Act, some of this stuff is just, it's almost like it's on the margins of which that we do sensible pension reform, and I've discussed this earlier. Pension reform is going to be this debate that we are now engaged in. I understand First Ministers are currently discussing it. I hope that they come up with a plan that allows us to be more flexibility in the Canada Pension Program. I do like the fact that we could have a supplementary CPP, Canada Pension Plan. That is one element, and a visionary element, that could bring to this country a greater amount of benefit and income for our most vulnerable seniors. So I thank you for your time.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. And let me just convey from the sisters and brothers from Sister Local in Thorough, from the Abitibi Bowater workers, that we send our greetings to our fellow sisters and brothers up in Grand Falls. And I know the work that the member has done on behalf of those workers. We know what it's like. We had 5 paper mills in my riding not that long ago, and we now have 1. We know what it's like to watch the Domtars leave and the Abitibis leave when they were then become the Gallaghers. And we understand what it's like to see pension plans be wound up. And we understand, like the Atlas workers in Welland, what happened to them when they got a registered letter on a Friday. They said to them, as of 12 p.m. on Sunday night, your benefits are terminated. And this was to retirees. And your pension will be cut in half. We understand the need for pension reform in this country that not only talks about an enhancement to CPP, and this is where my friend and I have a slight disagreement about what we should do with CPP, whether it be a voluntary piece or whether it be indeed a mandatory piece as we expand that program. But I think him and I would agree upon this one aspect. When workers work all their life for a defined contribution plan and they put into it, their expectation is to get it out. I would ask my friend to comment on that and how we think that we should make sure that they get what they deserve when they retire.
Member for Gander, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Bonavista, Gander. Yeah, I think, okay, there we go. that's fine. Gander's a great place. It's worth mentioning twice. It's so good. I do want to thank my colleague. You know, I had the 1 mill that I mentioned earlier that closed down. This member had 5 mills and now 1. I didn't know that before. 5 mills down to 1. If there is not a better illustration of how we have to look after people that relied so heavily on their defined benefit plans that gave them that chunk of security for the rest of their lives, and not just them, but most of these people raised entire families on this defined benefit plan that now finds itself at half value and no benefits. 5 plants and now 1. I mean, if there is not one hallmark, one sign, one beacon of distress that is out there, that's it. If it's Abitibi-Bowater, if it's Domtar, to back these pensions up for security is so necessary and yet so vacant from a debate in this House. It's absolutely incredible. The member from Windsor-Tecumseh had a good point about the fact that many American states have gone farther than we have on pension security. What do you do if you're in your mid-70s, you know you're going to live for another 10, 15 years, and you've got to rely on this DB plan that no longer is backed up, half the value, out the door, gone? How do we pick up that slack? Through what? Through social welfare. After something that they've been invested in all their lives. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Gaspésie.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To better understand the debate here, I'd like to understand the remarks made by the member from Newfoundland and Labrador on his position regarding the budget. Now, we're talking about the implementation of the budget today because at a time when it came to vote in favor or opposed, many people abstained in the Liberal Party, and that's why we ended up with this document that we're dealing with today. And in the remarks that I heard today, it's as if you were saying that we could throw out the entire thing, even if there are some good aspects. But at any rate, that's why we're facing this situation. On the one hand, the budget was supported by the Liberals, but with some changes that are being proposed here. But it's a bit too late. It's too little too late, in fact. So I'm wondering how the member can make the speech that he's making today, having acted as he did in the past.
One of us to Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
One of the major issues that I've talked about here, and I don't, when it comes to my personal actions, I've never, ever wavered from the fact that the pension securities in this country was never an issue. It's something that just came about as something that developed, over the last 2 or 3 years or something. We knew this was unfunded pension liabilities have been around for the last 20, 30 years when it comes to DB plans in particular. I know that, but the mindset is now beginning to change. Because now all of a sudden, due to the recent downturn, people are now realizing that all of a sudden that the security of these pensions are just not bedrock solid like they used to be. And now all of a sudden we find ourselves in a situation where we have to educate ourselves, educate the public, and we have to find that and make the legislation that helps these people decide how to live the rest of their lives.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course I'm rising to speak on C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the other budget tabled in Parliament, blah, blah, blah. And the short title is Sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery. And the blah, blah, blah is about sustaining Canada's economic recovery, Mr. Speaker, because although I'm going to speak specifically on the universal child care benefit and the pensions, I want to just highlight for people that this so-called economic recovery hasn't reached from coast to coast to coast in our beautiful country. And I want to refer to Statistics Canada study that was in the Globe and Mail that said natives bore a brunt of job losses, study shows. And when this recession was rolling out across this country, First Nations, Métis and Inuit said very clearly I'm sure to many members of this House, is don't leave us behind in this recession. Don't forget that we are already the poorest of the poor. And in this Canada's Economic Recovery Act, what we in fact saw was First Nations, Métis and Inuit were absolutely left behind. So according to Stats Canada and this article, it says Aboriginals have long struggled with higher unemployment than the rest of Canadians, but the recent economic downturn saw the trouble mount, widening the gap between natives and non-natives. In communities across Canada, Aboriginal people not living on reserves were hit by bigger drops in employment rates from 2008 to 2009 than the rest of the population. They mentioned that the Stats Canada did not measure employment on reserves. The article goes on to say the unemployment rate among Aboriginal people aged 15 and over rose to 13.9% in 2009 from 10.4% the previous year. At the same time, the unemployment rate for non-Aboriginals rose to just over 8% in 2009 from 6% in 2008. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, that clearly highlights the difference, the starting point difference between Aboriginal people's working off reserve versus the non-Aboriginal population. It goes on to give a couple of numbers in a couple of different sectors, and it says there was a 30% employment decline for natives in manufacturing compared to just 8% among non-natives in the non-native manufacturing workers. And a similar decline was noted in construction with a 16% drop for native workers compared to a 5% for non-native. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the reason I raise this today is, of course, the piece of legislation that we have before us is not going to do anything to change those numbers for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And, you know, we had fair warning. We had fair warning before we entered into this recession. And we simply haven't seen the kind of action that will alleviate the poverty in some of these communities from coast to coast to coast. Now, I want to talk very briefly on the part of the legislation that deals with the universal child care benefit. And when the Conservatives introduced the child care benefit, I can't remember the year off the top of my head, but certainly New Democrats stood up and said that is not going to provide quality, affordable, regulated, licensed, publicly delivered child care for families in this country. And now what we're seeing is that despite the fact that people get $100 per month per child, which then is partially clawed back through the tax system, what we're now seeing, just as we predicted, is that child care spaces are disappearing in this country. And so the $100 per child, and I would argue, it's talked about choice in child care. Now, tell me how $100 a month is choice in child care when your child care bills can run up to $1,000 a month or more, depending on the city that you live in. Tell me how $100 a month is choice in child care. And mothers and fathers are left struggling to figure out how they can continue to work. And I have to point out that work is often not a choice for people, that it often takes two working family members to pay the bills. It takes two working family members to keep a roof over their children's heads. So these families are struggling. They are struggling with the fact that they have to work, and they're concerned about what happens with their children when they drop them off at a child care center. And there are many, many fine child care centers, family-run child care centers in this country. That's not the point. The $100 a month is not a choice in child care. Now, in my riding, there was an article recently that says child care shortfall reaches 500 kids. And in an article in the Cowichan News Leader on July the 30th, it said there are now 538 fewer child care spaces in Cowichan compared to 2007. 538 fewer child care spaces. Now, Mr. Speaker, I happen to know that it's not because we have 538 fewer children in the Cowichan Valley. It's because these child care centers are being forced to close. There is an organization called Social Planning Cowichan, and they're doing a lot of work around examining the reasons why these child care spaces are disappearing and what the options are for families. And according to Social Planning Cowichan numbers, about half of Cowichan's 10,000 kids under age 12 need care. a percentage that is virtually unchanged from 3 years ago. So there's 10,000 children just in the Cowichan Valley that are requiring care. These are children under the age of 12. In 2007, child care support was available for 48% of those needing it, and now that figure is just 37%. One suspect is the recession, stealing families' child care cash, and an accomplice would be government cuts to child care programs. Wages often in the 12 to 13 an hour range have also made it hard to attract and retain qualified help. So Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is when we do have licensed child care workers who are looking after our very future. I know somebody once reminded me that we want to actually provide really good child care for these children because they're going to grow up and change our diapers when we're in long-term care facilities. But what we're saying is we're going to pay those workers $12 to $13 an hour. And they are raising the future generation. They're raising the future business leaders and community leaders and perhaps politicians. And we want to pay them $12 to $13 an hour. And that's what $100 a month in child care choice contributes to. What we should be doing is looking towards the province of Quebec that has done a very good job in providing child care for the children in the province. They're a model for the rest of Canada, and we should look to them for a program that has been very effective in terms of providing real child care choice for family members. I want to touch briefly on pensions, and before I do that, because this is relevant, Mr. Speaker, because it's about poverty. Hunger Count 2009, put out by Food Banks Canada, has a couple of interesting figures in its report. It says this year's Hunger Count survey confirms what we all suspected. Food bank use across the country has escalated as a result of the economic downturn. More than 790,000 people walked into a food bank in March 2009, 72,000 of them for the first time. Not surprisingly, food banks themselves, running on shoestring budgets and staffed largely by dedicated volunteers, are struggling to meet the demand. This year's Hunger Count portrays a country in need of change. And sadly, I've only got 10 minutes, so I can't read all of the very good information about poverty in this country, which is resulting in increased food bank usage. But they do say who is turning to food banks. In terms of household composition, food bank use did not change significantly from 2008 to 2009. Nearly half of assisted households were families with children, split about evenly between two-parent and single-parent families. The proportion of single people turning to food banks for help edged up, and they talk about the 49% are families with children. They also point out that 12% of those assisted are Aboriginal. So, Mr. Speaker, that I see you're giving me the signal that I've only got 1 minute left, but that was going to be in the context of pensions. And this Economic Recovery Act, Bill C-47, does have amendments to the Pension Benefits of Standards Act, but what it sadly doesn't do is look at increasing CPP, OAS, and GIS to some of the poorest marginalized seniors in this country. And what we know, of course, is that we did have the capacity to do that if we only don't go ahead and implement those corporate tax cuts. And the $700 million annually that would be required to lift seniors out of poverty and protect pensions in case of bankruptcy or insolvency could come from those corporate tax cuts. So we could afford to pay for it. So, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats do not support this bill and don't see it as a full-blown Economic Recovery Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are two areas that I'd like to ask the member with respect to impact as a result of Bill C-47 and the budget. One is in the area of green technology and the fact that the government actually canceled most of the green eco-technology grants and has suggested that in this budget there's an opportunity through, I guess, the capital depreciation allowance for green technology that it's going to make up, but it doesn't really give incentives to consumers. So that's my first question as to what the member feels about that. Second question is how this budget fails families. I'd like the member just to explore a little, if she wouldn't mind, for the benefit of the House, because it seems to me that families, in particular those low-income families, and we have recent data which provides a strong rationale that the poverty gap is in fact increasing as opposed to decreasing, what this budget does for families and if it could be improved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
I want to thank the member for those two very good questions. On the green technology end of it, he's absolutely correct. There are two problems with the approach the government has taken. First of all, the retrofit program that was in place, which could have been converted to a longer-term sustainable environmental retrofit program for households, is gone. And that would have been one way of looking at reducing our ecological footprint in this country is if we had looked at those retrofit programs. In addition, he mentioned, I want to talk a little bit more about that, but he mentioned family poverty. One of the things that we know is that renters and many times seniors are living in homes that could benefit from an environmental upgrade. And oftentimes, what we've got is seniors that are cash poor and house rich, and they don't have an opportunity to do that environmental upgrade. And so if you want to talk about helping families reduce their heating bills and other water bills in their house, what we would do is actually provide some funding to help them reduce those costs, which would help their bottom line in terms of eating, for example. The other piece about the green technology is that what we need is for businesses is a long-term fund that businesses can actually make 5 and 10-year plans about the kinds of environmental upgrades that they need to make their businesses more efficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her remarks. I listened very carefully and was quite taken with what she had to say about the $100 a month child care. And very clearly it fails. It was a bill of goods sold to Canadians. It utterly fails. What I wanted to ask her was about the studies done by Fraser Mustard that showed very clearly that registered, regulated child care provides an important foundation that will allow children to flourish and prepare them for the future. Our kids are going to be competing with the kids of the world, and they will need that good start. And I was hoping that my colleague could comment on that importance.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of weeks ago, I had the good fortune to hear some presentations from the Women's Committee from the Public Service Alliance of Canada. And I would say that hearing from these women, it was very difficult to sit and listen to the stories that some of these women had to tell about their struggle with raising their children and making sure that they had that kind of quality, regulated, licensed child care that was so important to them. One single mom was telling me about the fact that she is the mother of 2 children. One child is disabled. And she's in the position of trying to find 2 separate kinds of child care for her children because the disabled child needs some additional care. And she was talking to me about her struggle when this, $100 per child, child tax benefit or child care benefit simply does not do anything to defray the expenses of having to deal with her particular situation. And hers is just one of many, many, many stories. This is, again, the member from London Fanshawe ably pointed out that these children are the future of our country. We want to give them the best start possible. And that kind of quality child care is an important part of that best start possible.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have an opportunity at this point in the debate over the budget implementation bill to have a few words to say. First, about the overall situation that the budget finds itself being considered within. And then to look at some of the issues that that are silent in the budget that in fact could deal with some of the confidence issues that I think that Canadians are very concerned about at this present time. Mr. Speaker, the budget implementation bill is within the context of a stimulus approach that the government initiated with the support of all parties in the House, I believe. It's certainly of this party. And the objective of the stimulus package was to from coast to coast to coast, to look at infrastructure in particular, with municipal levels of government, with the construction industries and the future needs of the country, to invest in projects, literally thousands of projects, Mr. Speaker, that would add value and create confidence that investors and those who are looking at, in particular, small business expansion, would see as a background for the confidence that was needed to make their decisions. The stimulus package, to some extent, has been successful in doing that. However, Mr. Speaker, there are some ominous signs that against the added value which has been created there, that there are some signs that Canadians are worried about the future. Just to look at a few of those signs, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate is today 2% higher than it was a few years ago. And that doesn't really tell the full story. You've heard others that have spoken with respect to the erosion of full-time career-type jobs, and in place of those full-time career-type jobs, the creation of short-term contract jobs. This has given a particular to young people coming out of university and in fact coming out of trades apprenticeships. It has given them a sense that there isn't the same stability and continuity that will allow them the quality of life that their parents and their parents' parents had. And so that is creating a great deal of uncertainty within present and future generations. Also, in real terms, the economy is really seasonally adjusted, sort of like the weather used to be. And in real terms, the economy in July shrunk. And that includes, in particular, when you think about the objective of the stimulus initiatives that were taken under the action plan, the hardest hit, Mr. Speaker, have been in the area of construction. And the percentage of the GDP has shrunk. The overall economy has shrunk, but the percentage occupied by the construction industry has disproportionately shrunk. So that has to give all of us concern. In the budget, they talk about the adjustments to the capital tax allowance, which would in fact allow a more rapid write-off of capital equipment. Good thing, Mr. Speaker. But on the other side of that, we mentioned the green energy plan. There are no incentives to consumers that would be the part of the variable in the equation that in fact would absorb those green products that are being created. So on the one hand, yes, those in small business and in green technologies and so on are being encouraged to write off capital equipment sooner, but the product that they produce out of that, there is no incentive to the consumer to participate in economic activity that in fact would create more jobs and sustainability in that field. So, Mr. Speaker, it's sort of an opportunity that is there as a result of one part of the capital plan in the budget, but not offset by that operating infusion of money that would put money into consumers' pockets that they could then go out and purchase green green technology, green equipment, be it heating, air conditioning, be it different automotive products or whatever. One of the areas that I found extremely concerning in that light, Mr. Speaker, was that from coast to coast to coast, there has been an absolute understanding of the role that rapid transit, high-speed transit, and transportation systems plays. We are a tremendous exporter of transportation technology into the rest of the world. It always befuddled me somewhat that while we are a grand exporter of the best that Bombardier can produce, we're not the highest user of those same goods. And so I link the absence in this budget, the opportunity, if you would, to create, for example, electrified technology that would in turn deal with issues related to climate change, urban and interurban communication, transportation, and converting the older diesel technologies into electrified technologies that, in fact, would add value and deal with the issues related to climate change. I use that as an illustration, Speaker, because every so often we have a chance to link what is government policy supported by the House that is an issue that is very top of mind in our ridings. And the whole issue of expansion of rail corridors, the use of those corridors to relieve the congestion on the roads and the transport of goods and the transport of people is looked at as an absolute objective that we want to achieve. But on the other hand, we haven't invested in the technology that grabs the confidence of the cities and commuters to be a participant in a very firm strategy to create those systems. Speaker, another thing that has given I think a great deal of lack of confidence, if you will, is that it appears that that consumer confidence has declined for the fourth or fifth straight month. And again, that has to do with the taking away of some of the incentives that people have to participate in the purchase of green goods or so on and so forth. No mention of that in the budget. Household debt, Mr. Speaker, apparently has climbed to all-time high levels. And, you know, we have been privy to what happened with respect to the disastrous decline of the economy in the United States, the fact that because of borrowing policies that had been laid out by the federal government and state governments, the elasticity was so great that there was actually a point where people were paying for mortgages on their debit or their Visa accounts. Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful, obviously, that we don't reach that point here. And as has been said, there's been government support for a strong banking and financial institutions regime, and perhaps that is a counterbalance to the kind of thing that could happen in Canada and mirror that situation that has happened in the United States. But it is an ominous sign that the budget, while it attempts to stimulate confidence, that there are some indicators that isn't happening. And Mr. Speaker, much has been said with respect to the area of pensions, and I think that we have to be very clear that while there are some mechanisms in this budget that relate or allude to the pension issue, the issue of actuarial solvency is one that we have to deal with. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to conclude by saying that on the one side there are some very positive aspects of the budget, but I think
the honourable member will have a 5-minute question and comment period the next time this bill is before the House, but it being 6:30, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is, 6:30, as deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening, I rise to follow through on a question I asked in the House on October 22nd with respect to shale gas. This is an issue of great concern to Quebecers. It's very controversial in Quebec, where there's a significant deposit of quality shale gas. And this is of interest because of the low greenhouse gas emissions. But exploiting that resource is something Quebecers are very concerned about. They're concerned about the potential negative effects of activities related to developing this resource, and more particularly the environmental impact. When it comes to the aesthetics of the landscape, because a number of drills would have to be, drilling platforms would have to be erected. And there's also concern about drinking water, the effect on freshwater resources. And the concerns come not just from people living in rural areas. Last week, Guy Laliberté entered into the fray by officially expressing his reservations about the development of this industry. And as you probably know, Mr. Speaker, Guy Laliberté is the founder of the Cirque du Soleil and the One Drop Foundation. That foundation is concerned about the amount of drinking water available in the world, the diminishing quantities of drinking water. Unlike the oil sands, shale gas is a resource that belongs to Quebec. It's a resource under the Constitution of Canada. And that's why I was surprised when the Minister of Natural Resources himself stood in the House to answer my question. I'm surprised that he's not here, rather, in person to answer the question, because shale gas in Quebec does not come under his jurisdiction, and neither does the water in the water table. And I mention the water table because there are a lot of discussions. There have been discussions about this issue, about the development of shale gas. Many of those discussions were based on the impact that developing that industry might have on the water table. But my question was more about the impact of this industry on surface water, because when we talk about surface water, it's a concern, a legitimate concern for the federal government under the Constitution, which gives the federal government a voice in surface waters, fish-bearing waters. So I'm just wondering, where is the government at with developing regulations on the use of water by the shale gas industry? So the use of water and the impact that might have on fish-bearing waters. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
To be here tonight, and I want to address the substance of the question from the other day. I know the minister, or the members, changed a bit of his content here, but I'm going to go back to the question that he asked in the House the other day, and I want to give him my thanks for bringing this question forward. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to respond to the question to reassure Canadians that the Government of Canada is committed, as I said earlier today in question period actually, to the safe, responsible and sustainable development of Canada's natural resources. This is also an opportunity to discuss the strength of the nation's regulatory system for the development of our natural resources sector. These regulatory standards can easily be summed up in this way. They are modern, Mr. Speaker, they are robust, and they are constantly being improved. As well, the policies and regulations that govern energy and other resource development in Canada are under constant scrutiny to ensure that they continue to be effective in all respects. That is, protecting the public, protecting workers, and protecting the environment. This is done not only by the Government of Canada, but by the provinces and territories as well. And this brings me to my response to the question from the member for Lac St. Louis. Simply put, resource development resides within provincial jurisdiction. Provinces own the resources within their borders. They are responsible for regulating their development. While provincial authorities have the majority regulatory responsibility for shale gas drilling activities, there are potential federal responsibilities. For example, federal regulatory responsibilities can be triggered in certain circumstances, such as if the drilling occurs north of the 60th parallel, the National Energy Board then, of course, regulates it. If the drilling occurs within a province but on lands owned by the Government of Canada, the federal environmental assessment may be triggered. If chemicals are used in drilling activities, they may fall under Environment Canada's Chemical Management Plan. And fourth, water use for shale gas development or release of liquids into water bodies may involve regulation or require authorization from the federal government. With regard to shale gas, the development of this resource is governed by the same rules and regulations that apply to conventional natural gas development. I think that's something that people need to understand, Mr. Speaker. Each aspect of shale gas activity in Canada is regulated by the jurisdiction where the activity is occurring. While we are respectful of jurisdiction, the federal government, and my department in particular, does collaborate with the provinces in a number of ways that's, in order to support responsible and sustainable natural resource development. For example, Natural Resources Canada contributes geoscience information the provinces use in making exploration, resource management, and environmental decisions. For example, the department provided a technical briefing to help the public understand the geology of Quebec's Utica Shale Formation at the ongoing hearings in Quebec. This type of information is also helpful to other areas where shale gas discoveries are being made, such as New Brunswick, British Columbia, and Ontario. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure members that the Government of Canada has taken note of the increase in activity around the shale gas development, and we are monitoring the situation.
Member for Lac St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the efforts from my honourable colleague to answer the question, but once again, it's not a question about natural resources. The Environment Minister last week, according to the media, said that he was apparently developing regulations to put limits on the shale gas industry, to set parameters around that industry, and that's to be expected because the shale gas industry will require a lot of surface water to pump down into the ground and push up to the surface the gas. So my question on October 22nd and today was really, where is the government at with the development of these regulations? And you know, there's a related question, and that question is more for the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. If we hope to create regulations,
Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And as the members know, the Government of Canada is committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to increase the supply of clean energy, while we also encourage innovation and job creation. Natural gas, of course, is an important transition fuel to a low-carbon economy because it's a cleaner burning fuel than any other fossil fuel, and it's in abundant supply. Our nation's endowment of clean-burning natural gas represents an opportunity to strengthen Canada as a clean energy superpower. We all know shale gas development is relatively new in Canada, but technological advances in production methods are creating great new potential growth. It's not surprising that there's this increased interest in shale gas exploration and development in Canada. The Government of Canada will always work with the provinces to help them realize the benefit of their natural resources. The Minister of Natural Resources is already working with provincial and territorial colleagues to undertake a fundamental review of Canada's regulatory system, and this work will help ensure that our system remains the best in the world.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to follow up a question I asked earlier in the session, which, with regard to the GA G20 costs. Specifically, the question I asked on that day The timing was interesting because it was the day that the Government of Canada announced that they were going to stop funding some lighthouses, including the famous Peggy's Cove Lighthouse in Nova Scotia, at the same time as they were funding fake lighthouses for the G8-G20. That unbelievably wasteful, extravagant decision contrasted so much with the historic and traditional nature of real lighthouses in coastal Canada. And so it wasn't just the lighthouses that were spent, $186,000 for a fake lighthouse. There was a fake TSX built, a $208,000 cost, a fake Toronto Stock Exchange, meters away from the real stock exchange, and there was the famous fake lake as well, with fake animals. Mr. Speaker, they spend money like water off a fake duck's back. It's unbelievable. We also had the cost of the communications around the G8, G20 summit. The spending on this has really hit a nerve among Canadians who just think at this point in time when we have a conservative deficit of $56 billion, that to add $1 billion on this cost was totally wasteful, inefficient, and egregious, and unnecessary, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the cost of previous summits, I want to bring people's minds back to 1995 when former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and the Regional Minister David Dingwall announced that the G7 would take place in my home community of Halifax, Dartmouth. It was big news. In fact, an article from the time quotes that, and I'm quoting now, the Halifax Summit Office confirmed today its budget for this year's G7 summit meeting will be approximately $28 million, and they came in on budget. It went on to say the budget of the Halifax Summit Office encompasses all of the operational aspects of the summit, from staffing to printing and security. So we had a summit in Halifax, and it wasn't a low-key event. We had people like Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin and John Major came to Halifax and had a wonderful summit, Mr. Speaker. But even at that, Mr. Speaker, what was very interesting was that a spokesperson from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation in 1995, from a news article dated April 30th, said the federal government was wrong to put next month's G7 summit in Halifax because the city needs too many government-funded fix-ups, says a national taxpayers lobby group. The federal government, quote, should have chosen a location which wouldn't cost that kind of money. The person who said that is now sitting in the federal cabinet as the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. In 1995, $28 million was, in his view, too much to spend on a summit, and then his own government spent well in excess of $1 billion. People just simply don't understand how that could possibly be the case. And when you look at what you could have done with $1 billion, you know, the government's canceled programs like CCL, the Canadian Council on Learning, $80 million over 5 years, cuts to literacy, cuts to victims of crime initiatives. Canadians look at this and say, look, this government, we understand, they waste money, they're the biggest taxing, biggest spending government in history, but $1 billion plus on a weekend meeting because of their incompetence, having it in one location and adding another location, when we could have done it a lot cheaper. Everybody else has done it cheaper. Italy, Japan, Germany, Russia, who held these meetings before, did it much cheaper than Canada did. It was an incredible amount of money to be spent at a time when we're reeling from the incompetence that already existed in this government's handling of the national finances. People don't accept that. It was too much, it was too rich, it was too extravagant. Canadians couldn't afford it, and they made that known.
Roll Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to be able to stand here and try and set the record straight from what my honourable colleague across the floor has just gone on about. First off, I would point out to them that 2010 is not 1995. This is post-2001. There's a tremendous difference in security, and the security needed for important world leaders who came together to Canada. It was an opportunity for Canada to showcase our people, our locations. Some of these numbers that my honourable colleague has floated out there have now been corrected, and I would hope that he'll take the time to have a look at some of them. Some of the issues are certainly different than what they initially said, and even last week I think we heard from the RCMP that in fact their estimated numbers for overtime and for personnel just from the RCMP are going to be considerably less than they initially anticipated. But this was two summits that brought together world leaders to discuss important issues as we go forward, including the world economy, issues that affect all of us, and certainly Canadians. We also know as Canadians that when we belong to these organizations,
that, as others have said, when the bill comes, it's not the time to get up and go to the washroom. We are mandated to host the G8 once every 8 years. We've done that. The G20 included more than the G20, included a number of other nations. But just for the security alone, for the people that came, the security for the press people that numbered over 3,000, the security for demonstrators, lawful demonstrators, all of those things, and to keep the people of Toronto safe and secure, took nearly 21,000 security people. So our security partners in this situation came from across the country, certainly different than would have been required in 1995. And when my friend across the hall talks about what the costs are in other nations, I think it's been very clear, and others have independent, other bodies have said other countries are not nearly so open and transparent about their costs. They bury their costs in a variety of places. Well, maybe I used the wrong term to say bury, but their costs come from a variety of places that are not listed on a sheet or sheets as it's done in Canada. And I think very recently we've heard numbers from Seoul, South Korea, what they anticipate the costs would be, and they were extremely low, but when the ambassador was recently asked, he indicated that, yes, $1 billion was not an out-of-line number for them to expect when you put in some of the other costs associated with it. So Canada got its value. It was an opportunity to showcase this country. The City of Toronto has attempted a couple of times to host the Olympics, which they didn't get. This brought the world to Toronto. It showcased a beautiful city, an urban city. I think that just from that perspective, that part of it was worthwhile. But the issues discussed there that were of importance to Canada and Canadians, certainly it made the summits in Canada very worthwhile.
Well, member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
No, Mr. Speaker, to respond to a couple of points. The colleague says that the costs are different than they were estimated to be. We're 6 months later and we're waiting for those actual costs. It's about time we had some real costs. But he talked about a post-2001 world. Well, in 2002, we hosted the summit for $93 million. The United States was $25 million. The United Kingdom in 2005 was $140 million. Germany was $124 million in 2007. Japan, $280 in 2008. Italy, $124 million in 2009. He says costs are buried. Mr. Speaker, I doubt that there's a more secretive, controlling, command and control government in the world now, certainly not in the democratic world than the one that we have here. So I find it hard to believe that costs would be buried anywhere else than they would be here. Canadians are offended, I think rightfully so, by the egregious amount of money that was spent, and particularly what the money was spent on. And the results that we got were very, very minimal. And since then, we didn't get our seat on the Security Council. Canada's place in the world has gone down. We can do a lot better, and it's not by spending.
The Honourable Prime Minister Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I dare say that my friend across the aisle is wrong. Canadians did get value. There was a lot of issues discussed, including the international bank tax, the maternal health care. A whole raft of things were discussed at those meetings, and certainly Canada is a leader in all of those issues, as Canada is a leader in many other issues on the world stage. And I think, the opportunity that Canadians had to showcase first Vancouver with the Olympics and secondly the Muskokas and Toronto was certainly worthwhile, and we've heard that over and over. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, I think, is the one that indicated that all of the numbers were made available to him. And on the G8, certainly he's looking forward to getting the final tally on the G20, but we can't expect our security partners to all have their bills in and be paid until they've done their final auditing and submitted them. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it was a very worthwhile summit or summits, and I would think my friend should compliment.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.